Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Okay, I think it's on. Hello. Hi, Loremaster.
Hello.
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 Hello. Hi, everyone. Hiya. It's Aya. It's me, Dagoob. And in case you're walking into my stream going, who is this adorable lizard? Look at his little toesies. Look at this little guy.
Dramatically shrunken in size.
You become so adorable and marketable. Oh no.
Oh, I am marketable now.
Yeah, okay, so he's a marketable plush now. Guys, I am now selling him. Okay?
Oh, wait.
No.
Go back!
No. For the low price of $69.69, I will sell you one little guy. Okay, available now at the Nijisanji store. You may look up little guy and he will show up, okay?
That's all I'm worth to you? $69.69?
That's 1,000. That's 1,000. That's in front of the dots. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But hello everyone. Hello. Welcome on in. Today I'm joined with Loremaster of Sotek. Hi.
Hello, hi. Hope everyone's having a great time wherever you are.
Hello. Listen. So let's just dive right into it. So this is a collab that I don't think was on my bucket list because this kind of came out of nowhere because so let's talk about how we met. Let's talk about how we ran into each other. And so as y'all know, I have recently gotten into Total War Warhammer 3. I consider myself a mostly Warhammer 40k girly. However, chat has been asking me to get into fantasy for a while now. And so I was like, oh, screw it. Might as well just, just raw dog it. Just go right into it. And so we started playing some Total War Warhammer 3. And I think, what was it? Was it like the second or third stream? Shut the fuck up, Cujo! Oh, goodbye, Sotek, you've been purchased. Goodbye.
Oh. It was nice while it lasted. I'm gonna go get put in a jar now. I'm sorry.
Get thrown in the little guy jar. And so, Loremaster actually appeared in my chat during one of my my Total War streams, and I remember like when you walked in, everyone knew who you were. My viewers knew exactly who you were. It was crazy. Like I knew that like I had a few just kind of like passerby who were into Warhammer in chat. Well, you popped in and everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's Loremaster of Sotek." I'm like, "Huh? Whomst? Wumst?" And so we actually linked up afterwards, y'all, and we got to talking. And so, turns out, get this! Loremaster is a wonderful individual. Super friendly, super sweet, super knowledgeable, and someone who challenges even my level of nerding. And so, hi Loremaster, thank you for joining me today.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. And yeah, it was, when you started streaming Total War, there's a dedicated, secret police group in my Discord that are like, Sotek, there's a VTuber playing Warhammer. Sotek, it's happening. Sotek, get in there. And it's like, all right, the coach is calling me in. I gotta go.
Tag me in, coach. And then you got wrapped up into my business. And so a few calls later, and I was like, we should collab on something. And I remember talking to my chat, I'm like, what would you collab on? Because like, technically there are games we could play, but honestly, we're both certified yappers. Like right when the waiting screen was on, I just casually asked Sotek. I was like, by the way, do you do vocal warm-ups before you stream? And we both agree, not really. So we just take the damage to our voices. And
would we be streamers if we didn't not take care of ourselves?
True. It's like streamers and taking care of yourselves, there's no overlap. You just will not take care of yourself if you're a streamer. It's kind of a given. Or more so if you're a VTuber, fair enough, because you're typically a face cam streamer, correct, Sotek?
Yes, a good amount of the time.
Yeah. But I just thought, since we're indoctrinating you into the VTuber realm, I was like, you know what? Mods, make this man anime. Mods, zap this man to become marketable and small.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. So far, I'm digging it. I'm digging it pretty hard.
It's so adorable. To be fair, your mascot is so cute, though. It was adorable from the get-go. And so I literally went to May, a trusted artist and delightful fan of the channel, and I commissioned them to, I was like, hey, make this man marketable. Give me his toesies. And so we actually had a very wholesome art exchange, like a little olive branch from both sides. And it's like that wonderful art you saw on the waiting screen was actually commissioned by Sotek as a gift. And I'm like, it's so nice! Isn't it cool? I'm a real orky boy now.
There's just something about an anime woman riding on Grimgore's shoulder, shooting people with a gun that just appeals. It appeals to all the senses.
Yeah, exactly. I've turned you into a marketable plush. You've turned me into.
You're a war boss now. You're a proper boss now.
Yeah, wah! Yes, I'm a proper boss. You guys, yeah. All right. I love to assault the ears of my viewers with my orc accent. How's your orc talk, by the way? Is it good?
It is, but I'm bad at like tech, so every time I try and go hard the orc stuff, all it does is people hear me start and then my mic cuts out the rest of it.
Wait, can you try it?
My family downstairs is not gonna appreciate this.
Oh no, okay, that's fine.
Maybe at the end. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll see how voice is doing at the end, and I can give a wah, and we'll see if it gets cut off or not.
Okay, gotcha. Because there's another member of my agency. His name is Wilson. And his mic has not changed since he debuted. If he as so much as goes 2 decibels above the mic's preferred range, it cuts off. And so his mic half the time just is not even picking up what he's saying. And it's the funniest thing. And he's like, I think he considered getting a new mic or adjusting settings. And we're all like, no, leave it. It's perfect. Don't touch it.
It's part of your identity. You can't leave this behind.
Exactly. So Sotek, never change it. It's perfect as it is, okay? It's perfect. Meow. So the topic of today's stream is nerd knowledge exchange. So Sotek, as far as I know, knows a little bit about VTubers, and I know bits and pieces about Warhammer Fantasy. And so we took it upon ourselves to prepare some PowerPoints to teach each other more about our fields of expertise. Now, guys, I am not necessarily the speaking authority of VTubers, but as a corporate VTuber who's literally in an agency, I thought I knew a little bit of it, enough to tell him the basics. And of course, Loremaster is kind of like encyclopedic knowledge. Like, encyclopedic, can withdraw any information at any time. Bro's mind is a database, y'all, okay?
It's literally the only good thing I'm good at.
You're good at plenty of things. You're absolutely delightful, Loremaster. Don't you dare talk about yourself like that. Mods, hit this guy.
I will neg myself all I want. You can't stop me.
Okay, listen, Loremaster. If you see a little red dot on your forehead, it's my mods. They found your location. They will shoot if you continue smack talking yourself. Okay?
Oh.
All right. If you see a little red dot, just sit still. My mods have chosen death for you. All right. And of course, viewers, Aiadmirers, and guests alike, please remember to I lost my train of thought. I guess it wasn't important then. Okay.
Yeah. If you forgot it wasn't important, we'll just leave it on the street. It's fine. We'll circle back.
If I forgot, it must not be important then. Also, you guys don't see it, but Loremaster is currently sitting on a stack of books. Bro is so short right now.
Yeah, that's actually why I collect all these lore books. It's so I can sit at the desk.
True! Oh my gosh, yeah! That is so smart. Good on you. Good on you. You know, honestly, Loremaster, even though I've been taught a little bit about fantasy from friends and from viewers, all I know, the only thing I really caught on are that, of course, greenskins, in my opinion, are the best faction. In my humble opinion, I dislike them the most. Also, Slaanesh serves cunt in 40k already, but in fantasy, it's even cuntier. Cause like, who's that one guy? He's the cunty
Sigvald?
Yeah, I love it.
Sigvald the Magnificent.
He's so cunty. I like him a lot. Do you think him and Fulgrim would get along?
I think they would probably be very catty towards each other. I don't know. I don't think they'd get along at all.
I don't know. I feel it could be like petty friends who read each other a lot.
I imagine it would be a lot of like, so Sigvald actually has a fun story about him dealing with another Slaanesh champion, and they're just constantly trying to one-up each other in Slaanesh's favor, and they're just, like, it's just the most Mean Girls-esque thing, but with lots of, like, brutality and slaughter. It's great. It's a good story.
I kind of like that. I can imagine, like, Sigvald's, like, on Wednesdays, we were pink, you know? I can totally imagine it.
That is 100% Sigval. I don't know. I don't know how Fulgrim would feel about it, but Sigval would definitely try and enforce specific color coding.
Honestly, slay, super slay. Oh, now, so earlier, Sotek and I were trying to decide who to present first, and so we could not decide, and I feel like chat is also as indecisive as we are. So I say let's roll a d20. Let's roll a d20. So, Sotek, odds are evens.
Odd.
Okay. Okay, that's a 13. You go first. Is that cool with you?
Yes, I shall begin.
All right. Sotek sent me a fan art. I saw the exact thing today. I saw the exact thing this morning, and I thought of you. I'm like, damn, that's relevant to today's stream.
It is. It's very relevant.
Okay, let me grab the PowerPoint, yeah? Let me redock a few things on my monitor real fast because, to no one's surprise, I'm not very well organized. Okay. All right, slay. All right. And let me grab. Okay, moderators may please have the slides. Thank you. Okay.
Your mods are clap activated? I need to get this upgrade.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I threaten them under threats of violence that if they don't get their shits together, I will destroy them. So, like, naturally, they become very complacent and very good at following instructions because they know the consequences.
Do you have a guide on how to raise your mods? Because I would like to take a look at it, if so.
Okay, yeah, I got you. It's mostly just me threatening them, beating them up, but like I'll give you the whole guides to it. Okay, no worries.
Gotcha.
Okay, so here is your. Oh, let me take the student's chair. Hold on, let's switch spots. Okay, let me sit down over here first. Pardon me, I'm gonna sit right over here.
Okay. I mean, do you have a high chair? I'm 6'1", but in this coming into VTuber space, I got compressed pretty hard.
Yeah, you got pretty compressed. Here, let me make sure your size accurate. Okay. There you go.
Can I fit on that desk?
Can you fit? Oh, look! Let me here.
Why am I smaller? What's happening?
No, it's you. Okay, sorry, you're too big. Hold on. Okay, so
someone's gonna come in here and accidentally sit on me, trying to talk to you.
It's
like
okay.
I've seen this happen in shows.
No, it's okay. I made sure that like this classroom is closed off. You know, it's okay. No one's gonna give you shit for being on the table. No one's gonna sit there. It's okay.
Why are you such a giant woman? I have so many questions.
No, it's because it's my cool energy, and you're just so.
Oh, okay. So you're saying I'm not cool then?
No,
I have
cool.
so little cool energy that I'm tiny.
No, I'm cool. You're cool. I'm simply cooler and therefore larger.
Yeah, keep digging.
Here, let me fix it for you. Hold on. Okay. Okay, okay, that's too big.
It's too big.
Okay, right here. How's this?
Yeah, okay. This will suffice.
Okay, very well then, good sir. Whooplam! You may begin as you please, good sir.
Okay, so we are going to do a good bit of zipping through here, and also this was made to help with the VTuber community getting introduced to Warhammer Fantasy. So I have used images and systems that are in your own language to best translate the sacred glyphs to your form of understanding.
Thank you. No, I told Sotek, I was like, listen here. There's quite a few of my viewers who are somewhat acquainted with Warhammer Fantasy, but you are like next level. You're gonna have to dumb it down for us a little bit. I'm excited.
Yes. Also, PowerPoint is not something that I have touched mainly outside of literally one incident since the elder days of the late 2000s. So prepare thyself for.
Oh, he's a veteran. He's a veteran. I know he's good at this.
Okay, let's hop into it.
Yes,
so,
sir.
A guide to Warhammer Fantasy. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So the most important thing to understand about Warhammer is that basically it takes a lot of examples from our world. So a lot of the continents and some of the various groups you'll see and a lot of the creatures and things, you may go, wait, I recognize that. That's kind of like our world. Except no, because there's magic. Except for Australia, y'all didn't make it the cut. I don't know why. I'm so sorry.
Well, I think even outside of Warhammer Fantasy, I think I refuse to believe Australia is real. There's no way kangaroos are real creatures.
I
There's
think
no
that
way.
we did finally get them in Age of Sigmar, so Australians did show up after the planet exploded, so that's good.
I can't
But,
believe it took an apocalyptic event to make kangaroos real.
But that being said, maybe one day you'll show up as the mythical continent of Lumbria. Who could say? But New Zealand, you're definitely not here. Very sorry to the Kiwis. Next slide.
Yes, sir.
So the main goal for today is going to be that we're going to go through all the factions. We're just going to run through them real fast and give everyone kind of a base understanding of all the different factions that are in Warhammer. So maybe you could find a place that you'd like to start your little journey, because obviously this is just an introduction. If you want to do deeper research, you got 41 years worth of writing that you can dig into, because Warhammer Fantasy is super old.
Teacher, I need to raise my hand. Teacher, teacher. I noticed that the Z is not capitalized. Why is that?
What do you mean the Z is not capitalized?
The Z running through the factions A through Z. The Z is not capitalized.
Well, that's because the Z is being punished for being the last one to class, so they didn't get to be capitalized.
Sotek believes in corporeal punishment. So do I. Let's go, bestie. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the Z is like chat. You know, they have to sit at the very, very back.
Ooh! Chat, you gonna let him say that? Chat, you gonna lie down and let him say
Speaking
that?
of chat,
Oh my god!
I wanted this to be as good for you as it is for me. You know, it's important to be reciprocal in these things, so there is a special bullet point for y'all on every single slide that I made for this.
Oh no, you're making the Aiadmirers cry. Look at them, they're pissing and shitting themselves already.
You say that like that's not what they're always doing.
True, it's like the wind will blow too fast. Like, oh, better shit myself, you know? Kind of typical Aiadmire behavior.
Hey, you know what? No one wants to get near them. It's a good defensive technique.
Fair! Oh my gosh, yeah! That's so true. Like, you know, like when hippos mark their territory by like helicoptering their poop around? That's crazy.
I'm glad you have that factoid ready to pull out at a moment's notice.
Again, that's why I believe Australia's not real. Wait, are hippos in Australia?
No, they're in Africa.
Oh, the American education system's failing me again.
I
thought they were in Australia.
System.
Wait, are hippos not in Australia?
Oh.
No, wait, are they just... Wait, chat! Wait, do hippos not exist in Australia? I thought they exist in Australia too!
Australia's not a zoo!
Wait, hold on. How can the country that has kangaroos and spiders the size of cats, how come it doesn't have hippos?
I don't see what the relation here is supposed to be.
I don't know, I feel like it's the Wild Wild West. They're just like God's unfinished animal projects. How come the hippos aren't in there too?
You're not wrong.
Okay.
Next slide.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, I just now realized the Z you were talking about.
Yes.
Next slide.
Hey, you didn't say anything.
So first up, we have the Beastmen. So the Beastmen, they are the children of chaos. They are the natural spawn children when chaos first came to the Warhammer world. So imagine if like hell opened up in our world, or if you're familiar with 40k, the warp opened up at the North and the South Pole. Covered the world in a bunch of chaos dust, and a lot of animals transmuted into partly people, and a lot of people transmuted into partly animals. Some say that the people that were affected, their inner beasts, the way that they were spiritually was made to the way they were physically.
They got the dog in them.
Yeah, they got that dog in them, which is almost a bullet point I had on here, but I had to cut it for space. And so this led to a situation where there were a bunch of weird hybridized mutant creatures, and Beastmen are all about mutants and bizarre creatures and horrible monsters of the deep wood. A lot of bizarre things like the Jabberslite, which is based on the Jabberwocky, if you're familiar with Alice in Wonderland.
Oh yeah!
Or things like minotaurs and satyr-like creatures, which we call gores, but the equivalent of satyrs. And a lot of just beast, animal, human hybrids. They tend to be on the furrier side of the spectrum, but not necessarily always. When you dive into the actual lore, you'll find all sorts of different hybrids. So there will be things like people with insect parts or reptile parts, or anything you would think is not human, but on a vaguely humanoid form.
And because they're children of chaos, they're naturally evil, correct?
That is the broad view. They have a fairly complicated relationship with the world because mutants are seen as a bad thing and outlawed in a lot of societies, so people will kill them on sight typically. So they chase them into the wilds. So there's always the ever question of, are beastmen truly 100% evil deep down, or is that merely the only way they can survive because everybody chases them out and thinks of them as horrible monsters? So it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation in many ways.
Oh, interesting.
But they don't like society. They like to burn down civilization. Their overall goal is to return things to the old days of predator and prey, strongest survive, and all that stuff. And they also have, there's a little bullet point kind of like about various gods. Their god is a big nasty thing called Morgr, the Shadowgave, who's really, really fun. He's basically like the concept of mutation embodied, and he's a really cool character if you know anything about Warhammer stuff, whether it's 40k or fantasy, because he's basically, think of a chaos god trying to squish itself into the body of a human.
Well, that's some fun body horror stuff right there.
Yeah,
I love that.
He's super body horror. So he's just mutating all the time, and if you get anywhere near him, he will also mutate you. And he's completely immortal. If he dies, he just instantly is reborn elsewhere, because you can't kill a god. Well, not easily anyway.
I'm getting big, like John Carpenter's 1982 The Thing kind of vibes.
That is a perfect way to think of Morgr, and it's awful, because imagine if when you killed the thing just immediately inhabited like a pregnant woman's belly somewhere else on the planet, and just immediately started mutating everything around it. That's how Morgr functions.
That is so cool, though.
Yeah, he's a big-time horror movie monster. And then, of course, this is the hardcore furries. So, you know, chat should have a lot of identification with this faction.
Call them out.
They also, they don't shower. They just live out in the wilds and get filthy, and you know, they crap everywhere to mark their territory and all that. So it's very, very chat coded.
No, yeah, that's Aiadmirers. That's you. Taps the sign. This taps the sign. That's you. Come on, that's y'all. All right, interesting.
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
So next up, we have Bretonnia, also known as Warhammer Fantasy's version of the French. In that they actually do speak French. They use French naming conventions and stuff. Though they're not entirely France, but generally the easy way to think of them is take the concept of Arthurian legend, so King Arthur and his knights and all that stuff, and a lot of the mythos surrounding them, make it French and slap it in a vague equivalent of where France is in Europe, and you basically got Bretonnia.
Ooh,
but
okay.
They have a big system. They worship the Lady of the Lake, who totally isn't actually an elf goddess in disguise as a human goddess.
I saw her feet. Yep, she's big.
A lot of feet.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, because I recall seeing her doing like the Lord's lineup for Total War. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of feet action. Okay, that's her. Gotcha.
Yes, the Lady of the Lake is all about being a goddess of the land, and her priestesses and also the wizards of Bretonnia are ladies only. No men allowed. Only the ladies. And the boys that demonstrate magic are totally not whisked away to a Fey realm where they become bodyguards and or killed and eaten by horrible things. But anyway, the women often don't wear shoes. They have bare feet because they often rely on their connection to the land in order to use a lot of their magic and use the magic of Bretonnia, the land of Bretonnia itself against you. So they tend to run around barefoot, which is cool.
Yeah, I see a lot of Joan of Arc imagery with them as well, right?
Yes, so they actually have the Joan of Arc as a character, though she's known as Réponse de Lyonesse in
that's right.
Warhammer world, and she's super awesome, and you can actually play as her in Total War. Funny enough, she's one of the few cases where the Warhammer version is less grimdark than the real-life version, because unlike our actual Joan of Arc, Réponse got to live happily ever after, which is kind of surprising, after she defeated a big chaos invasion by a big nasty Nurgle guy named Karn the Blighted.
I was gonna ask, so like, you know, in 40k, the Imperium is quote-unquote the good guys, but they're obviously not actually the good guys. Is Bretonnia, are they the quote-unquote good guys as well?
Bretonnia, so as the land of chivalry, they have some good elements. They're very noble bright, and they like to think of themselves as the good guys, but they have a very strong class society where you are either noble or you are among the peasantry, which is chat. And you have this concept that the peasants are meant to work the farms, and they're completely uneducated, and they're often very much looked down on, and people that travel to Bretonnia think it's a really horrible backward system because the peasantry are not allowed to rise in station. Like, you can't become a knight if you're a peasant. You have to be born a noble. Outside of very, very rare circumstances, like Réponse, who actually was a shepherdess peasant but through, you know, magical god shenanigans, she ends up becoming a great, awesome knight. But yeah, Bretonia's overall, they're pretty cool. They definitely have their issues. You know, they have a lot of people that very much look down on foreigners or people that are not nobles. So they've got problems. They're still very human, but they're not anywhere close to the Imperium.
Someone in chat just goes, "Watch your back, lizard boy."
Listen, I fear nothing from you. You can't afford to pay the taxes on your land and your harvest because y'all are doing a bad job. So how about you watch out for your liege lord?
He really just said, "Your crops are barren. You will never survive the winter, peasant."
You have no crops and you have no bitches. I know you all very well.
May your plagues be many and your women few.
You may worship the lady, but she doesn't give her blessing to peasants. So, you know, I'm just saying.
Jesus Christ.
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, if you like lots of knights in really bright, awesome colors and all that crazy stuff, Bretonia is a good place to check out.
Yeah, I remember looking at them through Total War, and I was like, dang, they're all fancy. They're kind of like my aesthetic, though, because I very much love that kind of time period aesthetic. You know, aside from, you know, the plague and, you know, classism.
Yeah, you know, some people, you know, French as well. But we have the Chaos Dwarf, so the Daluizar, which is fire, essentially means fire dwarf in the language of Khazalid, which is the dwarf tongue. And these guys are kinda, they're a lot. So they are the hardcore uber capitalists of the Warhammer world. They live out in this place called the Darkland, where they have exploited so much of the natural resources that the Darklands has become it already kind of started off as a hellhole, but they've made it way worse.
Oh my god, they're America!
Yeah, they have a lot of similarities, yeah. So they tear apart the earth in search of all of its resources. They have a lot of, we'll put in quotations, laborers that are totally not enslaved at all. No,
yeah,
of course not.
They're the laborers who have no rights and no pay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as you do. And those people are sent down to the depths of the mines or sacrificed on horrible rituals to the god Hashut, the father of darkness and the god of tyranny. And Hashut is a super big asshole, but the Chaos Dwarfs started worshipping him a long time ago because they got caught up in a nasty situation where they were isolated and they thought they were abandoned by their people and their gods. So they turned to anything that would listen. And unfortunately for them, something did. And that is Hashut the Bull God. And he has mutated them and turned them into much more horrible things. And they are a nasty piece of work.
I thought you were about to say he mutated them because they used to be tall.
No. Oh, Aya, the dwarves have always been short. And we'll discuss why you're going into the book in just a minute. And what that means. But the Chaos Dwarves have a lot of really, really cool things. They have the borderline sci-fi technology. They have a lot of, like, they have cannons that are, or mortars that are so powerful, they shoot these alchemical weapons that cause earthquakes when they strike the ground. They shoot shrieking missiles that are guided by demons that are bound inside of them to find people, shriek, and explode when they hit you. They have demonic trains that are possessed by demons, so the trains are completely autonomous and don't require a driver and just run people over and tear them apart. They have a lot of automated machines, and they also have learned how to bind fire demons into suits of armor. So you'll just see what looks like an empty suit of armor. The Chaos Dwarf does a little ritual, and it bursts into fire, and a fire demon comes out and starts killing people.
It's funny because I clown on Chorves. Well, I clown on Chorves a lot because they're giving me trouble in my playthrough of Total War Warhammer 3 right now. But like, they're actually kind of cool.
They are
I actually quite like them.
Yeah, but they are a very low population. They only have one actual city in the world, which is Mingol Zar Nagrund at the plain of Zar in the Darklands, and everything else is kind of like a little outpost, but they have a very, very, very tiny empire.
Wait, why so? Because they sound so powerful.
Because there wasn't that many of them to start with. They were a singular dwarf hold that was already on their way to being wiped out, and then they fell to Hashut, who came to help them. And since then, they've been very slowly building up their power over thousands of years. And now they control a good portion of the Darklands, but they are a faction that relies very heavily on super elite warriors and horrifying demon engines and terrifying monsters. But they don't have a lot of numbers. They rely on like hobgoblins and slaves and laborers to fill out a lot of their roster. But those are typically just like naked greenskins given like a pickaxe.
Oh yeah, I remember my chat told me like I was wondering like because I was wondering why the chores were so mean to me at first. They're like, oh yeah, they see you as a slave. I'm like, no!
Yeah,
I get it. Ah, I see.
They are hardcore. They take tyranny as like that is a part of their religion, is to be tyrannical and to dominate all other things.
A little tyranny as a treat.
Yes, just a smidge. And they are a nasty piece of work. By far one of the most horrible, evil factions in the setting.
Huh, interesting. They're so cool though.
They are. They have a lot of really cool themes. For people that kind of like historical references, they have a lot of like kind of Mesopotamian, Babylonian vibes to the way some of their armor and their cities and stuff are designed. So if any of that sounds cool, make sure to check them out. But it's time for the next slide.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's such a cute image you found. Oh, it's so cute.
So next up, we have the most horrifying faction in both Fantasy and 40k, which is also adorable because of the way this art works, which of course are the Demons of Chaos. So the Demons of Chaos are etheric horrors, which basically means they're entities made of magic. There's actually a bit of interesting lore about how when they come into the Warhammer world, or in some ways the 40k world, but I'm just talking about fantasy today, but when they come into the Warhammer world, they are constricted by the laws of reality and they have to obey the laws of reality. So they take a physical form, but the form that they take is basically determined by the imagination of mortals. So the way you imagine nightmarish entities basically restricts how they can look to a certain extent.
Oh no! Oh no! Hot, beefy women, so scary! Ah!
Don't worry, we'll get to those.
God.
We'll get to those. But that is one of them. That is one of them. We'll get to those.
I didn't know that. I was because I was in the back of my head just wondered if it was like too meta of me to think like, because like if you're a creature made of magic and conjured by magic, can't you just change your fucking shape to whatever you want? I always wondered why they looked the way that they did.
Yeah, so once they can, when they're in the ether, which is a realm of like literal infinite energy and possibility, and time doesn't, well, it kind of exists, but it exists in a really weird way. But when they come into our world, they have to obey our rules, which is why they take usually a singular form, though there are some exceptions. And if you stab them in the heart, they'll die, which they're not really dead. They just go back to the ether, but their physical form falls apart because they have to obey the laws that reality imposes upon them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Which is why they generally don't like reality. Well, they do like it because it's a different experience for them, but they're trying to kind of like corrupt reality to make it into what they understand. Because they find our universe very weird, because it's like being a 4D entity that goes down to a 3D setting. So there are a lot of rules that our reality uses that they have a hard time with. Like the concept of time to them is very, very weird.
Huh, that's interesting. Oh, okay.
But this is where we have the mention of the 4 big powers, Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, who all have their own slides, so we'll talk about them in a little bit. But demons are super duper nasty. They are the absolute fucking worst. They literally are the ultimate just bad guys. They are literal shards, little tiny pieces of the various chaos gods that have been given just enough sentience in order to perform their various tasks. Though the bigger the shard, the bigger the demon, and the more sentient they are. And they're weird. They defy a lot of explanations, and their goal is just to cause problems and just be the entire problem.
I kind of like them for that, though. Quick, what's your favorite chaos god?
I am a Nurgle person.
Honestly,
for reasons. I will. We'll have a flash quiz at the end of the chaos god section for which one you think you'd end up with.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, noted.
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
So, speaking of the Chaos Gods, first up, we have Khorne! Blood for the Blood Gods, skulls for the Skull Throne, milk for the Khorne Flakes. So, Khorne is the embodiment of rage. He is anger in all of its forms manifest. He is the oldest of the Chaos Gods, at least in Warhammer Fantasy. And he's kind of a piece of work. He's a big jerk that is said to be a giant armored giant who sits on his throne atop a mountain of skulls. And he's got the head of a hound, and he's just the angriest thing in the universe. He's just pissed off all the time, and he's never happy about anything. He's just mad.
Literally too mad to die. I love that.
Oh yeah, big time. He's so mad he doesn't let other people die. There was the famous incident where his waifu, Valkia the Bloody, who's a Warhammer Fantasy character, she was a mortal great champion. She even managed to kill a demon prince, which is insane. for a mortal, and she chopped off the demon's head and said, I'm going to take this head all the way to Khorne's throne and place it at his feet to show how much I am dedicated to my god. And Khorne was like, hell yeah. And she started making her way up, and she died. She didn't make it. She dies on the way, and Khorne was so angry about his favorite anime being cut off, not getting a new season, that he just raged until he quite literally screamed her soul back into her body. And he picked her up and remade her in an image more pleasing to him, which is why Valkia's kind of mutated looking, has like big bat wings and an elongated head and all that stuff, because he decided to make her perfect in his eyes.
Is she still immortal, or is she like a demon now?
It's actually kind of an interesting thing where the authors have sort of disagreed with each other on it. Generally speaking, the overall consensus is that she is still technically mortal. Though she is lived for a really, like, mortal in the sense that she is not a demon, which is good because that means that she can enter the mortal realm whenever she pleases. She can come down to reality and without any problem whatsoever and do shenanigans. Whereas if you're a demon, you need a certain amount of magic to exist. If there's not enough magic, you just fall apart and basically are banished back to the realm of chaos.
Oh, okay.
Did I cut off there? Could you hear that? Okay, good.
It cut off a little bit, but I caught the gist of it.
So because mortals can come and go as they please, being a demon isn't always the best. But generally speaking, it's agreed that she is a mortal, not a demon. But she is his Valkyrie. So now what she does is she appears around the world upon battlefields, and wherever she goes, Khorne's eye follows, and people that see her fight all the harder because they know their god is watching them. And she's kind of like the classic Valkyrie from Norse myth, where she goes to battlefields and she looks for the worthy to take their skulls back to Khorne.
Question, teacher.
Yes.
So in 40k, pardon if I have this wrong, even though Khorne is still like, fuck this guy, he's evil, he's also kind of just like straight up, will never deceive you, will just kind of like, he's like a straight up honest guy who just wants to fight you to the death. Is this the same, like, is this Khorne also like the same way? Is this like just mad but kind of honorable in a way? Well, just 1v1 you mano?
So I can't speak to the 40k version, but what I can say for fantasy is that no, Khorne is a hypocrite. He's a big time hypocrite. He is very much the core identity to him is Khorne only cares so long as the blood flows. He doesn't care how the blood flows so long as it does. If you're killing like a bunch of innocent people that can't defend themselves, great. If you're punching children in an orphanage, great. If you're slaughtering your way through a bunch of people that are sleeping, awesome. Now, he does have more favor for people that claim the skulls of the worthy, because the skulls, the more worthy they are, the more powerful the entity you claim it from, the more satisfied Khorne will be when you claim it in his name. But as far as, like, serving him, no, he doesn't really care. That being said, there are people that worship him that interpret him in different ways. Because Khorne doesn't... a lot of people interpret the Chaos Gods in their own unique ways because they may not necessarily know that much about them. So there are definitely Khorne cults or Khorne worshippers that live in the world who do believe that you should do everything honorably. And might, let you pick up your weapon and continue fighting them because they want it to be an honorable kill. But as for the god himself, he doesn't actually care.
Gotcha, I think I just got memed on. I think I just caught up on the memes and it may have deceived me a little bit. Okay, fair enough. Okay, noted.
No, you're all good. That being said, Mudang is definitely his Mudang is definitely his greatest champion in our world.
Yeah, just no armor, no nothing. Mudang will simply bite the knees of her enemies and give it all to Khorne.
just pure rage. But Khorne, he's also a dog guy. He really loves hounds and really loves dogs, and there's an interesting amount of theories about why that may be. But he also gives collars as like signs of his ultimate favor, the brass collars of Khorne, which negate magic, because even though Khorne is made of magic and he literally relies on magic to make demons manifest, he hates magic because he thinks it's cheating. But he gives out collars, which make chat very excited because we all know how much they love them.
Slay, honestly. What's a chaos guy without the drip game?
True. The drip is very important. But it is time for the next slide.
Yes, sir!
So, now we have good old Nurgle. So, Nurgle is the god of despair, He embodies concepts such as rot and disease. He's, in some ways, you could argue, a god of life, but he's more a god of life in the sense that cancer is technically life. It's technically a multiplication of cells. Viruses, well, actually, it's a bit debatable viruses are life, but that's not here nor here or there. But he loves all life equally. He loves you just as much as he loves all the bacteria in your gut, just as much as he loves all the disease that's infesting your brain and the parasites that are eating away your insides and all that other stuff. He loves life all over the place, and the more of it, the better, which for people like us is generally a bad thing.
Yeah, he probably loves the tapeworms in all my viewers' bellies.
Oh yeah, big time. He's a huge fan. He is their I don't know what the term would be, but he's like their Uber fan. He's out there with the glow sticks chanting at all their performances.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, his tapeworm Oshi.
Yeah. He also is very much a perversion of the cycle of life. So instead of, the cycle of life where you're watching the Lion King stuff, they're like, yes, we eat the herbivores, and then we die and turn into grass, and they eat the grass, and then they grow up, they die, and we eat them, yada yada. Nurgle's much more about the concept of grotesque expansion of life in all of its forms, followed by its death leading into decay, rot, and parasites that then give birth to new life. But a lot of people mistake Nurgle for a death god, and he's not really a death god. He is a god of life at the fundamental base of it, but a really, really messed up form of life.
A very extreme version of it.
Yes, but the big thing about Nurgle is that he loves you. Nurgle loves everyone, and he just wants to give you all gifts. He's the most gracious, humble of the gods. He loves all of his children. He knows all your names. He keeps up with you and your family, and he wants to make sure you're doing all right. And by doing all right, I mean he wants to make sure you're as infested as humanly possible. So if you're ever really, really lonely, don't worry. Papa Nurgle's got your back.
I think someone commented in chat, if nobody got me, I know that Nurgle got me. Can I get an amen? Amen, brother!
That is precisely it, which does make Nurgle very sinister in a lot of ways, because he takes advantage of people at their most vulnerable, which makes him kind of an absolute jerk. But he's very big into bugs and horrible, nasty things and gardening. He has a lot of concepts. His main home is called Nurgle's Garden, which is a hellscape of endless life that's constantly devouring and mutating itself endlessly, and he just thinks it's the best thing ever. And he's also the patron god of chat, because we all know how diseased and stinky and filthy you are. So I'm glad that I could, represent y'all today.
Oh my god, chat, you're getting proper. Aiadmirers viewers, I'm not gonna lie, y'all getting properly cooked. You're just gonna take that laying down. That's crazy.
Don't worry, we got
crying.
We got several more slides to go.
Let's go.
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
Slaanesh. So, Slaanesh, a lot of people tend to misunderstand Slaanesh as just the god of horny, just the god of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But Slaanesh is so much more than that. Slaanesh is the god of excess, of all things taken to their absolute extremes. Whether it is about music and art and theater, anything that makes you passionate is Slaanesh. Are you a perfectionist? Then Slaanesh is your biggest fan. Do you love art? Do you love doing things, but you just keep doing it over and over and over because you have to get it exactly right and you don't want to let people down and you just got to get it absolutely proper because you don't want to disappoint your parents and all that? Then Slaanesh is your lover. Slaanesh adores you and just wants to hold you so nice and tight and close. That being said, Slaanesh is about all things passionate. So that does include things, of course, like sex, drugs, rock and roll. But the big thing for Slaanesh is the youngest of the Chaos Gods, also often known as the Dark Prince, and it is androgynous, so it is neither a he nor a she, more of a
super
they. But Slaanesh, if you ever meet Slaanesh, Slaanesh will appear to you as that which you desire most, dialed up to like 1 billion. And the demons of Slaanesh are known as things like the Demonettes and the Keepers of Secrets because they know all of your desires. And they have soporific musks that make them appear to you as just the sexiest thing you've ever seen. They lure you in. But the thing is, they're excess in all forms. So while they are the excess of pleasure, they are also the excess of pain. So if you've ever seen the Hellraiser movies, that is very Slaanesh.
Oh, that's a good correlation. True.
So they want you to experience the absolute extremes of all forms of life, whether that is eating the best food imaginable or experiencing the most intense pains imaginable and seeking out new sensations at all times. But if you're kind of into like the seven deadly sins trope, Slaanesh is vaguely coded to a lot of those, except for there are 6 sins for Slaanesh instead of 7. But Slaanesh is very much about speed. Slaanesh loves chariots and creatures that move freakishly fast. So if you're a fan of the Gas 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 song, then Slaanesh has that on repeat at all times. And ultimately, a god of Yabai that unfortunately hasn't gotten as much love in the video games, because most people that try to adapt Slaanesh get a little too focused on like the sexy Yabai parts and not enough of the other parts, which is a shame. So a lot of people are afraid to adapt Slaanesh because they're like, oh, we can't do that and keep a team rating, but you can. You just have to explore other concepts. Like one of my favorite minis is called the Infernal Enrapturous, which is a guy who a demon has used magic to make his spine grow out of his back, and his tendons are, so his spine makes the shape of a heart and his tendons are the strings, and a demon is playing on the tendons, putting him in excruciating agony and creating music not only from the sound of the tendons but his screams, which harmonize.
That goes so fucking hard though. Wait, not gonna lie. Okay, so personally, like, sorry for going back to 40k. I am not a Nurgle gal at all. I consider myself a Slaanesh gal. I like Slaanesh. Slaanesh and Khorne are my favorite Chaos Guides. However, Mortarian's 40k miniature goes so fucking hard. It's just, this goes so fucking hard. And I know that Fulgrim just got a new model and people are arguing about his face. Who cares? You've got the Snake Goosey. You know? What else could you possibly need?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Slaanesh. We've got the lady version of the Snake Goosey for fantasy, because we have Takala the Denied One, who is a 6-armed elf that has been so mutated that she's got the 6 arms and the Snake Goosey lower body, to the extent that her shall we say intimate excretions create a potion that just utterly dominates people's minds. Like if you take one sip of it, it is completely addictive and your soul belongs to her for the rest of time.
Oh my god, her body produces lean. That is so...
I was more informed than I thought. All right, so I think that'll and also Slaanesh very there's a lot of tropes within anime that Slaanesh would be the biggest anime fan. Like Slaanesh would adore so much of what anime represents, because it takes things to extremes, not even just in like the sexy sense, but like how much of anime do people love because of the extreme music or the over-the-top fight scenes or the insane animations or the emotional highs. Slaanesh would be a huge fan of all of your favorite animes and would just want to talk to you about them while y'all Netflix and chill and you never escape, ever.
Not gonna lie, that's kind of ideal though. I still think Slaanesh is my favorite Chaos God, but like, fair.
We got one more.
Yes, sir! Wabam!
So now we have Tzeentch. So Tzeentch, in a very straightforward way, is ultimately the big bad of Warhammer, like the absolute big bad. Tzeentch is the god of hope, which makes him very sinister, because if you're someone that desires change in any way, shape, or form, then Tzeentch is technically someone that is interested in what you're doing, whether you're pushing for social change, a change in your personal circumstances, maybe you're wanting to change certain aspects of your life, you want to live a better life, you want to live in a new place, you want to escape bad circumstances. Tzeentch is there, just willing to offer you just a little bit of help. All you got to do is just sell your soul, and he'll give you just that little thing that you need. But he not only is a concept of hope and change, but change in a physical sense as well, because Tzeentch is the god of magic. All forms of magic have a relationship to Tzeentch, and Tzeentch desires to control and pervert all forms of magic, because magic changes reality. The concept of magic in Warhammer Fantasy is significantly more powerful than a lot of people realize it is, because functionally how it works is that there is a language that was spoken by a group of gods we'll talk about later, known as the Old Ones, that aren't really gods, but they're essentially gods, but we don't have time for that. And
I know vaguely about them. Mm-hmm.
They spoke a form of what you can almost think of as like a true language, like the language of reality itself. It's building blocks
French.
known as Anaquayan.
Oh, same thing. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Close. And by speaking this language and then controlling the winds of magic, which is essentially like an infinite energy source that comes out of the realms of magic, you are able to quite literally alter the fabric of reality to your whims, so long as you understand the proper phrasing for it and you're using the correct energy source, so to speak, because the winds of magic are broken up into different parts that control different things. But Tzeentch is, as a god of change, is always scheming, plotting, and planning, and quite literally has been about all according to plan since the 1980s, which of course, thanks to the pushing forward of Japanese anime and like modern culture, has evolved into all according to Keikaku. Tzeentch, of course, was planning for Japan to become so culturally relevant, so knew all along it was going to be all according to Keikaku and planned for this, because Tzeentch plans for everything.
That's cool. You know, I think someone in chat explaining 40k to me like a year ago was like, Tzeentch could fool you before even the conversation started. Like, that's how far ahead he is.
Very much so. But at the same time, Tzeentch is also constantly backstabbing himself. Tzeentch is the changer of fates and someone that's constantly pulling at the thread of fate. But in order to enact many of his grand schemes, he's often working against himself. And it leads to this rather amusing situation where Tzeentch's biggest enemy is Tzeentch.
Oh, it's like that meme, the guy with the gun is like, trust nobody, not even yourself. And it's a guy, it's the same guy with the gun pointed to his back. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Oh, that is 100% it. And Tzeentch is all about backstabbing. Tzeentch loves backstabbing. And people betraying one another and manipulating one another and trying to get one up on each other, trying to push themselves forward at the expense of all others. Tzeentch thinks that's just the best. And the people that are the most down on their luck, the people who just want things to be better, just wanna have a change in circumstances, Tzeentch is always whispering into their ears, offering them some changes in their lives. So all they gotta do is just sign on the dotted line. Who needs a soul? You don't need a soul. Souls are overrated.
The thing is, I like Tzeentch the least because he confused me the most.
He is a very confusing god, and it's deliberate. To an extent, one of the things about the Chaos Gods that is good to understand is that you shouldn't understand them. They are bizarre, freakish entities from a completely different dimension that does not work with our laws of physics and time and reality. They don't think in a traditional sense because they're not beings in a traditional sense. They're more like concepts that have achieved a form of sentience, depending on who you ask. In some, there may be some other truths to them, but they're weird entities. And if the situation ever comes to the point where you say, yes, I understand this god very well, then frankly, that means that writer did a really bad job, because you shouldn't be able to understand them. They should all be very chthonic, Lovecraftian entities that don't make sense.
Gotcha. Noted.
But it's time for the next slide.
Yes,
also, if you really like tentacles and all that stuff, then funny enough, that's actually far more Tzeentch coded than Slaanesh coded for reasons.
That's why Nose's playing as Space Marines too, because we were mostly fighting off against the forces of Tzeentch, and I'm like, there's a lot of tentacles for Tzeentch. I thought it'd be more of a Slaanesh thing, but nope, it's mostly just tentacles and shit.
Tzeentch loves tentacles. I mean, Slaanesh also likes tentacles, but funny enough, Slaanesh is kind of more into like chitinous things, so like insectoid parts, scorpion tails, crab claws.
Like snakes. Mostly things with cloacas. Wait, no, birds have cloacas too. Never mind.
There could be some bird aspects in there. But leaving the realm of the gods for a bit. Oh, by the way, feel free to say which god you think you sympathize more with. So I is more Slaanesh. I will say I am more Nurgle coded because I hate the idea of being sick so much. And the thing that Nurgle offers you is relief. In the sense of making it where you drop so deep into the depths of despair that you no longer feel anything. And he also is the fastest path to immortality. And I am an anxious man, so I know Nurgle would get me real fast.
honestly, I just want to be cunty. And I noticed an alarming thing that people who serve Slaanesh tend to be kind of cunty. And I want that for myself. And so...
That's fair.
I'm a simple woman.
That is super fair. So now, let's talk about the real cunty faction of Warhammer Fantasy, which is the Dark Elves.
So true, bestie.
The Druki, as they're sometimes known, live in the equivalent of around the Great Lakes region, so they're sort of more of a Canadian-American-ish ballpark, though they're nothing like the Canadians-Americans, even though a lot of people often see things that seem oddly similar, but they're more heavily, almost directly stolen from another fantasy IP written by Michael Moorcock, because Old Games Workshop stole a hilarious amount of their lore and concepts, because Chaos, as we understand it, was also stolen from Michael Moorcock. But the Dark Elves they are a bunch of really pale, asshole-ish elves that live up in the cold north, and they live entirely on a society built on cruelty, sadism, and enslaving others to do things for them. Menial tasks, manual labor, sacrifices to the gods such as Cain the bloody-handed, the god of murder, who doesn't care so much that you do lots of murder. He cares more about how well you style your murder. Cain is very judgmental. And you have to be as cunty as possible when you kill someone. So, like, if you're going to be doing decapitations, it has to be the cleanest, most beautiful, artistic form of decapitation done in a single strike without the slightest bit of messing up.
You gotta slay and slay. That is crazy.
Yes, absolutely. Or the witch elves, who are essentially entirely nude because they get themselves hopped up on drugs that enhance their senses because they want to experience every part of the battlefield, the ache of their muscles, the feeling of blood coming across their skin, and they are the brides of Cain. So they are all about dealing as much murder and death as possible while also completely losing themselves to the sensation of it, the heat and desire, the horniness of battle. They get very, very horny in battle.
That's great. That's similar to, like, what is it, the Dark Eldar? No, it's
the Dark Eldar and the Dark Elves have a significant amount of crossover.
Oh, because I was wondering if they're counterparts or just reimaginings of each other, or they're separate entities altogether, just happen to have overlap.
There actually is a good, fun relationship between a lot of the fantasy factions and their 40k counterpart, because when 40k initially started, a lot of the fantasy factions just got straight up ported, so they were just the exact same faction, but in a futuristic setting. Now, as time has gone and we moved into like the 1990s, into the early 2000s and stuff, they kind of slowly drifted apart, but they would reflect onto each other in a lot of different ways. So, for instance, the Dark Elves, or the Elves in general, have a fairly large pantheon, and a lot of that pantheon actually originally came from 40k. The 40k Eldar pantheon was developed first and then ported over to fantasy, and then slowly over time they kind of went their separate ways, where the 40k pantheon became a little less important and the fantasy pantheon became a lot more important.
Okay.
So they kind of evolved in different ways. But the Dark Elves have a lot of really fascinating aspects of their culture. They are another one of the groups that have women-only wizards. The hags, sometimes known as just the sorceresses of Quran.
Oh my god, they're more than 30 years old. That's crazy.
They have a lot of hags. You have the hag sorceress herself, Marathi, who is the biggest MILF in the entire setting. A MILF almost 10,000 years old. She is still slaying every day because she figured out immortal youth pretty damn quick. Her son, of course, is Malekith, the Witch King. And
I know that one.
Yeah, he is super duper fun, got burnt to a crisp and enclosed in a piece of armor, and totally didn't have super incestuous relations with his mother. No, he sure didn't. Yes, he did. Because
good
elves don't
old-fashioned
actually...
Oedipus.
Elves don't actually care about incest. That's not a big deal to them. They don't have to deal with the issues that us humans do. So to elves, it's just not a big deal. It doesn't come with any downside. So culturally for them, they don't really care. The Dark Elves are quite spicy. They worship Cain and the Sithari, which the Sithari are the underworld gods. So you have like Athardi, the goddess of pleasure, Hecate, the goddess of dark magic, Irith Kial, the pale mistress of the underworld. You've got the likes of Eldrazor, the Lord of Blades, and just a bunch of other just kind of asshole gods. They got like the god, Aneth Rama, who is the big muscle mommy goddess, because she is the savage huntress that's all about taking things by force and tracking down your prey and dominating them. She's an interesting figure. But the Dark Elves emulate a lot of that. They have Medusae, though their Medusae are really scary because not only do they have all the snakes coming out of their hair, but they also have random snake heads coming out of like their tails, because they have like a bunch. But they also have things like your Hydras, a couple of big nasty big sea monsters. Their knights don't ride on horses; they ride on velociraptors.
Okay, that's badass though.
They are super cool. And they have the Black Arcs, which are giant city-sized fortresses that float on the water, that are equipped with titanic sea monsters and entire fleets, and are literally just living cities that are just massive cities that just float around. So imagine if like Manhattan just detached itself and could float around and go wherever it wanted.
Fair. That's cool.
To the next slide.
Oh my god, also, chat getting cooked on every slide. You guys are such dweebs, you're getting cooked.
I wanted them to feel involved. I didn't want them to think I forgot them.
Oh, short! You're a short motherfucker
Short!
and nobody likes you.
So here we have the dwarfs, which I didn't capitalize for some reason. So the Dawi, as they're known in Warhammer Fantasy, are an ancient, honorable race that care about two things in this life. They care about honor, and they care about grudges. There is no word for forgiveness in the Dwarven tongue. To them, it is not a concept. If you do something to offend one of them, they will hold it against you until they have rectified it, which can be dealt with in a number of ways. If they're feeling nice, it might just be you have to pay them a little bit of money. So you pay them money to resolve the grudge, and they strike it out. Or it might be something a little more drastic, like they might burn your house down, or they might decide they're going to kill you. But the dwarves are a long-lived race, and it takes them sometimes a long time to get around to avenging grudges. So you might have, like I did earlier in the stream, say something about dwarves must have been humans that got mutated to be shorter once. And a dwarf would hear that and go, "That's going in the book!" And he would write it down in his book, and then he would have other stuff to do. So he wouldn't collect on it for a bit. So in about 150 years, he would come calling to deal with Aia and get her for slandering him and his people. But Aya's not around anymore. So instead, he's gonna find her next of kin. So he's just gonna go down the line and figure out who's the closest person related to her and say, "Hey, you have to resolve this grudge because your family member did this thing once that pissed me off. So now you either have to pay me or I'm going to murder you." And
like, imagine if me and my bloodline somehow got wiped out. So like my neighbor's best friend's dog's cousin twice removed is like the nearest person. Like, okay, pay up, buddy.
actually, we know realistically they'd go after your gen mates. That's where they'd go. They would just
Okay.
whatever generation would exist.
Honestly, I think Maria and Ren can probably defend themselves. Scarlet's fucked. Scarlet's screwed. She has the self-preservation of a beta fish. I don't think she can handle a dwarf even looking at her kind of mean. And so, yeah, Scarlet, sorry if I fuck up and I end up in the Book of Grudges. Scarlet's going.
But dwarves are super fun. They have a lot of really strong concepts of tradition, and they think their ancestors do best. They worship their ancestors as the ancestor gods, so their concept of worship is different than what a human would consider worship, but it's similar enough. But they think the ancestors were always right, and things were always better back in the day, and things have only gotten worse. Back in my day, the goblins were bigger, and the orcs lived 3 times longer and were actually worthy fights. Everything's so weedy and bad these days. They like to complain. They literally had a rule for their longbeards, which are the older dwarves, called grumblers, which was basically that they just bitch and moan about everything over the course of the battle, and it makes all the other dwarves around them less likely to run away, because they're scared if they run away, their ancestors are just gonna nag them for hundreds of years.
I did not know that there are dwarves that are just Asian parents. That is crazy. Mom, Dad, are you secretly dwarves? Oh, that is great. That's funny. I love the quirky bits of this kind of lore. I love that.
And they, of course, have the book, the Damaskron, the Great Book of Grudges, which actually has a bit of a build-up system. Most dwarfs that go out into the world have their own personal little book of grudges. So they have like a little journal where if anyone does anything that insults them, they write it down. And so like someone says something mean to them, someone tries to shortchange them, someone pisses them off, someone gives them crappy beer, someone gives them a product that they don't think was worth the price they paid, any insult whatsoever, they'll write it down in this book. And then at a certain time of year, they will go meet up with the rest of their family clan, and they all get together with a bigger book, and they say, well, okay, on this day, this guy named such and such of such and such did this shit to me, put his ass in the book. And the guy will go, okay, this so-and-so is in the book for doing this to our clan member, and in recompense, we must chop off his hand, or he must pay us 30 silver, or whatever. Yeah, a book just like that. Oh, you've got your own book of grudges.
I got my own book of grudges.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
You are a dwarf.
No, shut up!
You are literally dwarf height.
No,
Yes,
shut up! Shut up! Silence!
Dwarves,
It's going in the book! It's going in the book! It's going. I'm ready right now. It's going in the book. You're going in the book.
To lower 5-foot range, you are literally dwarf coded.
Shut up, mods! Kill this guy!
So after the clan enters all of their grudges, then at a different point of the year, they go to their nearby hold, where the king will then grab all of the different grudges from all the different clans and put it into that clan's, the holds book, and then at a different time every couple of years, all the kings from all the different holds will travel to Karasakarak, the Everpeak, which is the capital, and they all read out their grudges and their angers and their problems to the High King, Thorgrim Grudgebearer, who records it all in the Great Book of Grudges. So if you insult a single dwarf, it will go up the food chain to the king of their people and is recorded as a racial memory of, fuck this guy, he owes us for the shit that he said 50, 60 years ago, and sooner or later they will come collect.
I'm putting your name down. Okay, Sotek talked mad shit on my channel. Okay, got it.
I will defend myself to your clan's Loremasters, and they will agree with me.
No,
it is inevitable. It will be stricken out.
No.
Dwarves also love tradition and innovation. They have a constant push-pull about things were better back in the day versus maybe we should engineer and create new things. There's a lot of clash between the young and the old. And the big thing about them, of course, also random fun fact about dwarves is they are so honor coded about respecting their ancestors. In dwarf culture, it's considered a severe sin to cut your hair because your hair was a gift to you from your parents and your ancestors. So if you are a dwarf, you're allowed to like tidy up your beard and maybe do the tiniest trimming to add a little bit of shape, but even that is usually very heavily frowned upon. You should never, ever, 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 for any reason, cut your hair. For male dwarfs, they braid their beards and keep their beards as long as possible. For lady dwarfs, it's their braids. They braid their hair and keep it as long as possible. And in dwarf culture, the length of your beard and the size of your treasure vault and your age are the three most important features to determine how respected you are.
Imagine dwarf Tinder. My braid is this long. My vault has this many treasures. I am 1,000 years old.
I've shown braid. Please respond.
Hey, baby girl, I showed you my braid length. Imagine getting unprompted braid pics.
So yes, dwarves are size queens, but in a very different sense.
Wait, question.
Next
question.
slide.
Do dwarves have a similar like respect for tradition as well?
Yes, so the dwarves have a similar respect for age and wealth, but they care not as much for tradition because Hashit has taught them that it is to abandon their ancestors because their ancestors abandoned them. So they actually do not care about ancestor worship. They do still care about honor and grudges, but to them, the idea that older is better has been completely thrown out because essentially, from their point of view, their godparents, their very, very great grandparents abandoned them. And they have not gotten over it after about 4,000 years.
Okay, noted. Interesting. Next slide?
Next slide.
Yes, sir! Chat, we are halfway through. Speed run, let's go!
Speed run. So the Empire, these guys are basically your protagonist character. If you got isekai, you'd probably end up in the Empire, sad to say. The Empire is at the heart of the old world. They really like civil wars. They fight each other a lot over a lot of petty things like territory and land and power and all this other stuff. You know, they're humans. But they do have some really cool things, like they have fully operational steam tanks, which is a bizarrely crazy technology.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, isn't the time period mostly kind of old-timey medievally?
It is, but there's also, like, different factions are at different places, essentially, technologically. So, like, the Empire tends to be more of, like, right at the... Depending on where you are in the Empire, either at the beginning or at the end of the Industrial Revolution. Whereas Bretonia is more like medieval, very medieval coded period. Dwarfs have some really wild, crazy technology. Chaos Dwarfs are like, have technology that we look at and go, what the hell? And just wait till we get to Skaven. So it just depends.
I know the rattling guns. I know about those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Empire, they like to fight each other a lot. If you're familiar with the Holy Roman Empire and like all of the infighting, it was basically just like a herd of cats in the shape of a series of countries. That is them. They worship Sigmar and the Empire Pantheon, which we don't have time for. But Sigmar is the guy that wields the Warhammer. So if you're wondering why it's called Warhammer, it's because of Gal Maraz, the Warhammer, which doesn't exist in 40k, so I don't know why it's called Warhammer 40k. There is no Warhammer in Warhammer 40k, but for whatever reason, it's called that.
You see, I'm gonna be honest. I always wondered why it was called Warhammer. I'm like, honey, I know there's Warhammer, but I know there's War. I don't see no hammer, but I was too afraid to ask.
Yeah,
I didn't know why it's called Warhammer. Like, there's no Warhammers. Why are you calling it that?
It's because they're Fantasy's lamer younger brother that just like stole his name for fame reasons.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
They never earned it. They never earned it.
Shots fired! Holy shit! Oh my god.
But flagellants for chat, because I want to make sure y'all feel represented. They're a bunch of mostly naked, sad people that have gone insane and they just whip themselves, hoping for the end of the world because that's all they're capable of. But they're pretty handy in a fight because they won't break. They just throw themselves at enemies, like biting and flailing with whips and stuff.
Whenever I want to send Aiadmirers to fight for me in my honor with nothing more than a single hammer, stark naked. But they say it's too much. They keep saying I'm being ridiculous.
Moving on. Next slide.
Next. Oh, I know. This is China. Oh, not China. Sorry.
Yeah, totally not China TM. Grand Cathay. So Grand Cathay has always kind of lurked in the background of Warhammer Fantasy, but it's been really, really exciting to see that they've been driven very much to the forefront for the more recent stuff for Warhammer Fantasy, which is really, really exciting times because, we're getting new factions, new lore and stuff. But they have a lot of Chinese themes, though they're not exactly China, but they do have a Great Wall. They do have a lot of concepts revolving around yin and yang and all this other stuff. Their leaders are literally where the terms yin and yang come from, because the Celestial Dragon Emperor is Shen Yang, and his wife, the Moon Empress, is Kuei Yin, therefore yin and yang, masculine and feminine. Or the other way, actually, feminine and masculine. But Grand Cathay is super duper fun. They are, if you really like Scalies, you will love them, because the Celestial Dragon Emperor and the Moon Empress, fun fact, is from the moon. She's a shape-shifting alien. But she took the form of a dragon to be with her husband, the Celestial Dragon Emperor, and she taught him magic so that the two, he already knew magic, but she taught him some new magic so they could take on the forms of humans. But they had 9 children, known as the 9 Dragon Children. And the 9 dragon children have had many children, but they have kids with humans because they take on a human form and they bang people like crazy to have their kids, which are known as the Shukengun, which are dragon-blooded humans. They cannot turn into dragons, but one of their parents was a dragon, and then they have kids, which creates someone that has slightly more diluted dragon blood, and it goes down and down and down and down. So we don't know exactly the ratio, but it's either 4 girls and 5 guys, or 5 girls and 4 guys for the dragon kids, but only 5 of them are still around. 4 of them have been lost to time for various reasons and sad stories and tragedies. But of the 5 that remaining, 3 of them are guys and 2 of them are girls, and they bang like crazy.
Slay.
There are so many Shukenguns. And depending on your style, you have like Zhao Ming, who really loves humans and he likes hanging out with them, and he's very personable, and he's actually a little insane, but he's mostly a pretty chill guy that actually likes building relationships with humans. And you have Miao Ying, the Defender of the North, and she is cold but aloof, and she is the embodiment of the storm, and she is the most cold-hearted bitch on the face of the planet, who very much looks at the procreation of children as purely business. Purely business. You get in, you do it, you get out. She's cold, detached, she doesn't care about you. You are merely the means to achieving her job.
She ends the interaction with a firm business handshake.
Yes, absolutely. And there's even more peasants. So chat's represented here as well.
Damn! Okay. Damn. Imagine being called a scaly and a peasant in the same slide. That's crazy.
Greenskin. So this is where we get the Greenskins are all about fighting, all about just absolutely punching everything that they can possibly get their hands on. The greenskins, fun fact, were actually heavily inspired by British football hooligans. So the people that get way too drunk and rowdy at football games and start fighting one another and cause property damage and all that other goofy shit, that is literally what inspired the greenskins of Warhammer Fantasy and, of course, later on 40k.
Slay.
Greenskins worship the gods of Gork and Mork, who are brutal and cunning, but cunningly brutal. And, well, is it Gork and Mork or is it Gork and Mork? It doesn't matter. They're interchangeable. Totally. Not really, but totally. They also worship some other really creepy things, because the goblins tend to find some other fun gods, like the spider god, also known as the Feaster from Beyond, who is totally not a horrifying spider alien thing that actually reveals that spiders are far more intelligent than we think in the Warhammer world, to the point where they have a literal deity, and that's a whole fucking can of worms we don't have time for. But they also worship the bad moon, because there is actually 2 moons in the Warhammer Fantasy world. There's the true moon, Manslib, which is exactly like our moon, just bigger, because everything in Warhammer is bigger. Their planet is like our planet, but bigger, a lot bigger. But there's also Morslib, the chaos moon, which is a vaguely sentient moon made out of radioactive green rock that flies around erratically. It has no predictable orbit. It gets closer and further from the planet and goes where it wills with no sense of logic.
It's the moon from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, think of it that way, but imagine if it's standing in its light, it basically irradiated you and caused you to horribly mutate and go batshit insane if you stand outside for too long.
Oh, so... Oh...
Yeah, it's a whole thing. But greenskins are a pretty fun race. They're made up of a bunch of different subspecies. You've got your orcs, you've got goblins, you've got squigs, which are literally just little fleshy, like round spheres with teeth. Yeah, they're literally just a stomach on legs. But they also tend to have lots of things like trolls and giants, and they ride all sorts of fun creatures like wolves and boars, spiders, and all sorts of other crazy creatures. And their technology is very hilarious and all over the place. It's very ramshackle. Also, they have the concept of the wah, which isn't just a fun thing to shout. It is also a literal psychic magical force in the world. The more greenskins that get together, the more powerful they become, because their hype literally generates a form of energy that not only makes them more powerful, but it makes their shamans able to unleash more and more devastating spells. So the more of them that gets together, the more dangerous they become, which is why when you're dealing with a wall that's in the tens of thousands, they can wipe out entire empires.
You see, that's why they're like K-pop fans. The more they get together, the more devastating they are.
Absolutely. And they are one of the most hilarious factions in the game, especially because they have really absurd British accents. Yeah! But they're also one of the ones that if you actually think about it and you dial into their stories, they're actually one of the most terrifying factions in truth.
I like the juxtaposition of goofy and genuine horror.
Oh yeah. Also, they are mushrooms.
Yeah, they're mushroom people. Yeah, they procreate via spores, right?
Yes, they release spores when they die, and also so their corpses release spores, and also their dung has a lot of spores. And
typical
Chad,
London stuff.
I called y'all hooligans, but I kind of regret this slide a little bit. I shouldn't have called y'all hooligans. A far more appropriate comparison would have been snotlings.
That sounds worse.
Yeah. Oh no, it is. Snotlings they're like they're the smallest form of greenskin. They're usually only like maybe a foot tall. They can't talk. They're too stupid to talk.
Oh
and
my gosh.
They literally build like weird little wagons that they all run around in, and they literally throw shit spores at enemies that explode. They're hilarious.
Oh my, it's so true. So true. Oh my gosh, Aiadmirers, it is what it is. Sotek's bullius. Good. Anyways, next slide?
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
So now we have the High Elves. So they are the saviors of the world, or so they keep claiming and reminding everyone constantly, without end. So they are essentially the Atlantis, or Atlanteans of the Warhammer world. They live on a giant donut island in the middle of the ocean between the eastern and western hemispheres. And they are very squeaky clean. They're known as the glittering host because they're all about wearing silver and white and bright colors. They're very fancy, they're very practiced and well rehearsed, and they're very cool and sleek. They have a lot of the most gorgeous monsters in the setting. They have like the phoenixes and a lot of dragons. They have the most dragons by far. A lot of their creatures, they have like the noble war lions. So a lot of like the really, really just gorgeous, beautiful creatures belong to them. But they are assholes. They're absolute jerks. They're super, super, super arrogant. They think that their way is the only way to save the world and everyone needs to do exactly what they tell them to. They are the world police. They patrol the sea lanes. They control most of the ocean. And if you are somewhere where they don't think you should be, they will sink you or arrest you and enlist you into indentured servitude, which totally isn't slavery because they're high elves.
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, it's okay if they do it.
Yeah, and they are absolute jerks. They are... A lot of people really, really hate them. And also, to be honest, they are often trying to do the right thing, but they're so arrogant, they literally see humans as monkeys that just kind of talk.
You see, that's crazy. The things between my factions as far, I remember liking the high elves a lot just because I kind of like pretty but arrogant. You know, someone once told me high elves have main character syndrome.
They do, and they also like to claim that they have successfully saved the world multiple times when every single time they had a considerable amount of help. Now, one time they did do a pretty good job hard carrying, but that was 8,000 years ago, and they have not gotten over it. They think everyone should bow down and kiss their feet because they saved the world at one time. I
mean, I kind of love that for them, though. I kind of like petty, cunty high elves. Like, no, this is all me. Oh my, they're the kind of people who do like a group project and claim all the credit.
Yep, and they are so arrogant, there are actually even elves among them who are such dicks that other elves can't stand them. Like Prince Emmerich of Calidor, who's the big dragon riding badass, he got a very gorgeous, pretty design. He's got long blonde hair and like a really pretty face, all this stuff. He's such a dick that when the Phoenix King arrives, the great king of the elves, the Calidorians will not bow. They won't tip their banners or anything because they think they've done so much for the world that they should not have to bow to anyone. They should only acknowledge them as equals. At best.
That's petty. I love it.
Oh, they're very petty. But it's time for the next slide.
Yes, sir! Helpa! Bears! For Kislev!
So, Kislev, which, of course, Kislev is all you need to say to understand anything and everything. So, Kislev, they are the shield of civilization. They are the northernmost of the human nations in the old world, which is kind of like the Eurocentric focus of Warhammer Fantasy. And Kislev is a realm of ice, has a lot of very strong Eastern European, Russian, Yugoslavic themes, and they have a lot of the mythical creatures from a lot of the stories from that part of the world. They worship the pantheons of Ursun, the great bear god, along with his friends like Soliak, who is one of my favorite goddesses because she is a healing goddess. But unlike most healing gods that are like, oh, sweet baby, oh, let me give you a little kiss, Soliak is a goddess of bears as well and healing. And she believes that you only deserve to be healed if you survive being a dumbass. So if you do something stupid and you get hurt, well, that's your fault. Fuck you, I'm not going to heal you.
Me playing healer on Marvel Rivals, exactly. Proves to me you deserve my heals first.
Yeah, you have to earn it with her.
It's like, are you a bad DPS?
Yeah, like in the Empire, they have Shalia, the goddess of mercy, who is constantly weeping. She's always crying because she feels so much empathy for the world and wants to kiss and baby everyone. Meanwhile, Soliak's like, nah, you're an idiot. Get fucked. Like, I'm not gonna help you. You got yourself in that situation. You will be in pain because you deserve it.
I saw your KDA ratio. I don't think you deserve these heals, actually.
And then you've got like Daz, the god of the sun, and like warmth and fire, and Thor, the god of thunder, who's totally not Thor. No, he's Thor. Very different. But they have a lot of very strong bear themes. So many bears. Bears everywhere.
Battlestar Galactica.
Exactly. He is the main god of the pantheon, the big bear god, the god of winter. So he's all about bears, and there are bears everywhere. They have polar bears, cave bears, brown bears, every bear, just bears. So many bears.
Yeah, we can hardly bear it.
Oh, I should go.
No, continue.
I should.
No. I already locked the door. You're stuck in here until you're done.
Yeah. They also have ice-hearted, cold-blooded women. Literally, because Kislev has the ice witches. which are actually a political organization as well as being wizards. Kislev is a land that has only female wizards. You may notice that's a bit of a theme for a lot of the factions.
Nice.
What could ever be the mystery behind that? I don't know. We'll have to talk about that another time. But the ice witches literally control different aspects of ice. Some of them control the ice of the earth, creating like freezing the ground or freezing water, stuff like that. Or others control the ice of the tempest, conjuring blizzards and other forms of weather-related ice storms and stuff like that. But their cold-heartedness quite literally affects their personalities as well. They look down on everyone. They're very cruel and blunt, and it's kind of an unavoidable consequence of the lore, or the lore of magic that they wield. So if you like women that are just the most frosty, unrelenting bitches on the face of the planet, Kislev is the place for you.
I love my women like how I like my coffee, incapable of loving me back.
That's then you have the hags. So Kislev actually has a really interesting dynamic where there's a lot of culture clash within Kislev because it's controlled by two primary cultures, which you have the Ungulls, which are the people that live out in the rural parts of Kislev and have been there for many thousands of years, and they're kind of the like original people that showed up in Kislev, and they work with a lot of the spirits of the land, and they rely on their hags, which the hags are a very tragic story of women that consort with the spirits that live in and around Kislev, and in exchange for power and the ability to call upon the spirits to give them magic and also defend them and defend the people they take care of, they have to trade the one thing that the spirits want above all else: your youth. So they are most often women who are surprisingly young, like often in their 20s to 40s, but they look like they're about 160 years old. Because
it's like House Moving Castle, like Sophie.
Yeah. Because every time they make a bargain, they lose more and more of their youth. Now, some of the hags are truly unimaginably ancient. Kislev does have a Baba Yaga figure who's known as Mother Ostankya, who is very, very scary in and of herself. But yeah, so I know chat. We got a lot of hags in chat. I'm sure most of y'all are hags in some way, shape, or form.
It's funny because I think I'm older than a fair section of my chat. And so, if anything, they keep calling me the hag. I am not a hag. I'm a reasonably aged woman, okay?
You're right. We need to put it in a way they understand. So just like the hags of Kislev aren't actually old, but they're hideous to look at, chat isn't actually that old, but are just hideous to look at.
Oh, okay. No, you got to take that one back. I designed them to be marketable and edible, okay? I designed these motherfuckers to be transformed into merch.
Chat. Blink twice. Are they eating you?
Yeah.
Are y'all okay?
No, it's
wait. Do y'all need help?
I regularly deep fry my Aiadmirers and eat them because it's good for me.
I'm only hurting them emotionally. What kind of business are you running here?
No, it's okay. Where do you think where do you think my baby smooth skin, my youth comes from? It's from eating the flesh of Aiadmirers.
As long as you're benefiting off of it, never mind.
Yeah, they can suffer, honestly.
Okay, that's fair. Next slide. My
boys.
boys.
In the middle. Who the fuck?
I was genuinely shocked that image was on there. It was so hard to find, but I was so happy I found it. I don't know why there was a lizard man, but there was. So we have the lizard men, objectively the best faction in all of Warhammer, and I love them. So the Lizardmen are the ancient custodians of the planet. They are the children of the Old Ones. So when the Old Ones, which are the ancient primordial entities that are not gods, but were so powerful that they might as well have been gods, arrived on the planet, they changed a bunch of things, and the Lizardmen were the species they created to basically protect, maintain, and deal with issues around the world. However, they have fallen far since the coming of chaos, and now are basically cooped up in parts of the equivalent of Africa and South America. But they have a bunch of jungles. If you like dinosaurs, they're for you, because they have dinosaurs riding bigger dinosaurs, and it's the fucking best. They also have...
Like, for the viewers, your avatar is based off Lizardman, correct?
Yes. So this little guy is a skink oracle. So he's a type of skink that also has a red crest, but they ride on these big blind dinosaurs called troglodytes, which are known as the Pale Death, because they're so venomous, and they literally have a horrifying hunting. So they're blind. Troglodons are blind, but they have these like catfish type whiskers that can sense vibrations in the air. And the way a Troglodon hunts is it'll sense something moving, either by creating sound waves or just because it's moving the air with movement. And when it senses something moving, it turns in that direction and spits acid. And the acid is so caustic that it will melt just about anything. And the Troglodon, it'll hit you with the acid, and it's so agonizingly painful that it makes you scream. And they hunt you, tracking your screams and the sound of your flesh and armor literally sizzling away.
That's metal as fuck, though. That's metal as fuck.
Troglodons are fucking cool. But also, this is my little guy, because this is who I am in Total War Warhammer 3. If you actually play Total War, you can find me in the game.
A little guy. Is he as equally marketable and edible?
Well, the Troglodon might hurt the edible part. You have to get close to him. But if you play an Oxyotl campaign, he is the starting hero you get on that. But the Lizardmen, super fun. They also have some of the most insane technology in the setting. A lot of their tech is like well above 40k level tech in a lot of ways, because it's old one tech, and it is insane. Shit like literally shooting laser beams from the sun, or causing like giant sky beams to come slamming down on the ground, or sending out pulses that turn everything it touches into ash. Lots of really just bizarre, insane shit. Though the fun thing about the Lizardmen is, sadly, they've degraded a bit. So over time, and they've forgotten many things. So they don't actually know how a lot of the tech necessarily works. They just know that if you do a certain thing, it'll shoot someone. So like, kind of imagine if you put a bunch of kids in a room with like a bunch of different kinds of guns. They don't actually know how it works, but they do know if they pull this trigger here, whatever's in front of this muzzle that they're aiming at you will cease to be a problem. That's kind of how the Lizardmen tackle a lot of things.
Gotcha. Kind of like the Adeptus Mechanicus, like strategy of just leaving it on because you don't know if you turn it off, you don't know how to turn it back on kind of strategy.
Yeah, some of that. Though the fun thing is they're masters, the Salon Mage Priests, who are the most powerful wizards and are so over the top OP busted, it's stupid. Which is why I love them. They're big fat frogs that sit in thrones like all of your favorite streamers. And they sleep for centuries at a time.
I'll have you know, I have a day job, and I go to the gym. What the fuck? Damn, what the fuck?
You can't prove it. You can't prove I'm wrong.
Bitch really called me Gamabunta from Naruto. That is crazy.
You can't prove I'm wrong.
Whoa, bro just called me Toad Sage. That is crazy.
But
let's go to the book.
The Slaughter, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got the hang of it. The Slaughter are great because they actually understand everything that's going on. So every time they wake up, imagine like you're the only adult at a daycare and you take a nap. And when you wake up, the children have descended into absolute savagery and are worshiping various, like, they're worshiping the Alexa over in the corner. They're doing ritual sacrifices on the kids from the next door. They have, like, domesticated several species. And you wake up and have no idea what's going on. The children have lost the plot. That is basically what it's like to be a Salon Mage Priest among the Lizardmen.
Gotcha. So it's me talking to the Gen Zers. Gotcha. Me talking to the TikTok kids. What is a skibbity toilet? You know.
But it's like every time you take even the slightest nap, another new generation has shown up.
Oh God, there's more TikTok terminology I don't understand. Every time you take a quick nap.
Also, if you like Lizardmen or you hate Lizardmen, you should look up the I Hate Saurus meme. It's fantastic. And yeah, they're the abandoned children of the gods. Just like y'all, abandoned children.
Listen, I don't abandon them. I still eat them.
Well, you know, yeah, but like you adopted them. Like, you know,
I gave birth to them actually.
You gave birth to all of them?
Oh yeah, no, it's like, you know how it happened. You see, I just sneezed really hard, and out of my nose came out these little bird eggs, and they all started hatching one by one. And as they grow, if they displease me, I simply eat them and reconsume them as a part of my body so that I can birth them again.
Hold up. Have you seen how pricey eggs are getting? Your snot is a gold mine. Like, you're digging for gold is literally gold. You need to get on that.
When I pick my nose, it's not me being quirky, like, I'm a Vtuber picks my nose. I'm making money. I'm selling these boogies. These boogies are worth their weight in gold.
I was going to save the economy.
I will single-hand... America, I will save you. I got you, bro.
Next slide.
Yes, sir!
Norska. Oh, there's the dog in them. Now I remember where I hid that. I thought it was in the Beastman slide. Nope, it's in the Norskan slide. So, Norska, to put it very simple, they live by a philosophy of they fought monsters and became them. So, Norska were a bunch of humans that were worshipping the dark gods that we spoke about earlier, but they view the gods in different terms. They see them as animalistic totemic gods. So, for instance, they worship Korn in the form of the hound. They worship Tzeentch in the form of the eagle, Slaanesh in the form of the serpent, and Nurgle in the form of the crow. Because they don't know them as what they truly are. They know them as these animalistic entities.
Oh, they got furry vision on.
Yeah, they hard furry vision. They prefer the animal form. Like, if they saw a person form, they'd be like, nah, miss me with that. Go back to the furry.
Gotcha.
But they are people that have survived in a very harsh environment, very hardcore Viking-coded themes. Though, like the version of Vikings in like pop culture, not like very accurate Vikings. But they do a lot of raids on their big like longships and stuff. They have mammoths, but their mammoths are like the size of the ones from the elephants from Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
so they're like
yeah, those big ones.
Huge. Also, they're mutated, so at the end of their trunks, they have teeth and like big that grab you and suck you in.
That makes me deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah. So
I don't know
like
why.
their whole snout is more like a giant leech because the entire interior of it is lined with teeth. So they eat people and they blender you as they suck you up through their nose. It's great.
Have you seen that movie Nope?
I have. Yeah. That scene was terrifying.
Remember that when it goes down the gullet of the alien? That's the vibe I'm getting. I hate that.
Yeah. It's a lot like that, except for like sharper instead of just crushing them through sheer pressure. That was a fucked up scene. That was a weirdly fucked up scene.
That was
anyway,
a good movie too. Great movie.
It was. It is a very good movie. You haven't seen it. They're very unga bunga. Norska does not have much in the way of tech. They rely on just hitting things as hard as they possibly can.
Honestly, I kind of relate to that. I feel that.
Yeah, they believe in percussive maintenance for all of life's problems. But they also have a lot of monsters. There are a lot of people among them that have been corrupted by chaos. So they have what are known as skin wolves, which skin wolves are people who have received a particular blood curse that causes it where they have a literal dog in them. So there is a wolf monstrosity inside their body that when their blood gets up and they start getting ready to fight, the wolf literally rips its way out of their flesh.
Oh my god, it's the meme! It's the meme!
Yeah, but it's so much bigger than them that it can't effectively rip its way all the way out. So there are tatters of the person it burst its way out of hanging off of it, which is why they're known as skin wolves, because they have all these pieces of flesh hanging off of them. And then when they're done fighting or they're exhausted, the wolf keels over and begins to like sag and dies, and a naked fluid covered person crawls its way out of the wolf's mouth, and they're back to being a person.
That is so sick. Are you a fan of Meat Canyon by any chance?
Oh yeah, I love Meat Canyon.
Have you seen the Disney adult video?
I think so. I've seen most of his videos. It's
like, so there's a scene in that video where like so this fairy godmother in the plane turns people into their favorite Disney characters, and they have like these, it looks like the Disney character is trying to like take shape of their body, but it's not quite working, so their skin is getting stretched and bent but not quite there. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. That's really cool though.
Yeah. It reaches like a critical point where they finally like burst out.
That's so sick.
But they're super good. There's also a bear version, the werebears. And they're also like horrible other monstrosities like the Famir, which are cyclopean reptile men that have like big turtle shells for backs, and they live in the deep swamps and the cold mires, and they come out and kill people and drag them back to be sacrificed to the dark gods. All sorts of like horrible monstrosities and stuff. Very winter themed. They also have a bunch of trolls. And they also have like the Troll King Throg, who's the only troll that's actually intelligent, which is actually really tragic because he's very lonely. But a lot of really fun characters. They're kind of the underdogs of the Chaos factions. But it is time for the next slide.
Yes, sir. That is a sumo wrestler.
Ogre Kingdoms. So the Ogre Kingdoms are fantastic. Ogres, my lord, as many of you will know if you've played Total War Warhammer 2. So the ogres are a bunch of really big guys. And at first, you might think, oh, well, they're not that big of a deal because they're just a bunch of big fat guys. The problem is they're so big that fat is actually just a covering over a significant amount of muscle. Ogres on average are in the ballpark of 10 to 12 feet tall, and they are huge, and they can eat anything. Ogres actually have a far more elaborate digestion system than humans do. They have like several different kinds of stomachs, and they have a much longer form of intestines, but they can break down and eat anything. They can eat rock, they can eat metal. There are some that live near one of what they consider one of their gods, which is called the Firemouth, which is a big volcano that they believe is the offspring of their original god, the Great Maw, and the sun. They created this horrifying baby, which is a giant volcano thing. But the priests there, the fire bellies, they believe that the greatest form of worship they could do is to eat lava. So they train for months on end, eating spicier and spicier and spicier and hotter and hotter and hotter things to build up a tolerance until they finally are strong enough and they have enough favor with the Maw that they literally scoop up a bunch of lava in a stone bowl and they drink it. And if they die horribly because the lava literally melts their insides, well, sucks to suck, didn't get good enough. But some of them will survive, and they can literally drink lava, and they're just that good.
You see, I think they're just humans at this point. They're just Americans. It's like we eat buldak ramen all the time, and our butthole singes. I think we're doing the same thing, basically.
Very, very true. The ogres, they're super fun, very nomadic. They often work as mercenaries. They have wanderlust really big, so they like to just travel to other countries and enjoy their culture.
Oh my god, they have travel Instagrams!
Yeah, the man-eaters. So the man-eaters are all about going other places and becoming part of their culture. And like learning things and dressing like them and emulating them. And if they see someone fighting in a really interesting way, they will copy it. So despite the fact that the ogres are so big, there is a ninja ogre because he saw Skaven fighting like ninjas and was like, that's really fucking cool. I want to be a ninja. And if you actually play the Ogre Kingdoms in Total War Warhammer 3, he is a Regiment of Renown. You can get the ninja ogre. And he's actually stealthy, despite the fact that he's a giant, fat, 13-foot tall thing. But there's also like a particularly hilarious story where an ogre once saw a woman chasing her adulterous husband out of her house, beating him with a rolling pin. And the ogre was like, damn, that's fucking dead hard. So that ogre dresses up like an imperial housewife and carries around a giant log that they vaguely shaped into the form of a rolling pin to beat people to death with.
I was hoping it'd be a chancla.
If they saw that, they would. Absolutely.
Imagine an ogre armed with a chancla. It's over. All other factions are fucked.
Yes, that would 100% be a thing. Would be an ogre with like a 6-foot long chancla that they just nail people with from like 500 yards away. Yeah.
The resounding silicon crack of the chancla heard across the world.
Absolutely. It would be truly the most thing. But ogres, they're all about fighting, eating, and singing. That's what they love. CA made a music video for them, and it's fantastic. If you ever just look up Ogre Kingdom song, you can find it super easily. But they're great. I love them. They're one of my favorite factions. They also have a lot of like prehistoric beasts. So things like ancient mammoth-like creatures that are so old that part of their bodies have started to calcify. So like their bone is turning to like stone, or ancient creatures that live inside of glaciers and come out every once in a while and turn other things into ice, and lots of saber-tooths. So many saber-tooths. They also ride on rhinos.
Oh, that's
but, like,
fun.
Big woolly rhinos.
I was gonna I'm assuming all these animals are very large.
Yeah, and they also have yetis. They have yetis as well.
Ooh, Bigfoot slay.
But they are super duper fun, an awesome faction. They're very comedy coded, but they're also absolutely fucking horrifying if you delve into it, because they eat literally, like, most of the time you don't even have to pay them. Just let them eat the people they kill and they'll happily work for you.
Oh, noted, huh? You see
but it's time.
That coincides with, like, offshoot my D&D knowledge of ogres, who are exactly the same thing. They also just live to eat. That's literally it. Huh.
Oh yeah, in fact, if I was ever gonna isekai a Warhammer thing into another setting and have a lot of fun with it, it would be an ogre man-eater. Because they would try so hard to emulate the culture, but of course they interpret it in an ogre lens. So they're going to copy the most efficient fighting style, but in a very over-the-top ogre way, and they're also going to eat everyone and everything.
That's crazy. Imagine an ogre learns the Vulcan nerf pinch.
He's like, look, I stunned them, and just squeezes their head and it pops. Look, it's exactly the same.
I see no difference.
Yeah. Next slide.
Oh, Skaven, rats.
Oh, the Skaven. So the Skaven are a super duper fascinating faction because they are one of the truest original factions to Warhammer Fantasy. The Skaven are not based on anything. They're not stolen from anything. They are an actual core true faction that was created for Warhammer Fantasy. And because of that, they are very, very beloved by the Warhammer Fantasy community because there's so much. But they're basically an entire species of bipedal ratmen with the most insane ADHD and constantly on nuclear cocaine that you can imagine. Their nuclear cocaine, of course, being warpstone dust. So remember how I talked about earlier, the moon is like that horrible thing that if you stand in its light, it'll radiate you and turn you into like a tentacled horn and all that stuff? Well, the Skaven get small pieces of that, they chop it up, and they pound it into dust, and then they snort it.
Oh my god, they're just New York sewer rats. That's crazy.
And they are absolutely fucking bonkers. They are the most hilarious faction in the game, but also by far the most horrifying. But, of course, in a real sense, they're not real. The Skaven aren't real. Anyone who says they're real is a heretic and lying and will be burned at the stake. There's no such thing as Skaven. Don't let anyone tell you there's such thing as Skaven. It's a lie.
It's a funny looking dog, I promise. Ma, the dog's
yeah,
back!
Absolutely. Yeah. Rats in the shape of men? Preposterous. But a lot of people just think, oh, they're just rat-shaped beastmen. There's no such thing as Skaven. Because a lot of people are afraid that if the world ever acknowledged that the Skaven were real, it would cause the Skaven to unify, realizing they were under threat, and the world would be drowned beneath billions upon billions upon billions of horrifying rat legions. But they worship their god, the Great Horned Rat, who is a giant horrifying rat god that
looks so cool, though.
Oh, he does. He looks sick. But he is the concept of ruination and decay. He is the great inheritor. His desire is for everything to become so broken down and devolved into just slush that nothing exists in all of reality except for him, so he could just feed eternally on the rotten ruins of reality. He's an interesting figure.
Oh my god.
And you may say, isn't that inherently self-destructive because he would eventually kill himself and starve to death? Yes, but he's too stupid to think about that because he doesn't care.
Bro really went, my main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
Yeah. Skaven are also the absolute besters of champions of blame shifting. Their entire species literally thrives on the concept of fucking things up and then trying to find someone to blame it on, because no, it's not. It's totally not your fault. It's the fault of your useless underlings. It's not your fault that when you killed half of them for imagining that they talked back to you because they looked at you a little funny, that suddenly hurt production lines because you were down 50% guys. No, the remaining 50% are deliberately working slower to sabotage you. They're all traitors.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, love it.
Yeah, they are gaslight the faction. They gaslight themselves horribly, constantly. The biggest enemy of the Skaven is other Skaven. They are a hilarious race. They have a lot of really fascinating concepts. They have like a whole branch that's dedicated to creating insane weapons of war.
The rattling gun.
The rattling gun, which is a fully functioning minigun, and there are different variants of it. They also have like flamethrowers. They have giant hamster wheels that shoot lightning and run over people. They have They have like motorcycles, but instead of wheels, it's just a bunch of blades constantly spinning around that chop anything up that they charge into. They've got actual nukes called they're called doom spheres, but they also have doom rockets which cause big booms. They even have a grenade called a brass orb where they activate and they throw it at you, and if it works, which it usually doesn't, but if it works, it literally rips open a portal to hell, the realm of chaos, sucks you in, and then closes.
Oh, like a void grenade.
Yeah, but that's mostly Clan Scryer. But they also have things like Clan Molder, which is all about big monster mutants and mutating things and creating rat ogres, which an insane amount of people on the internet want to bone, which just I don't understand, but you know, you do you, girly. You own it.
Slay, I guess.
And it's all about creating like big horrible monsters and things like the Hell Pit Abomination, which kind of defies explanation because it's like crossing like 800 rats with like a giant worm monster, and it's awful. But then you've got Clan Eshin, which are all like ninjas and very stealthy, and they're all about stealth assassins. And then you've also got Clan Pestilence, which is my personal favorite, which are the plague rats, and they're very fervent worshippers of the Great Horned Rat. They're a bunch of crazy guys that are all about disease, and they carry like, have you ever been to like a really old Catholic church where they have the sensors where they like move the air around? They do that, but they have noxious plague fumes burning in it. So if the air, if you breathe it in or it hits you, it causes your flesh to start breaking out into like rashes and melting.
That's so cool though. And also, fun fact, I used to be an altar girl. I used to handle the sensor.
Yeah. So, you know, I used to be in Clan Pestilence. Yeah, there you go.
Honestly,
He's come so far.
Side tangent. So about the ninja rats. So I once did a D&D game, but I can't use, like, I have like a soft rule where I do not use real life references in my games. Like I don't say brand names. So like, for example, for Dr. Pepper, I use Physician Salt as the soda brand of the world. And
Physician Salt?
Yeah. And during a D&D game like a year and a half ago, I had a rat NPC enemy called Fred E. Fromage, which is just a spin-off of Chuck E. Cheese, right?
That is fantastic.
Then I had Bemmy, the rat, who controls who's a necromancer rat that controls a corpse they're pulling on his hair, like Remy from Ratatouille. However, one rat enemy that got axed at the end was going to be an equivalent to Master Splinter from TMNT. And his alternate name was, instead of Master Splinter, it was like, I think it was Professor Fragment. No, Professional Fragment, I think, something like that. Okay, sorry, side tangent.
No, you're all good. Like, you would do very well with Skaven names, because a lot of, like, the leader of the Clan Eshin is Lord Sneak, or you have,
that's great.
Deathmaster Snitch. Like, a lot of them have very silly, goofy names.
I love that, though. That's cool. It's kooky and cute. I like it.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, bah.
We're almost at the end. Tomb Kings. These guys are actually pretty straightforward. They're totally not Egypt. If you like Egyptian themes like mummies or giant pyramids, sphinxes, statues with like strange animal heads on like humanoid bodies that come to life and cut people up, curses, people being punished for stealing gold and awakening the dead, that is what the Tomb Kings are. They live in the Warhammer Fantasy equivalent of Egypt, and they are very, very big on, they want to reclaim their ancient kingdom, which has fallen very heavily into disrepair. They were basically dead for a while and got accidentally woken up by a guy we'll talk about later. They are what I like to call the dry undead, because they're like very dry skeletons.
Unmoisturized.
They don't moisturize at all, and they should have. They really should have. Some of them are full on flammable, which is hilarious, the various Tomb Kings. And they have legions and legions of skeletons, because basically the entire, imagine if a nation nowadays just like everybody just instantly dropped dead for some weird magical reason, but you were able to resurrect not only everyone who died, but everyone who has ever lived in that country for the course of all human history. Think how many freaking people that would be. That's what the Tomb Kings are. It's not just the people that died when the nation fell. It was everyone who had ever died ever in the history of Nahakara. So there are a lot more of them than people think there are.
Gotcha.
And they're of course led by good old Cetra the Imperishable, who has a list of names or titles that are so long that we literally do not have the time to go over it. Feel free to look it up sometime. Also, he's a super big badass, and his arrogance is so supreme it makes the Emperor look humble.
I kind of love that. I heard there's hotties.
Oh, yeah, there is, actually. Now that you mentioned it, I saw a super chat before the stream started I wanted to answer. So there are obviously Tomb Queens. The Tomb Kings, they're not male only. There are men and women. But the Tomb Queens, there's a really famous one named Khalida. Khalida was a fervent worshiper of the goddess Asaf, who was the goddess of asps, which is a type of snake.
Wait,
but she's also
isn't she in Total War?
Yeah, she's a
I
playable
saw
character.
her. Yeah, I was right. Okay, that's where she was. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and High Queen Kalita, Asaf is the goddess of beauty, magic, and like serpents and stuff.
Slay.
And Kalita is not only got an incredible bust to hip to waist ratio, but like she's rocking it. She's also a crazy, insane badass that absolutely butchered people in single combat when she was alive. But two cool things about her. One is that her cousin Neferata tried to turn her into a vampire against her will, and Kalita called out to her god and said, "Spare me from becoming an abomination. Save me from this hell." And her goddess said, "Okay," and turned all of her blood into snake venom, so she instantly died. But she didn't turn into a vampire, and Kalita was very thankful for that. So she got embalmed and everything, made into a mummy. And when the Tomb Kings got awakened, Neferata wakes up, but she has a very unique relationship because of her being Asaf's chosen, which is that unlike most of the Tomb Kings, who are horrible, undead-looking mummies that, you know, people that have been rotting for thousands of years, even though they're in a very dry environment, so they held together better than you might expect. They still have flesh, but, you know, it's very, like, dry and worn out and stuff.
Like beef jerky.
Yeah, like beef jerky. Yeah, exactly. Kalita is beautiful when she wakes up.
Slay.
Like when she awakens from her sleep, she's fully has all of her flesh, has all of her organs. Like she is fully gorgeous, immaculate, beautiful.
Body yaddy yaddy.
The longer she's awake, the more her flesh starts to desiccate, her organs start to rot and everything, which doesn't bother her at all. She doesn't care. But she has a half mask, so you can see the part of her face that slowly but surely degrades over time until she goes back to sleep and then gets back up. But Kalita is a super big badass, and she has a bodyguard who, if you survive long enough to get anywhere close to Kalita, her bodyguard will be so impressed that she canonically will say something to you along the lines of, if I still had the requisite parts, I would shatter your hip bones.
Slay.
And she's like a
Sir.
7 foot tall muscle mommy woman.
Oh no! My greatest fear, tall, muscular, dominant women. Oh no! Whatever will I do?
Kalita's captain of the guard is super funny. She's a if you ever want to check her out, there's a book you can read called the Serpent Queen, which is part of the Gotrek Felix series, and that character appears in it. She's fantastic. Next slide.
Yes, sir. I know this one.
The Vampire Coast. So Vampire Coast is pretty much what it's pirates. It's undead pirates, zombie pirates, vampire pirates, as long as they're undead. Well, except for when they're not, because one of their legendary lords and some of their characters are actually living pirates from good old Sartosa, which is the pirate nation, down over off the coast of what we would consider Italy. But the Vampire Coast has a lot of really, really badass things. They're very heavily inspired by the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, along with several other influence and forms. They have a lot of nightmarish deep sea horrors. So they have things like the Leviathans, which are giant hermit crab-like things, but instead of having like a shell, they have wrecked, cut in half pirate ships as their shells. And they're so big that they casually pick up humans and eat them like they're hors d'oeuvres.
Slay.
They like eating people alive to wiggle around in their bellies, which is horrifying. They also have giant, horrifying constructs known as Necrofix Colossuses, which are basically necromancers will take, vampires and necromancers will take hundreds of dead people, and they will use magic to bind all of their flesh together inside of a bunch of parts of like wood and metal, vaguely in the shape of like a human. So it's like a person, but the muscle that allows the body to move is made out of dead people's bodies that have been grafted together to give it a
Gundam.
form.
That is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's a flesh Gundam. Yeah, and they have guns and flamethrowers, arms, which is just awesome. And are very difficult to kill because there's traditionally for Necrofix Colossus, there is a living person in the center of it who is grafted into all of the resurrected people and flesh around them, who is alive and controls them, but is in constant agony and torture because a necromancer is controlling their mind.
You know, this reminds me a lot of that ending scene of Akira, where like there's like the fleshy mass at the end. Have you seen Akira?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
same-
like
same
inside
vibe.
of a robot. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha.
And they stumble around making mess. They also have things like Morngulls, which we don't have enough time to talk about, but there's lots of like horrifying things. They also have some of my favorite goofy things, like giant vampire bats that are flying around and carrying zombies in their claws. So they're like an airstrike force where it's bats flying around. The zombies have guns and are shooting people as they do flybys.
If people ever wonder how I get to work in the morning, that's how I want to get to work. I want to be carried by giant vampire bats.
Yeah, but they're a super fun faction. They have a lot of just like horrifying sea monsters. They're the undead wet edition. And they also have bloated corpses, which were inspired and directly modeled off of chat, which are corpses. They're these big dead guys that are so bloated and full of horrific, disgusting, stinky gases that they run forward and try and hug people. And when they hug them, they explode, and the noxious fumes are so horrifying, it kills everyone around them.
Oh my god. Wow. Wow, they actually toot on impact. That's crazy.
Yeah, big time.
Cue like the reverb fart sound effect. Damn, Aiadmirers, y'all getting cooked out here. Whoop-ah!
Oh yeah, and they also have a lot of relationship with Stromfels, who is the god of sharks and pirates and storms. He's he's the god of everything that sucks about the ocean.
As someone with thalassophobia, God, no, please don't be. No, I hate that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Stromfels would be very much your. Also, they have a undead opera singer diva as a legendary lord until the war.
I like her.
Celestia Deerfawn is awesome and was voiced by an actual opera singer because she sings in game.
I think you said that in my chat, and I was like, oh my god, diva. Okay.
Next, we have the Vampire Counts, the OG undead. If you like, yes, it is the Dracula gen. So they are, of course, extremely inspired by everything, pretty much all of the horror novels around the time of like Dracula, Frankenstein. A lot of gothic horror is kind of their main focus. They're your Transylvania edition undead. They have a strong relationship back to Nagash, who is the great necromancer that created all undead, though funny enough that the main factions of undead were all created unintentionally by him. They were accident children, not intentional children.
Do you ever just accidentally, does it, oops, sentience, sorry.
Yeah, you know, all the time, constantly, endlessly. Every time you squeeze a little too hard, you know, just happens sometimes. But they're fun. They've got like your necromancers, your vampires, your Frankenstein's monsters. Depending on which edition you're looking at, they sometimes have some other gothic things, kind of like certain kinds of werewolves and things. But if you think to yourself, oh, is there this undead monster? The answer is yes. Literally doesn't matter what it is. The answer is yes.
I love this Halloween town vibe.
Oh yeah, all very over the top. They have a lot of fun political drama. The vampires are very cunty and argue and bitch and moan about a lot of things. They come in 5 main flavors, which you have the Von Karsteins, which are like your classic Dracula, classic Castlevania, Transylvania. You have the Lamians, which are an almost all woman order, and they only turn the sexiest people. They very deliberately have like a process where they look for people that are beautiful and gorgeous, and they only turn those people, almost always women. Very lesbian coded because their founder hates men. She had too many bad experiences and she decided she was done with them. They can also turn into cats, and they are the fastest, and they're all about living among humans and controlling them through hypnosis, controlling them through sex. They run a lot of brothels and things like that because they will lure people in to be like, oh, look at all these gorgeous girls we have. And then you get in the room alone with the gorgeous girl, and she's a vampire, so she feeds on you, but she doesn't take too much of your blood, which being fed on by a vampire is actually described as a very orgasmic experience. So long as they don't take too much blood. You become what's known as a swain, which swains are completely and utterly dominated by these vampire women.
Where's the downside?
Next up we have the I mean, being a vampire does have its downsides, but we don't have too much time to get into the metaphysics of it.
Yeah.
But you also have the Necroarchs. The Necroarchs, if you've seen the new movie, the new Nosferatu, those are your Necroarchs. They're really ugly, hideous old men that are they're the most magically powerful of the vampires. They're very good at creating lots of forms of undead. They tend to hang out alone in their big dark towers out in the wilderness. They don't like to be bothered by people. They do a lot of science, a lot of experiments. And they're really like horrible corpse looking old men and women or whatever. Then you've got your Strigoi, which are your big ghoul kings. They're animalistic, brutal, bestial monsters that tend to look horribly mutated. They are the largest. They tend to swell in size and muscle mass, and they live out in the graveyards and the depths, and they're horrible, and most of them are super fucking insane. And then last but certainly not least, you have the blood dragons, who are very martial focused. They like fighting. They want to be.
Are they actual dragons?
No, they got the name because their founder killed a dragon by himself, and he drank all of its blood and realized that it cured the curse of vampirism, which was a super big discovery, and only one other vampire's ever pulled it off, and it wasn't a blood dragon. But the blood dragons are all about they're very martial. They have a weird, twisted sense of honor, but they like to hunt people down and challenge them to duels and prove that they're better and master every combat style they can find. They wear really, really badass red armor that looks super fucking sick. Many of them are Bretonnian, but they also have a really bad habit of, if you impress them with your martial skills, trying to just defend yourself from a horrible monstrosity, they will turn you into a vampire against your will. Because they think that your skill should not be lost to death or old age. So they will bite you and turn you into a vampire and essentially damn you, damn your soul, because they are kind of dicks.
Noted.
And humans are cattle.
I'm also
like
just very vampire brain. I just finished season 2 of Castlevania Nocturne. I have vampires in the mind.
Oh, there are so many specific things we need to talk about that you would love about the vampire counts, but we don't have time for right now, so we have to move on.
Okay, that's right, cattle. Okay, and it's
the Warriors of Chaos. So the Warriors of Chaos are traditionally the main antagonists, or the big bad evil guys of Warhammer Fantasy. They are humans that have fallen very heavily in favor with Chaos, and they venture up to the north. They are heavy metal made manifest. They wear this super crazy looking full plate armor that's literally fused to their flesh. They can't take it off. It is a part of them most of the time. Some of them can, but most of them can't. They tend to have fascinating mutations. They wield all sorts of crazy, horrible looking weapons. They have mutations and like eyeballs and all this other crazy stuff coming out all over the place. They are fully fallen to the dark gods and are constantly along what's known as the path to glory, which is basically that they are trying to earn the favor of the gods to ascend higher and higher and higher, until they can hopefully become a demon prince, which is when the gods are so impressed with you that they elevate you to immortality and you cease to be a material mortal being, and your essence, your soul, becomes a part of that god and you become an immortal demon, which has upsides and downsides. But for Chaos, they say immortality, that sounds great, and they go after with no reserves. They are led, the big bad is Archaon, who's known as the Ever Chosen. Basically, he's the bringer of the apocalypse.
Wait, question, teacher,
yes.
question. Oh wait, so
Yes.
these Warriors of Chaos, do they start off as like regular ass people?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
They start off as normal people. A lot of them come from the tribes of Chaos, which are tribes that live further to the north of the world. So Chaos is a normal part of their life. It's all they know. They live in really harsh environments, so to them, Chaos isn't something strange or evil. It's simply a part of life. It's something you have to deal with. Kind of like how in our world, if you live in like a war-torn country or Florida, you know, I was going to start with something a little more lighthearted, but yeah, sure, Florida. You know, if you grow up in Florida, there are extremes and Florida men that you have to deal with, and that's just your reality. Other people might go, "Wow, that's horrible and evil. How could you grow up in Florida?" And you say, "Well, it's all I knew."
Yeah.
But there are lots of people who come from the southern nations of men that also fall to Chaos and will eventually journey their way north in the pursuit of more power and other things like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the people that fail along the path to glory, which is 99.99999999999% of them, will either die horribly somewhere along the way, or they turn into Chaos Spawn, which is the gods shower them with so many gifts that they can't take it anymore, and their minds completely break down and fracture under the weight of all of the mutation and godly power, and they devolve into horrible, ever-mutating mounds of fleshy agony that is known as a Chaos Spawn. Where they will remain that way until someone mercifully puts them down.
You see, Aiadmirers always wonder, do you like us? Why do you guys give us so many free presents? Why do you give us so much merch and stuff like that? I'm like, for no reason.
Yeah, there's actually, so depending on your personal score, which we know, but we can't share with you for legal reasons, just like we're not allowed to share how much taxes you technically owe for legal reasons. If you get too much merch, you eventually will devolve into a chaos spawn. But if you get just enough, you gain immortality. So, it's,
your
you
choice,
choose
chat.
wisely.
Your choice.
Next slide.
Yes, sir!
Elves. So the wood elves are tree huggers, but they're tree huggers in the sense that they want to flay you alive and tie you to a tree so you're hugging it for eternally, and your body and your blood and your agony feeds the tree and makes it grow stronger with time.
Oh my god, they're vegans.
Yeah, they're vegans in that they think the tree should eat people. The wood elves are the defenders of Athel-Loren, which is the most powerful and magically potent, one of the most magically potent places in the world. It's in this giant forest off to the western side of Bretonia, so it's tucked up against the mountains in southwestern France, essentially. And it's this giant ancient forest that the old ones planted, and the trees there are sentient. There are lots and lots of spirits that live there, and they are able to inhabit the trees or take the form of the trees, and the trees move. So we have things like dryads, which are the feminine version, which are roughly human sized, and they can take different aspects. So their normal aspect would be this. So let's say you wander into Athel-Loren, an innocent, just little chatter, and you wander in there and you see this beautiful, voluptuous woman. She is your 10 out of 10, no downsides. And she is wearing just enough to entice you without revealing everything, or she might just reveal everything if that's your kick. And she bids you to come closer. Just come a little closer. Come into the tree line and spend some time with her. She can sing. She can speak. She just looks like Hiroshi. And as she lures you into the forest, once you get close enough and you're just about to embrace her, suddenly she looks like Karlach, exactly. She will suddenly turn into this terrifying woman that looks like she's made out of tree bark, and her hands are talons that are about 6 inches long each, that are sharper than any form of steel, and she starts impaling you and ripping out your organs, and she dresses the trees up with your body to feed the ground with your life and your blood, and keeps you alive for as long as possible while laughing at you the entire time. That's a dryad.
Honestly, hot. Fair enough.
Yeah, now some of them might actually be nice to you and let you leave unmolested after having a good time. You don't know. It's about a 50-50 shot, because Athel-Loren is a place that is full of whimsy and horrible, mysterious things. But then you have the tree men, and the tree men are the males, essentially, of the species, and they're huge. The tree men are really, really big. They are, the size of like full-grown oak trees, and they're stomping around. They tend to glades and protect the forest. But you also have a lot of elves that live among them. These elves have a spiritual, down to their core nature pact with Athel-Loren, where they are its tenders and protectors, and they live amongst the trees, and they're your very Tolkien-esque elves, but with a lot more war crimes. So they use bows. They wear, like, all of their armor is made out of things that the forest gives to them. So it's made out of like bark and leaves and all this other stuff. But it's far more powerful than you would think it is. They also have a lot of really cool creatures. So they have like warhawks and giant eagles and stags that they ride into battle and all this other really cool shit.
You see, I've always found Lee Pace riding an elk always very attractive. I think I like these folks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they worship not only the Elven Pantheon, but also the Ancients, which are the ancient primordial spirits of the forest. They have things like Zotes and a bunch of other crazy stuff. But they defend the forest, and they are insanely xenophobic. They don't like anybody that's not them. They don't even like other elves. Like Wood Elves and High Elves and Dark Elves are not allowed in Athel-Loren. If they wander to the forest, the elves will politely but firmly insist that you leave. And if you don't, they will shoot you in the face from about 3 miles away with an arrow.
At least there's a warning.
If you're not an elf, you don't get a warning.
Oh, never mind.
And Athel-Loren is a fascinating magical place that's like diving into YouTube Shorts or TikTok, where you wander in there and you think you've only been there for 30 minutes, but in reality, it's been 200 years.
Oh, does time get like warped in there?
Yes, time does not move in a normal fashion. You might wander into the forest, and when you come out of the forest, time has actually gone backwards, and you're 300 years in the past. Or you've gone in, you've actually been in there for 2,000 years, and when you walk out, time catches up with you and you crumble to dust.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, does the time affect it? What if you like walk out and it's like 300 before your time? Do you just like, return to embryo, return to space dust?
It depends. You might be completely fine and go on to live a life that will now have some sort of impact, which the forest thinks that you need to be out there for some reason at that time. Or you might, just pop into like a sperm cell and an egg and drop on the ground. Or you might, you could also run into yourself. There's a whole novel about a guy who tries to go into the forest because a dryad lured his wife in and murders her. And he's in Athaloran, constantly walking, trying to get back to right before that happens in order to save her. And he always shows up just a little bit too late. But throughout the book, he keeps running into himself without realizing he's meeting himself. He just sees this really badass, super cool knight. And basically, he has spent most of eternity trying to get back to a precise moment in time where he can save his wife. And he always shows up way too early or a little too late.
That's kind of romantic, though.
It is. It's sad. He never, sadly, he never makes it before the world ends. But he tries. He never gives up on her, which does make him kind of a badass. Bretonnians do love their romance stories. But beyond that, you also have things like the spites, which spites are these goofy little spirits that are usually around the size of like a finger or maybe a hand. And spites are shapeshifters. They can take a lot of different forms, but they're known for being mischievous little shits that usually aren't super dangerous unless you piss them off, in which case they can become dangerous by like leading you into dangerous parts of the forest. And if there's swarms of them, they can become a problem very quickly.
Oh yeah, no, that's the Aiadmirers, absolutely. They're small and vulnerable, but in numbers they have immense power, and they're also smelly.
Yes. And that takes us to the last slide! The bonus round! So the bonus round is a bunch of the known factions that exist within Warhammer Fantasy, but they are currently not playable factions. Like, we know lots of bits about them, but they haven't been fully revealed yet. So we have things like the Southern Realms, where you have Astalia, which is just now, for the first time, actually getting maps and lore for the first time in 41 years, which is super exciting. And it's based off of Spain. It's literally just Spain, with some Portugal stuff thrown in there as well. Talea is based off Italy and also has a lot of Roman influence. For like the city of Remus is essentially just Rome. But it also had like the Tower of Babylon, which was up in the city known as Kazvar, which fell and became the Skaven capital of Skavenblight, which is a whole story in and of itself. You also have the Border Princes, which are you could kind of say they're vaguely based off like the Balkans, but it's basically a bunch. It's kind of like a wild west frontier where it's constantly people claiming that they're a prince because they took over a little plot of land, and then some asshole comes in and backstabs them. So it's a bunch of just various kingdoms made up of exiles, natives, and mercenaries that are constantly warring with one another. And it's a place where anyone can become a prince, but you're probably gonna die. And there's also other problems there, like green skins and stuff. You have Araby, which Araby is the like the northwestern coast of Warhammer's equivalent of Africa, and it's very heavily inspired by a lot of Middle Eastern themes. Takes a lot of notes from the 1001 Tales of Arabian Nights, if you're familiar with those stories and mythologies. So it's got a lot of things with like jinns and genies and camels, and a lot of really fascinating technology, a lot of black powder weaponry. And they're a super cool faction that I really hope is going to get some new stuff coming up in the near future. Then, of course, we have Nippon, which you'll never guess who Nippon is.
Canada.
Yeah, exactly. I would expect no VTuber or VTuber community could ever guess what Nippon is.
Yeah, no, I never heard of it.
Yeah, there's no weebs in VTubers. VTubers are the opposite of weebs. They're too jockish for that.
What's anime?
Yeah, exactly. But so exactly where you would expect Japan to be, there is a big island, a big old island that is vaguely Japan shaped, and that is Nippon, which is just Japan. So it's Warhammer Japan. We know very, very little about it. It's basically very unexplored, but there's actually a lot of hints and a lot of rumors from sources that I consider very reliable, because I have my ways, that Nippon is actually going to be getting expanded upon in the new setting, which is the old world, which is very exciting. We also have Ind, which is in the Warhammer Fantasy equivalent of India and is very heavily inspired by India. It's known as the Land of 1,000 Gods. Right now we know that there's a lot of humans that live there, but there's also things like the Tigermen, which the Tigermen are these like big buff man tigers. So they have like the heads of tigers.
Oh
and
god, the porn's gonna go crazy.
Yeah. Big. So we have cat boys, but they're tiger men, not cat boys.
Gotcha.
But maybe we'll also get cat boys. But I'm sure the community will be very reasonable and normal about the reveal of that.
They were so respectful to Tony the Tiger. There's no way they could
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
There's no way they could possibly do anything about it.
Then you have Koresh, which is basically Warhammer's Southeast Asia, which takes a lot of mixture from a lot of different mythoses and cultures. And it's worth noting, in Warhammer, the non-human factions are never, ever, ever, like, they are not, oh, it's this culture, but in Warhammer. They take inspirations and they steal concepts and themes, but it's never a direct one-to-one. A lot of times when you get into Warhammer, you'll see people like, oh, the Empire is literally the Holy Roman Empire. No, it's not. There are similarities, but it's not. Just like Bretonnia is not France. There are similarities. The Lizardmen are not the Mayans or the Aztecs. There are similarities, which is important to state.
Also, I think that, like, this is also, like, I've been frustrated lately at the state of people, like, consuming content online. Get this, none of this is actually real. And also, it's open to interpretation. And so, like, yeah, there may be some real-life equivalents, but it is not the same thing. And it is up to you, the viewer, to decide reality from fiction. And so I don't like it when people cancel or take issue with certain kinds of media, because I'm like, shut the fuck up, it's not even real.
Yes.
Why are we so pressed about it?
There's a whole thing I could go off on, but I'm not gonna have time to do that right now.
Fair.
But Koresh, a lot of Southeastern Asian like creatures and monsters and stuff. It's ruled over by the Snake Men or the Naga of Koresh, which are sometimes known as the Blood Naga, and they're supposed to be a really spooky, crazy race of like snake men. We do know there are humans that live there, but supposedly the humans are just like full-on hunted by the snake men, because the snake men are the dominant species in the area. That's another faction that supposedly is going to be getting fleshed out in the years to come, which is really exciting. Then there's the Hobgoblin Khanate, which lives north of Grand Cathay in a place known as the Eastern Steppes, and they are a purely nomadic people of hobgoblins, who are very, very scary for lots of reasons, that ride on giant wolves, and they have literal moving cities that are these great tented cities that are built on these wooden platforms that are pulled by like dozens, if not hundreds, of giant wolves armed with artillery and bolt throwers and all this
that
crazy
goes so
stuff.
hard though.
Yeah, so they're basically Mad Max the faction.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's very Mad
cars.
Maxy.
Yeah, they're super fucking badass. And also, and I want to thank chat for allowing me to use an IRL picture of you for the Hobgoblin Khanate. Thank you. And then we had the Fishmen, which the Fishmen are a whole can of worms I don't have time for, other than to say that there is indeed a terrifying, horrifying Lovecraftian undersea race that have cities and have caused tsunamis and great earthquakes that have caused parts of continents to slip off of their shelves and fall down into the trenches below where they become inhabited. They have krakens, and they are said to have these weird creatures that have shells on their backs, but parts of the shells can open, and they attack ships in the night, and they say pale troglodyte-like things come up in the moonlight with mouths full of needle-sharp, needle-fanged teeth, and they take people alive, drag them into these shells on the backs of these monsters, so they close up so there's air in there so you won't drown, and they take you all the way down to the bottom of the trenches and do things, and anyone that is taken by them is never seen again.
I'll be real, that just sounds like typical deep water shit to me.
I know, that just kind of just sounds like the ocean doing ocean bullshit.
That just sounds like the Marinara Trench or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
It's the same typical activity.
Is the end of our introduction into all 27? 28?
29.
Factions.
Oh, I got in slides. Oh, yes. Thank you, Loremaster.
Hooray!
Hooray! Also, guys, I have to handle angelic duties. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Loremaster, entertain them. Dance, boy, dance. Okay.
Oh God, I gotta tap my button fast enough.
Hold on, let me just put you over here so they can see you real good. Okay, I'll put you as an accurate size here. Loremaster, entertain them while I'm gone. BRB.
Hell yeah. Some woman's gonna come in here and sit on me, and I think I'll be okay with it. So, chat, if you have any questions about anything and everything that came up, if you have any specific questions, now would be the time. Do the fish give you the Innsmouth look? Probably. I suppose they could, theoretically, hypothetically. But also, hello. Thank you for enduring that entire thing. I hope you enjoyed it. Can I do the skink shaker if I spam my I'm being buried by alerts. I is sitting on me. God, fucking alerts, dude. Like, oh god. Are they continuing old world stuff alongside AOS? Yes, Age of Sigmar is a completely different setting that's doing its own thing. Obviously it shares a lot of similarities with Warhammer Fantasy, but Age of Sigmar is separate. But they are going simultaneously. Attaining godhood, how? Lots of ways. Becoming a god is doable. If you have enough people that worship you. Sigmar was a mere man who was so worshipped and beloved that he ascended to godhood. Some believe that if you put on the crown of Nagash and you master it, you could become a god, because Nagash is debatably a god. But the Warhammer world has literally millions of gods, many of whom were once mortal entities or creatures that were so worshipped by people that they ascended to godhood, though they're really, really tiny gods or other things like that. Also, if you like Vampire the Masquerade also had a significant amount of influence on Warhammer Fantasy Vampires. Fun fact. Question, you mentioned the connection between Dryads and Treemen. Where do Treekin fit? Treekin are not true forest spirits. Treekin are elves that have died, and their spirits, or their souls, instead of being eaten by Slaanesh, because all elf souls go to Slaanesh if they are not protected, the elven souls possess dead trees and animate them. And that's what a Treekin is. It is literally a big old dead tree that is animated by the soul of an elf. But obviously, they're not fully themselves, because death leads you...
Sorry for the wait.
I'm deceased.
Oh, okay. The collab's over. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you. Pardon the wait, and thank you for the lovely presentation. One thing I've always really was fascinated by just Warhammer in general about is the character designs and that kind of thing. It just feeds my art brain. So let me remove my detachable limbs. Give me a second. It's like. It gives my brain, it tickles my brain so much and feeds all of my little art nerd, like, isms. And so, like, I'm just, honestly, I've been pretty, wooed by the designs in 40K. But not gonna lie, the designs in Fantasy have been eating it up. They've been eating. It's really, really good.
There are so many things I need to show you at some point.
Yeah, no, look, my DMs are open, just shoot them over.
I know. I gotta get organized.
It's okay. You'll get your shit together. Hold on, let me just prep for my presentation. Guys, of course, remember that if you like this kind of stuff, if you're into your nerdy Warhammer stuff, don't forget that Loremaster Sotek over here is actually an amazing YouTuber as well, who focuses mainly on fantasy content. So if you're interested, make sure to go ahead and subscribe. If you don't, I will find you. Okay.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Okay, let me resize this slide.
Ma'am, I am ready to learn.
Yes. Well, I'll be honest. I forgot to label my PowerPoint, and this is VTuber. I forgot to get.
I mean, hey, you know what? It's sleek. It's to the point. It's very simple. It's minimalism. Just pure gorgeous minimalist.
I just forgot to write, because guys, I had a rough day yesterday, and I just forgot to get back to the front and actually write down the title. So
honestly, I feel like that's the most VTuber title you could have had for a VTuber presentation.
Exactly. Also, guys, Sotek went out of his way to like make the most intricate and well-spoken, well-made PowerPoint, and I'm out here just like, I have half the size, and I did my best. Okay, all right. Okay, let me reduce chat size a little bit. There we go. Okay, all right. Are you ready to learn, Mr. Sotek?
Yes, put it on me. My lore tomes are open.
Okay, excellent. You must be taking notes. There will be a midterm for this.
Oh shit.
All right. Okay, I see you're sitting on your textbooks. Very, very good. Okay, you're nice and planted there. Okay, allow me.
Ma'am,
yes?
I don't have a pencil. Can I borrow yours?
Die. Okay, next. Here, let me give you I'll lend you my entire arm. How's that sound?
I don't know how. Sure. How am I supposed to write? Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm just gonna pop off my entire arm for you. Okay, here, just there you go.
Sweet. Writing utensil and a snack. Excellent.
Yeah, aren't I the most gracious and generous host? I'm giving you my entire limb. A little snack.
I will only use this for appropriate purposes.
Yeah, beating up Aiadmirers. I'll beat this motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Honestly, beating someone to death with an arm is kind of the hardest way to kill a
Yeah,
person
it's kind
possible.
of like, it's like, what was that one character from Mortal Kombat? She had the 4 arms. It wasn't Goro. It was it Shiva? I think it was a character, I think her name was Shiva. But she had these 4 arms, and for one of her finishers, she tears off the enemy's arm and beats them to death with her own arm. It's crazy. It's Shiva,
Nice.
thank you. Okay, I think it's from MK9, I think. But anyhow, Vtuber. A presentation by Aia Amare. So, you may be asking me, dear audience, watching me on the screen right now, what is... Oh, I forgot A! Oopsies! Oh, never mind. Guys, it was 5 a.m. when I made this. Firstly, first and foremost, baseline. The VTubers are online entertainers, typically streamers who use avatars to portray themselves. All right, so like this one. Hello, it's me. I'm an avatar. Although VTuber is a shortening of virtual YouTuber, VTubers are found on multiple online platforms like Twitch and other applications. I think like Twitch, no, not Twitch. Twitter has what's it called? The speaky listen to me thingy. What's it called?
I have no idea.
It's like a new Twitter function. It's like frick. It's Spaces. Yes.
Oh, Space.
Yes. Twitter
yeah.
Space. Yes. Those thingies. Now, Kizuna AI is generally agreed to be among the first, if not the first, VTuber in existence. It was actually the first to coin the term virtual YouTuber. However, and funny enough, I was here for this. I was on the internet at a certain age when I saw this. So, Ami Yamato is actually a YouTuber, I think, who still makes content. I think her last upload was 6 months ago, but I think she started making videos in 2011. And she was among the first, and is speculated to be, if not the first, YouTuber to use a virtual avatar in vlog-style content. So, not necessarily a VTuber by our modern definitions, but among the first to use a virtual avatar. Because at the time, remember, it's 2011. That's when Annoying Orange was around. Okay, things were different back then. I think it
makes me feel so ancient that I was already in college by that point.
Bro, bless your heart.
Why am I so old? Why am I so old?
You feel your bones turning into dust. Just goodbye, bones. Goodbye. You phase into the wind. Yeah, but Ami Yamato is generally agreed to be among the first to use the virtual avatar back in 2011. Which, mind you, I'm gonna make everyone feel old. 2011 was what was it? 14 years ago. So. Goodbye, chat. You're all old. And also, chat, in case you forgot you lost the game. Anyways, next slide.
Are you for real, woman?
I like to remind chat that I have all the power here. No,
what year is it?
No!
What year is it?
Shut up! I can do what I want. It's my job. Anyways, why is V2? Whoa, what was I on when I was making these? Okay.
Why is VTuber?
I was very tired. I had a long day yesterday, okay? Okay, so people gravitate towards VTubing for a variety of reasons, right? Now, a lot of it has to do with privacy and anonymity because you can't see the person behind the avatar. People quite like using this platform and using this method of expressing themselves because simply you don't see anything, and it's nice. Shut the fuck up, Jinx! Okay, sorry about that. Pardon me. And so people like the fact that you can stream online and then walk away and just be a regular ass person. You know, they can go incognito. However, coming from experience as a corporate VTuber, it's cool and all. However, this one time, I was at the local coffee drive-thru, and I placed an order for my chai latte with oat milk. And the barista went, you know, with a voice like yours, you should really be a VTuber. I sped out of that drive-thru so fast I almost hit another car. My life flashed before my eye. My NDA flashed before my eyes.
I mean, I feel like kind of inevitably as they become more and more popular, it's kind of it's a dwindling pool of people that won't theoretically recognize.
Oh yeah, exactly. Mods, kill people who are super chatting. Thank you. Fire up the sniper, please. Thank you. Anyways, also one of my personal favorite things about VTubing, the creative expression. because a lot of VTubers have lore. Oftentimes it can be deep and rich and can span across universes, or sometimes it can be as simple as I fell in a hole and became virtual, kind of like that. And the range of VTubers is insane. You get VTubers of every sort. You get like biblically accurate angels like myself. You get demons, you get monsters, you get shark people, you get cat people, dog people, we get, you know, lizards, dragons, that kind of thing. Really, a VTuber is only tied down by your own imagination, quite frankly. And I've seen so many amazing both corporate and independent VTubers with unique models and unique setups. It's really fascinating. It's really, really nice. You also have like I think a growing population of non-human VTubers. For example, Debbie, Lunlun, you know, lots of non-humans. We have, in my agency, in my Japanese branch, we have a dog VTuber. It's a Shiba Inu. We have an actual dog. They got that dog in them. No, they are the dog in them. And it's the coolest thing ever.
Like, when you say an actual dog, do you mean like the streamer is the dog? Like there's a dog with a VTuber model?
No, it's a person. They are dog.
Oh,
they are dog.
Oh, both of those are exciting, but now I kind of want like a dog that someone rigs to have a VTuber.
Honestly, so a while back, I had my 3D debut, right? And so I decided to debut another 3D model, which is just my merch, my plushie on a green screen. And so that also counts as a VTuber model. The opportunities are endless. The creativity is endless. Okay, and that's one of my personal favorite things about VTubing. Additionally, there's a lack of physical constraints. So a lot of VTubers do have disabilities or certain conditions that do not allow them to stream normally, and that kind of thing, or even work in certain conditions. And so the barrier of entry to streaming is much lower and more accessible to these people. And that's another really great perk about it. Also, people become VTubers because you love anime so much you want to become an anime character yourself. And so it's like I watched Bleach once, and I want to peel off Rukia's skin and wear it on my skin, kind of situation, you know? I just love it. I watched Rose of Versailles once, and then I wanted to steal their skin, as Len does. And also, in my case particularly, I am a VTuber now. This is canonical now. I'm a VTuber for the protection of the world because I'm an angel, you know? Because my true form is so powerful that people who gaze upon my visage will simply not survive to tell the tale. You know that scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark where their faces melt off?
Uh-huh.
That's essentially people if they see me in person, okay? It's extremely dangerous. So for the safety of the world, I have to become a VTuber. Because
I thought we established you weren't going to threaten us with a good time.
Anyway, y'all signed the waiver. It's okay. You can be threatened as much as you need to be. Okay?
Oh, God. I didn't read the waiver. I just signed it.
No, the fine print will get you. Of course. And then VTubers can choose to apply for agencies or fly solo as independent streamers. And so that's why we have the corpo versus indie discussion. So independent streamers do not have a management to report to. They don't work under certain companies. But corpos do have a company that represents them, basically. Also, I've noticed, this is me coming from personal experience. Mind you, I'm not an authority of VTuber. I just happen to work here. However, I'm noticing a very unique emo to weeaboo to VTuber pipeline. Like, every VTuber is a weeb to some degree, but a vast majority of them are former emos. Like,
honestly, I can see it. I believe it.
Yeah, like, used to shop at Hot Topic, used to go to PetSmart to buy collars, because back in my day, it was actually quite hard to buy collar necklaces, so you had to go to the local PetSmart. And so, I'm noticing, like, a very interesting pipeline.
That is such a fascinating self-report.
Shut the fuck up! Students! Do you want to go to detention?
Oh, God, you buy food there, too? Jeez.
Shut up! Shut up! Mods, kill this guy! I know he's my guest, but kill this guy, honestly. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, next. Types of VTubers. And you can see from my amazing diagram here. So this first term is actually slightly controversial. VTweeter is sometimes used as a derogatory term for VTubers who don't actually stream. Now, my position on this is non-existent. I am neutral about this term. This is simply the term that's used. Okay, I have no real opinions about this. Now, people who are V-tweeters and don't have models they cannot stream for a variety of reasons. They don't feel comfortable streaming. They don't have a setup for it. Because mind you, the barrier to entry for VTubing, it can be pretty cheap because you can start off pretty cheap and work your way up. But for a professional rig, my PC cost me $3 grand. My Go XLR is another 500. My microphone, another 500. The other various bits and bobs of phones, monitors, another, let's say, 500. It can rack up quite a bill. And so streaming can be cheap, but if you want to go on the professional level, it can cost a pretty penny. It can cost a lot of money. And also, I'm going to be real. I should have mentioned this in the previous slide. Sotek, have you ever used DeviantArt?
I'm aware of it. I've never like personally used it, but like I've had to go on there for like some of the people that have made art, like official art that's used for Games Workshop and stuff. Will post like their personal projects on there. So there's a lot of like.
I've seen that.
There's a lot of things that I use for like work and reference and study and stuff that I can find out. So yeah, you know, I go on there occasionally.
Bet. So I grew up with it. So like since 2008 kind of stuff. Not even grow up with it, but I was active from like 2008 to like maybe 5 years ago about. And so there's a pipeline for that too. A lot of current VTubers were former DA users. And y'all cannot tell me otherwise. I see some of y'all's OCs and some of y'all's VTuber models, and I see a direct correlation y'all can't hide from me. Y'all can't hide it. I can see it from a mile away. Okay?
Oh god, it's like, yeah, DeviantArt, and then what was the other one that I feel like a lot of people use back? What was it? Fur Affinity?
Fur Affinity it's still pretty popular. I think like a lot of furry VTubers still use their Fur Affinity accounts.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I remember hearing about those.
Yeah. No. Spot on.
Hearing about those.
No. Spot on. Honestly. And so, okay.
I do have an actual question.
Yes, sir.
So for the VTweeter, is that like the equivalent of like someone like using like an anime picture for their profile, or is it specifically like an OC?
So typically they're tweeting in the persona of that avatar. So they are that person.
Oh, they're like full on like acting as the character.
Now, sometimes, so that's called kayfabe. So some VTubers engage with what's called kayfabe. So basically they act in character for their model. Let's say like I'm a vampire queen, so I might talk with a lisp, or I might use an accent or mention drinking blood and that kind of thing. However, I am just this unhinged in person. So I don't really use it personally. However, some people do that, some don't. So it depends. But a VTuber will simply, they have a VTuber model, whether it be a live 2D, a 3D, or just a PNG at the time. It depends on where they are with their journey on this. But they are their profile picture. It's different from someone who has like a Tanjiro profile picture. It's kind of like, they just like the picture. But for these people, they are the person. They are that being.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And they engage the VTubing community through their tweets. And now, like I said, this can have a negative or derogatory connotation, but I speak on it very neutrally because I don't know y'all's situation. I'm just saying it as I see it. Okay.
Is it ever part of like a pipeline of like someone like building up for a debut that they might like reveal themselves or parts of themselves on Twitter and like build up from there?
Oftentimes, yes. Very good question. So typically, VTubers, usually the period between a VTweeter and a PNG tuber usually is not that long, ideally, because you can announce your presence and have your PNG or live 2D ready at some point. And now, VTweeters that have the negative connotation tend to be, they tweet and never stream because they never make it past that first step. You know, so that's where the negative connotation comes from. But typically, a lot of people start off as a VTweeter, then it's like make their rounds all the way to where they want to be with their models. Yeah. And so, with a PNG tuber. So this is technically the next step. So at this point, you've commissioned arts. Yay! And actually, technically, Sotek, you're currently a PNG tuber.
Yeah, I'm evolving.
Yeah, he's
I'm
evolving.
Leaving ever since the moment I realized the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Exactly. And plus, guys, toes for free. You're welcome. You're welcome. May did such an amazing job on this cute little chibi, so edible and marketable, but also threw in the toes for free. Damn, y'all are welcome. Sotek fans, eating good. Eating good. Look at those toesies. Look at those little beans. Adorable.
They're always eating good. If anything, they need to lay off a little.
Damn, red to filth. And so, yeah, a PNG or static image is what a PNG tuber is. Now, a 2D VTuber is where I'm at. We use Live 2D or any other adjacent programs to express ourselves, and oftentimes these have toggles. Allow me to show you. So, as you can see, I can toggle my expressions and everything. And so a lot of streamers have various expressions, face plates, arm positions, and we also have assets and that kind of thing. I can change my hair into an egghead, as one does. I can take off my glasses. I can change my... I'm waving. Look, hello. I'm waving. And then I also have my sassy, is he, kind of positioning. And so it's very common amongst the Live 2D VTubers to have such toggles. Okay, there you go. Okay, groovy. Now, a 3D VTuber is what you see on the lower right-hand corner. That is me during my 3D debut taking off. Like levitating towards the sky. And so that's when a 3D model is used. Now, typically, these can be very expensive because you have to not only get the 3D model done, but also have the equipment to even handle it. So, VR headsets, tracking, those tracking camera thingies you have to post in your along the corners of your room, it can be very pricey. So, among all of these, 3D VTubing tends to be very expensive. Very, very, very expensive.
I have a question.
Yes, sir!
When it comes to like 2D, I guess 2D would be the more common place of this is, how much of like, when you're streaming to your avatar, do you have to like really exaggerate what you're doing in order for it to like express on the model? Is that like something that you have to finagle with a lot? Or is there like kind of like a, like what's the brass tacks on that?
Okay, so get ready for a fun side story. So, I am a former cosplayer. I don't cosplay much anymore because I stream too much. However, I shaved off most of my eyebrows. And to this day, I have 2 little nubs where my eyebrows used to be. Because I just like changing my eyebrow shape when I wear makeup. I like to, just fancify myself a little bit. However, when I debuted 2 years ago in July of 2022, at the time, the room, so my lighting in my room, I suffer from chronic migraines, and so I tend to stream in relative darkness. My room is very dim because the light strains my eyes so bad. And so, as a result, the magical technology wink used to capture my visage in 2D form could not read my eyebrows. And so for the first, month or so, my face would not read properly. So if I'd raise an eyebrow and the model just would not capture it. And so to circumvent this, I had to take a black eyeliner and draw 2 lines where my eyebrows are. These full-blown little caterpillars on my forehead, just so it can track properly. And I had to do this for a couple of months. Until I realized it's not the technology's fault. My room's too damn dark. And so I strapped on a few backlighting kind of thingy-majigs on the back of my monitor, so I'm a little better lit. And now I don't have to do that anymore. But for the first 2 months of me in my streaming career, I had to draw on these black little lines on my forehead. So
you know the meme where it's like the little bear puppet and it slams its head on the table where there's 2 little black felt things comes out. Please someone make a Aia meme of that, of to get ready for stream she just headbutts a table to get her eyebrows.
That's kind of it. And so I only recently told my viewers that because I kind of forgot I had to do that for a while because to be fair, it depends. To answer your question, it depends. Some riggers, so I'll get more into rigging mamas and papas and that kind of thing later, but it depends. Some models can be a little stiff. Some are a little too bouncy. It's a whole spectrum of movement and that kind of thing. And so I actually quite like how much my 2D form moves and that kind of thing. I'm actually quite pleased with how well it tracks my face because honestly, I don't move my face a whole lot because I don't want wrinkles. And so, but it picks up my expressions really pretty clearly, honestly. And so it depends on who you are, who does your rigging, who does your art, that kind of thing. It really depends.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. Well, blam. VTuber content. Now, these are gonna contain a few topics that I think most VTuber fans and VTubers know what these are, but to regular people who do not know VTubers are, you may not know what some of these mean. So gaming, super simple. It is what it is. You play a video game. Oftentimes for me, this also includes TTRPG. In fact, I've already offered a spot for D&D for Sotek at some point too. So we'll start cooking on that game at some point. Yeah, boy. And so it can be a variety of streams of like games, video games, tabletop games, and that kind of thing. That's kind of like the base level. Like every VTuber does this to some extent, right? Now, Zatsudan. So Zatsudan actually is a Japanese term that roughly translates to idle talk or chatter. So these are essentially no gaming, just chatting. So when you go to like the just chatting category of Twitch, this is essentially what that is. I'm gonna burp, excuse me. Pardon me. The fastest mute in the West. Okay. And so no gameplay, just you, the VTuber, and chat. That's it. And so debuts. Debuts are big deals in the VTuber community. So you can be debuting as your VTuber self. That's your first debut, the big one. You can be debuting new outfits. You can be debuting new assets. You can be debuting a new model and that kind of thing. Debuts are regarded as like big hype events. And so it can be
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So when you're debuting, is there like specific terminology you're supposed to use for like a type? Like if someone's like debuting themselves for the first time, like this is their first ever stream, is there like a specific terminology they use, or is it just a debut regardless of how big and or small the thing that is being debuted is?
Oh, so oftentimes when someone's first debut onto the scene is just a debut, right? And that's why, like, if you go on Twitter, you'll see people saying pre-debut, which means they're working up to debut soon, right? And so, so debut, like if you're debuting a model or yourself for the first time, it's just called a debut. And then alpha debuts, you'll often see people labeling them as like new outfit debut or second outfit debut, third outfit debut, and it kind of goes down the line as per outfits. And then, for example, 3D debuts are for 3D models. And now in my agency, we all get them at some point, right? And so I had mine last month, my own 3D debut. And so it's also like another big, like, woo kind of thing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you may continue.
Okay. Now karaoke and singing streams. Quite a few VTubers take a shine to singing and performance. Oftentimes online singers or V-singers will refer to themselves as utaite, which are just, you know, singers who are just trying out singing. They're usually like mostly living online. Now, people who do karaoke and singing streams have a passion for that, of course. And some even have 3D models made in order for them to express singing and dancing in like a physical kind of way. Take, for example, my gen mates Maria and Ren. Both musicians, both performers, and they absolutely killed their 3D debuts. If y'all have not watched Ren's 3D debut yesterday, you better watch it or else I'll come find you. My boy did so good. He worked so hard. And so those are also very common in the VTubing sphere. And these are highly regarded, typically. Fans typically love it when their VTuber sings. And it's even common, it's even common amongst non-singer VTubers. VTubers who don't typically partake in music will perhaps on occasion do a karaoke. And regardless of their skill level, it's considered like a big event because it's fun. It's like going to the karaoke bar with friends and that kind of thing. So it's always highly regarded and appreciated by fans. Hand cam. Hand cam streams are unique because they kind of blend your physical 3D form with your 2D form. Typically, a camera is pointed at the hands of the streamer as they stream. Now, they can be doing anything. They can be cooking, they can be drawing, they can be sculpting, they can be painting, they can be making gingerbread houses and that kind of thing. Typically, they do not show skin. Typically, they're usually wearing something to cover their arms and legs or that kind of thing. And typically, you only get to see a tiny portion of their hands, typically. And me personally, I literally tape my webcam to a stand so there's no risk of it falling over because it's my mortal fear that, you know, if you see my glorious visage, your eyeballs will burn, you know? And so for the safety of my viewers, I tape my webcam to a stand and I tape the stand to my desk. So it's physically impossible for it to move. I think at one point during my first hand cam stream, I actually taped my desk to the floor out of fear, just in case.
Cover all your bases.
Exactly.
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
So looking at the Zatsudan thing,
yes.
How do you like do that without just reaching a point where you're sitting there going, I need to think about something. I'm supposed to talk about something. I don't know what to talk about. Like, what is your fail safe for those?
Being on the spectrum. It's listen. It's...
I don't know why I asked. I don't know why I asked. I should have saw that coming. I don't know why I asked. I was expecting like, oh, you know, take notes on interesting things that happen throughout the day. No, I should have known better.
Well, to be fair, whenever interesting things happen, I do write it down somewhere. I'll have my actually, I regularly use my notes app to like, I'm like, oh, this thing happened. I better jot this down real fast. Or like sometimes I'll just have, the thing is, what's nice about being an office lady, because I work during the day, of course. I work at ILUNA Institute, and so I often have work stories. Or I'm also a legal adult who drives and does things. I have stories from that too. Like just today, I almost got hit by a car because someone was texting. I'm like, oh, that's a story. I almost fucking, breaking news, Vtuber almost fucking dies. And so not only that, but even though the task of talking to your viewers seems simple enough, don't forget, VTubers, as every streamer, they're entertainers. And so it's kind of part of the entertainment part of what you do to know what to talk about and to carry conversation. And if anything, my fail-safe technique is like, my viewers are close to me and I know them quite well and we're friendly. And so, like, they're my friends, like my family to me. And so it's very easy to talk about anything because we just know each other, you know? You ever have like that friend group where you can endlessly yap with? It's kind of like the same thing. So I think once you curate an audience that can tolerate your yapping, it comes very easy. It's actually fairly easy once you get used to it. Or force feed them hyperfixations. Like my viewers, like it or not, went down the 40k hellhole with me. Like I have viewers in this very chat who are not really into 40k, but simply tolerate my brain rot because I have not shut up about it in the past 2 years.
I like how you pivoted from my chat knows me really well and I know them. We have such a good relationship to I will tie them down and drag them kicking and screaming into wherever my brain takes me.
Listen, I'm their Oshi. They have to. Yeah. It's like they pay for me. They pay in blood if they shut the fuck up, Pinkerton. Sorry about that. Anyways, Pinkerton's being silly. Mods kill that guy. And so you know they just listen to me. They're so well behaved. You know they're so cute. I'm gonna kill you. And so anyways, I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Of course. And now off collab. So off collab is a term used for streamers where VTubers collaborate. However, they're physically in the same room. So technically, you and I are collaborating right now because we're calling over Discord. An off collab would have us be physically in the same room. And this can lead to lots of hijinks because you can't see us, but you can hear us interacting, sharing the same space, the same microphone. Shut up, BJ. I'm sorry. And then additionally, you can also do body swapping. And so I've done this with my own genmates where we sat and switched bodies by sitting in front of different phones and that kind of thing. And
as you do, as one does. Yes.
Like body snatching, you know, steal that body, yada yada. And so off collabs are considered quite rare, and they're also considered kind of highly regarded for the fun interactions between certain members and certain streamers and that kind of thing. Let's see. There's also way too many types of content to list. There are streamers, there are VTubers who do similar content. As plentiful as regular streamers' content is and how variable it is, so are VTubers. So I know there's several VTubers who code. There's several VTubers who write music on stream. There's VTubers who compose or edit music on stream. There's VTubers. There's this one VTuber. I think his name is Reza. He's graduated, which means he's no longer in my agency. But he was my #1 favorite member of the Indonesian branch, and so he.
You there?
Yeah, hello? What?
Hello? You are there?
What happened? Did you cut off?
I don't. Something happened. I don't know what.
What? Oh my God! Did it mute? Huh?
I think it muted for a second. The piece of shit. The piece of shit super chat broke it. The super broke it.
Chat, I can't believe it. I think I'm gonna be real.
You're back. You're back.
Oh,
You're back.
okay. Is this my connect? It might be my Wi-Fi. It might be my connection.
I think it was connection based because you physically froze as well for a minute.
Okay. I'll be honest. My dad is downloading Marvel Rivals downstairs. It might be fucking with it.
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
I think that's why. I think our Wi-Fi is simply going through it today. Sorry about that. My dad got my old gaming PC because I upgraded like last year, and he's finally downloading games on it. Anyways, Luve, I'm gonna blame you for this. Luve, mods, kill that person. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Thank you. Like I was saying. Sorry about that. Pardon me. Anyways, Luvea, thank you for the Akasupa. I'll fucking get you after this, by the way. Thank you. And so, yeah. But anyways, the types of content with VTubers is plentiful. As many like streamers, regular streamers, their content is very variable. So is VTubers. The only difference between us and most other streamers is simply the fact that we have avatars. There's a lot of similarities. However, there are also some inherent differences in terms of culture and the terminology used, but there's a lot of similarities, especially in terms of content. All right. Next. Okay. What's so special about VTubers? Oh, are you watching them Chinese cartoons on your phone again? Are y'all watching that shit on the Twitch TV? Listen.
Swooey! Yeah.
So, listen here. VTubers are unique, and they're also all fucking weebs, okay? It's kind of like a base level. If you're a VTuber, you're probably a weeb, and so are your viewers. It's kind of nice. And now, like I mentioned earlier, one thing I really like about VTubing is the boundless potential for creativity, right? You can be whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. It's great. It's a lot of creative freedom. It leaves a lot of potential for like, it's like every week I see a VTuber doing something new, and VTubing's been around for a good long while. I think it got popularized around like 2016. That's when Kizuna AI got really popular, anyways. But traditional VTubing, as we know it, has been around for a hot minute, and to this day, there are still new innovations being made like every other week. It's crazy. There's also a unique fan culture and etiquette that I'll tell you about in the next couple of slides. So I'll just put a pin on that for now. Meeting new people, like meeting you. Hi, Sotek. I met you. Hello.
Yes. Yeah. I'm. Someone send help, please. I can't leave. Someone help me.
He doesn't.
There's no exit.
Yeah,
there's no exit.
He hasn't noticed that I locked the exit doors. Anyhow. Meeting new people has been really, really great. Meeting other streamers has been really great. And also fan interactions, because having fans is wild. People, y'all like me? That's crazy. Even my parents don't like me. And so it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating because we often go to meet and greets, virtual meet and greets, and people will fly in from all over to come see you. I once had a fan fly in from Japan to California to come see me for a meet and greet, which is crazy.
Oh, that's so cute.
And it's adorable, and they were so sweet. It's really wonderful. I've had people fly across the country. I once had someone, it wasn't even for a meet and greet. It was for a regular ass stream. Someone canceled a business flight in order to attend stream. That's how bonkers some people get about it. It's great. It's so fun. Also, the best part about being a VTuber, no pants. Because we're typically captured from the waist up anyways. You can't tell if I'm wearing pants. It's great. I'm aerodynamic for all we know.
So you're telling me that VTubers are just sitting there marinating?
Absolutely. I'm gonna tell you what. I once talked to another member of my agency, and I just kind of asked them, like, so like, in terms of like percentages, how much percentage of the time are you pantsless while streaming? And they're like, oh yeah, like 90%. I'm like, okay, bet. I'm not weird then.
Hey, I'm sitting here full dress like some kind of noob. Oh man.
Listen, to be fair, so to get into my agency, we had to apply an interview, right? For my interview, I was so warm, so sweaty that I just was pantsless from the way. I had my webcam turned on, and I just answered the interview questions pantsless because I was so sweaty, I couldn't focus. And so I just hoped and prayed to God I wouldn't accidentally stand up the entire time. It was wild. It's absolute struggle bus. Now, next slide. Let me see. Oh yeah, I meant to put this on the other other slide, but like, as a professional gamer, guys, I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals lately. Look at this. Look at this. I have my I hid my screen name, of course, but guys, look at the 30 eliminations.
Wait, hold on.
One death.
How is this relevant to the presentation?
No, trust me, it's relevant. Trust me. You know, it's like, you know, guys, check this out. Like, y'all always criticize me that I'm not an actual gamer, but like, come on, check this out.
Is your
MVP?
KD ratio gonna be on the quiz?
Yes, it is. Okay, you have to know this. It's not ranked, it's casual, but like, sheesh, look at that. Look at 15k healing. Sheesh.
Did this woman really just interrupt her own presentation to brag?
Yeah. Maybe a little bit. Okay, next. VTuber culture. Now, there are some aspects of VTuber culture that are very unique and separate from regular like streamer culture, and oftentimes it's a lot. It's a lot. So buckle up, Buttercup. You're in for a ride. So, a lot of fan behavior and culture have certain, like, they use certain verbiage, use certain terminology, and certain kinds of, like, slang terms that are only seen within VTubing, but they have branches and roots in other cultures as well. Now, generally speaking, there are a few phrases I'm going to teach you. This is not all of them, but these are the general ones that most people know, and so I think you should probably know these as well, okay? Now, the first one is, you probably know this, an oshi. So, this actually originates from Japanese idol culture. The term roughly translates to support or to like push for. In VTubing, it's used to refer to your favorite VTuber. So, for example, the people watching me, hello Aiadmirers, I am their oshi, I am their favorite member. And so, when you say so-and-so is your oshi, that means so-and-so is your favorite streamer, favorite VTuber. Now, there's also subtypes to this terminology. A hako oshi, this is commonly used more for corporate groups for a certain reason. Now, corporate VTuber agencies tend to debut talents in their streamers in waves or in groups, usually like between 3 and 5 members at a time. Typically, it can be larger or smaller, it really depends. Now, those groups, if you like the entire group, congratulations, that's your hako oshi. Hako oshi means that you do not have a specific one favorite member, you like the whole group. And this usually applies to like corporate or people who are in groups or indies who happen to formulate groups together. A kami oshi, that kami oshi roughly translates to like your god oshi or your number one, like a more extreme version of an oshi. So it's like your ultimate favorite. So if you're a K-pop fan, it means your ultimate bias, okay? And so that's kind of how it is. And these are kind of just basic terminologies for referring to your favorite members. Yeah, exactly. So my wave, I'm from Nijisanji 6th wave ILUNA. So people who like all of ILUNA would refer to us as their hako oshi. They like our entire wave, not us as in like not specific members. Yeah,
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So because hako oshi is a term, does that mean generally when you're dealing with like a generation, do they tend to have like considerably more interactivity than between like non-same generation?
Yeah, so generally speaking, waves of like VTuber groups or generations or waves or however you want to call it, it's not necessarily that they have to stick together, but for things like merchandise, marketing, when they debut, they tend to stick together. For anniversaries, large events, they tend to stick together. And so even though they can have individual activities and also interact with other waves more often than theirs even, they're still regarded together as a group, base level. And so it's kind of like more of like a debut connection more than an actual measure of how much they actually interact. Because there are some waves who don't get together all too often, but they're still in a group and they're still put together and hako oshi together. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. Excellent. Let me see. Okay, next. So here comes the other terminology. This is a mama and a papa. So when an artist and another artist love each other very much, they give birth to a VTuber. So these are the parents.
Yeah, I've seen those. Oh wait, you're talking about something else.
That is crazy, brother. That is crazy, brother. So mamas are regarded as the people who draw the model, and papas are the ones who make it move. So they come together and they make a baby, basically. However, some VTubers, especially in the indie sphere, can make and rig their own models. And mind you, it is not easy. It is not easy. It can take a lot of time and a lot of effort to get things to work properly. There's amazing, talented streamers and artists out there who can do it all by themselves. Me? Nah. No. I may have designed my outfits, but I cannot rig or draw models to save my life. And so luckily, my company takes care of it for me. Yippee! However, again, there are some really talented models people who do it themselves. Also,
so is the mama a particular role versus the papa, or is that just sort of like a generalist term?
Mamas are typically people like it's pretty hard pressed that mamas are the artists who draw the model, like make the art. Papas are the ones who rig it. So they kind of have their own separate roles, if that makes sense.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yeah. So they're not really used interchangeably. They have their own specific roles. Yeah. And so some mamas and papas actually openly interact with their kids. So like, for example, KT Mama, so another member of my agency, Enna Alouette, her mama, KT Mama, regularly interacts with her. So they have like kind of like a fun interaction with each other. I believe Scarla and Reason Mama also interact fairly often. It's a lot of fun dynamics. Some don't, some do, depends on how busy they are, that kind of thing. But some do, and it's really great. Also, some mamas or papas, typically this refers to mostly mamas, some of them have drawn or made multiple VTubers. And so they're kind of like, those VTubers who share a mama are typically regarded as siblings. And so, for example, Ike Eveland of my agency has multiple siblings. There's, because his mama is TCB, and there's Sheen Nickel, I forgot how to pronounce the name, I don't want to butcher it. But he has multiple siblings in HoloLive as well as in other agencies. And so they're regarded as siblings. It's kind of like a fun little family dynamic. And also, yeah, like Lam. So Fulgur and Vox from my agency both share the same mother. So they have mamas. And so they're technically bros. So it's kind of like this fun family thing.
Is it more common to share a mama than a papa?
It's more common, I believe. Also, it also depends because I feel like mamas tend to be openly credited a bit more. I think within my agency, at least, a lot of the rigging is done in-house. And so it's kind of hard to credit.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So so it's more like an agency or like team of people.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. However, I have seen papas, like talk about their kids as well. So it's not impossible or anything. It's less common, but it is there. And so, oh yeah, Nichols and Ashin, yeah, Izuru from Hollow Stars, and then Nichols and Ashin as well. And so those are Ike's siblings. So there's kids. Now, hex codes. So, this is a color associated with a certain streamer. Now, I see this a lot in agencies. I see this occasionally with indie streamers, not a whole lot, but actually, no, they're fairly common, I think. I just haven't seen that many indie debuts lately. So, hex codes are basically the defining color. And so, many VTubers will take this color and incorporate it into overlays, assets, outfits, and more. Mine is pound FFEF7, and you can barely see it, but it's actually right there. I'm very pale. My color is really hard to see. For example, my wave hex colors are like purple, cyan blue, scarlet red, pink, and a forest green, and then like an off linen color for me. And so it's like, yeah, hex codes. They're very common. You see them a lot in VTubers. You see them on debuts. It's a kind of a part of our personality.
Is it like more of a light reference, or is it like a fairly core fundamental aspect?
It's pretty fundamental, honestly. I think most VTubers have a hex code. Most of them.
Huh, this is the first time I've ever heard of this. That's interesting.
Yeah. And you'll often see it on their debut. Like when they list about things about themselves, like their age, their height, who they are, their species, whatever, they often have a hex code. Think of it as like their primary color palette or their theme color. It's like how you associate like Captain America with red, white, blue. You associate Spider-Man with red and blue. You associate like, I don't know, Venom with the color black. Kind of the same kind of thing.
Is it normally just a single color, or is it sometimes like multiple?
Typically single. Typically.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, as far as I know, no one in my agency has multiple, as far as I know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a VTuber out there with multiple hex codes, but for me personally in our agency, I think all of us have just one. And so mine's like a super pale, like white color. It's so funny because I had to make promotional images for my anniversary stream like a couple years ago. And it's so funny because I try to make like a silhouette of my model in my hex code over a white background. But because my hex code is so pale, you just couldn't see shit. You just couldn't see anything.
I was gonna say, I looked it up on Google and I was like, I don't see anything. And then I changed the color to a darker one and went, oh, it was trying to show me, but it's so pale I couldn't see it.
Oh no, I have my hex code on the slide. It's right there. This is not an empty slide, it's right there.
Wait, where's the red circle? I need the red circle.
Yeah, it's right there, I'm pointing at it, it's right there. It's the yellow square. And it's also very common for like in concerts to have like light sticks of your Oshi's hex code. So when I did a live performance of Dadaroma by Rizzly Circus by Dadaroma, the light sticks in the audience were all my hex code. Yeah, it's kind of part of the fan culture.
So
yeah.
Hatsune Miku is like teal hex code.
Yes, theoretically yes. I don't think she has an official hex code, but like if she did, it'd be teal.
I am only the most vague familiar with that character. Anyways, moving on.
You've as a Miku fan since 2007, you've opened a horrible can of worms. I'll be messaging you later. I'll be DMing you later, good sir.
Oh dear.
Okay, next. And this one is shut the fuck up, Vivicore. Anyway, sorry, my chat's being ornery. Mods, get the sniper rifle ready.
As long I'm not gonna say that. Okay, yeah, moving on.
Mods, get the sniper rifle ready, get the band hammer ready. So I'm gonna move across this quickly. Supas! So this is a shortened term for the term super chat, okay? Now, as you know, because we both stream on YouTube, it's our blah 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 donation tips, blah blah blah. So, another terminology. So, I don't think this applies to any other super chat but this one. But an Aka Supa is essentially what Luovea sent earlier, a red super chat, because Aka means red in Japanese. Now, yeah, that's how it works, okay? Some VTubers have different ways.
Are there any examples of this?
Stream's over. Good night, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye. Anyways, some VTubers refer to them differently. So for me, I have a goofy system of talking about Akasupas. So at $100 in Akasupa, a $200 is a Dakasupa, haha, Warhammer reference. A $300 donation is a triple Bakasupa. A triple Baka is an ancient Vocaloid song from 2009, 2010. It's a...
Oh, there. See, now I understand.
Shut
now. I thank you, chat.
Shut
Thank you, chat.
up! Shut up! Mods, kill all of them!
I was blind, but I see now.
Mods,
see
no!
now.
God damn it! God damn it! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna send Aiadmirers to your channel and see how
It's
you
like
fucking
it's
like
like
it.
the red host. That's the skink host, the red host. Yeah,
Shut
see, I get it now.
up! Shut up, mods! Bans. I know. Sotek's in this call right now. Mods, find our Discord call and disconnect him immediately. Thank you. Mods, kill this guy. Thank you. Stop! I'll thank Super Chats at the end of stream. Fuck you. Fuck you, eat shit and live. Damn it, Sotek!
I didn't do anything. I literally did nothing.
Fault. This is your fault, Sotek!
I touched nothing. My wallet is in my pocket. You literally cannot blame me for anything.
Mods, glue this man to the floor and kill him. Mods, kill this guy. I'm so over it. Okay? Now. So, a rainbow is often...
Wait, I have a question. It's relevant.
No, it's not.
Why do they type the J with the dots?
Okay, so this is not VTuber specific. It is Aya specific. Sotek, you know how old I am. Okay, don't say it out loud, but you know how old I am. And I've been online since the IRC days. I've been around. I have never seen :J to be used as an emoji. Never. It's never been an emote in my eyes. And mind you, I've been on the internet for a long time. Girl, I was on the early days of Club Penguin, Gaia Online, Maple Story, Mies.
Oh God, stop! Oh God!
We are both of the same old soul. We've been there, done that. However, I have never seen :J used. And also, I asked certified old people in my agency, Ryoma Baronwart, sorry, I love you, and Fulgur Owen, sorry, I love you,
why are you firing strays in the audience?
Shut the fuck up. No, Fulgur and Ryoma are certified old guys. Certified Oji-sans. Oji-sanji representatives. They are old. And they confirm with me, no, That is not a real emoji. However, my chat for the better part of a year has been insisting it is real, and now they harass me with it. It's like this one time, I got a $500 donation of a single colon J. And to this day, I'm gonna grab them through the screen and choke them.
It's kind of like uncomfortable looking, because it kind of looks like a person like smiling so much that their nose has vanished and they're like sticking their tongue out to the side.
It gives me like DreamWorks smirk energy.
Yeah, but like in a vaguely threatening way.
It's like, yeah, exactly. I think it's the lack of any other features. It's like they know too much, like, kind of vibe, you know? Giving
like,
me,
I don't know. I kind of think chat's onto something.
Sotek, this is gonna be our last fucking collab. I swear to fucking God, Sotek! Do you want to be invited to my D&D table or not?
You agreed with me. You said it kind of looks like a Pixar face. You literally just agreed with me.
But it does not mean it's an actual emoji. It's not an actual emoticon. No.
But isn't that all an emoticon is? It's just looking like a face?
No! Shut up! Anyways, going on to the point. Mods, kill this guy. All of them. Kill everyone in this room, actually.
Just asking questions!
No! Silence! Bonks over the head of the comically oversized mallet. Okay, now, a rainbow is regarded as a user within a certain amount of time, typically in the same stream, sending a super chat of every level into the stream. Now that's called a rainbow. Okay, moving on. That's next. Okay, now we're gonna learn about a term called taskaru. So there's actually a taskaru emote in my own chat that I made a while back. So taskaru is TSKR is actually an abbreviation for the term taskaru, which roughly translates to like, oh, I've been blessed. So imagine you see something so blessed, like a pair of absolutely ripped abs on someone, or like just a big beefy bicep, or someone sings with the voice of an angel that it just touches your heart. That is a taskaru moment, right? And so it's often used by fans to express, like, in response to their Oshi doing something that they believe blesses their eyes or ears or soul, basically. I hate all of you. Aiadmirers, shut up.
So like when Aya threatens to kill us.
Funny enough, what is perceived as taskaru ranges, some like sultry voice lines, some like cutesy interactions and poses, some even taskaru for sneezes, and some like Aiadmirers, taskaru to physical threats of violence.
Cappy, what would be funny? What would be funny, Cappy?
You know, Cappy, what if I, hold on, let me just ban this person, hold on.
What?
Yeah, anyways.
He has a family!
Yeah, that's interesting, anyways.
No! I'm so sorry, Cappy, that was my fault, I'm so sorry.
Anyways, so for example, Sotek, I can actually drop my voice by about an octave or two, and this is, I call it the Miss Amare voice because, truth be told, this is my natural voice, and people do not take me seriously as a result because in person I am a little baby-faced, I'm quite petite, and people just don't take me seriously. And so I use a deeper pitched voice when I'm working.
Oh, that explains a lot, but carry on.
The fuck does that mean? Huh?
What? I didn't say anything.
Huh?
Yeah, you were about to. You were saying something.
Huh?
Wait, Cappy's. Wow, Cappy can be killed. What a hero.
Mods kill everyone. Thank you. Exterminatus. Honestly, I'm. Fuck you, Cappy. I'd like to call upon this stream some exterminatus, some good old fashioned exterminatus. Thank you.
I'm seeing innocent lives just ending like nothing.
Far from innocent, thank you very much. Okay, but so I can drop my voice pretty low.
This is as low as I can drop my voice. And so this is considered a taskaru voice to my own chat. Now, like I said, what ranges as taskaru changes from person to person and audience to audience. However, this is considered taskaru to my audience.
Between this and like beating them up. So it's like a range. See what I mean? Yeah. So most...
Jealous of women's vocal boxes. I feel like it works so much better for women than it does for men.
Vocal training. Vocal training. As
Ugh.
soon as I debuted, I was so unhappy with my debut song that I hired a vocal coach immediately upon my debut song's release. And so with it came with just regular speech training. And so I learned, because I used to be able to do that voice, but my voice would crack really, really, really bad. But after 2 years of training, it's fairly steady now. It's been an ongoing effort. Yeah. And so also, One of the most funny things about non-VTuber enjoyers who watch VTubers for the first time are like, that's actually a man, and that kind of thing. I love that comment. It is so funny. You hear this? That's the sound of my 10-inch PP hitting the table. Yes, I am a man. That's right. Deal with it. You know? I love it. It's one of my favorite things.
People think I'm a man. I'm actually a small reptilian in disguise. Like lizard people are real, but we're much smaller than you might suspect.
Yeah, so true, so true. Yeah, you're neither man nor woman. You're simply delightful.
Oh.
Got it. He's small and bullyable now. Fuck you! Shut the fuck up. Oh, I need to ban one more account. You know, my viewers.
Killing people.
They have so many alt accounts.
Why are you doing?
Because
there's blood on your hands.
I think it's against YouTube TOS. Okay, I protect myself. Okay, anyways, next slide. Okay, so you've actually vaguely noticed already, Sotek. So these are gens, waves, groups, and gen mates. Okay? Now, this is more common in corporate streaming because typically indie VTubers tend to stay like to themselves and don't really have much of a group. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, this refers to corpos. Typically, but there are exceptions. Now, when corporations release new VTubers into the wild, kind of like, you know, like turtles into the sea, they often come out in waves of like, you know, anywhere between 1 and 6, whatever. It depends. It really varies. Now, they're often stuck together and labeled as a group. Gens are often listed by a number and have their own wave name. So like, kind of like, imagine like boy bands, a little bit like that. So for example, I am Aia Amare, the angelic maiden of Nijisanji EN's 6th wave ILUNA. And so my wave mates are Aster Arcadia, Maria Marionette, Scarlet Yonaguni, and Ren Zoto. We used to have another 6-member, but he fucking died. And so that happens sometimes.
I was literally about to ask, like, with the turtle analogy, do y'all have like natural predators and not all of you make it to the ocean?
Yeah.
Like some get picked off by
some
seagulls?
of us just fucking die. And so, to be fair, it's like, some of us fucking die. It is what it is, you know?
Well, okay, I'm glad to know that the logic did line up on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Good analogy, I know. I'm a wordsmith at this point. Now, fuck you, Guy Fieri. This isn't Flavortown. Wrong chat. This ain't Flavortown, bitch. What the fuck? This ain't Flavortown. Go away. Shoo. Anyways.
We have plenty of flavor here.
No, it's all my flavor. It's mine. Okay? Shush.
You saying you don't have flavor?
I have all the flavors. It's mine.
So it's like that off-bland white?
No. I'll have you know it's like a cream sauce. It's like a carbonara sauce. It's like a carbonara sauce color. Or like gravy with biscuits.
Sure.
Leave. Okay. So people within their own groups tend to refer to each other as wave mates or gen mates. Now, you probably know this as a weeb yourself. However, you know, as we all know, people from earlier waves are known as senpais, and people from waves behind you are kohais. Now, I'll be honest, in my own agency, we're kind of like loosey-goosey about that kind of stuff. I don't think many of us actually refer to each other as senpai kohai anymore because we're very casual, but other corpos are maybe more strict, and maybe not. It depends on who you are. It depends on how much you want to stick to it. Meow! Now this one is not controversial per se, but this is this hurts. Okay, so the big G word. So I often joke and say like they fucking die, but a graduation means that a particular VTuber ceases streaming activities. That's it. Now what happens afterwards, I will not comment on or nothing like that, but typically that just means they're no longer streaming.
Oh, is this why like VTuber friends are terrified of like when VTubers post PNGs on Twitter with text?
Yeah, anything like black text on a white background strikes fear in the hearts of many.
Man, you're so your presentation is just like fear coded.
Oh no! Listen, that's why I use Comic Sans. That's why I use Comic Sans.
Oh,
there's no way. There's no way.
I so badly want to see a graduation announcement in Comic Sans now.
You see, I chose Comic Sans. Like, there's no way any right man in corpo will use fucking Comic Sans or Papyrus or something for their graduation announcement.
One day,
okay.
My dream will be realized.
So, the G word, basically they stop their streaming activities. A lot of times, they'll often announce their graduation, and have like a victory lap of streams before they call it quits and end their streaming activities. However, not everyone does that. Some people just halt immediately, some don't for whatever reason. But the graduation just basically, at the most neutral definition, just means they're not streaming anymore, or they plan to stop streaming. This can happen to corpos as well as indies and that kind of thing. I've even seen like some pre-debut streamers decide to call it quits and not even debut, like do like a pre-debut graduation thing. I've seen it before. Now, this actually has nothing to do with education. In school, as the name would imply, it's actually coined from idol culture, and I think it was coined from like a group from the 80s who had like a school concept, but I could be fuzzy on that. I don't know the intricacies of it, but it's kind of coined from idol culture. There's a lot of idol culture intertwined with VTubing and streaming, especially on the Japanese side.
It's a very curious term. Like at least coming from like an English perspective, it's like that's a odd way to put it, but y'all do you.
Yeah, I think to like the Western side, it looks strange. Like, why are you referring to like growing up from like graduating from like high school or something? I think it confuses people a little bit. But it's the way that we refer to it, and actually we often see G word more so than the actual term, because it can invoke like extreme feelings, because, you know, how would you react if your favorite streamer just stopped their activities, you know? And so like it can kind of hurt. It's kind of like, you know, like how everyone cries when Matt Pat left Game Theory and that kind of thing. He essentially graduated essentially. And so
I still remember, I think the first time I saw someone graduate, and the like dissonance in my head being like, oh, like that's awesome, grats, like great job, like I'm so like what a amazing accomplishment. And then you're like, is this person like fucking dying? Like what? Are they? Oh, they're retired. Oh, retiring. Oh, like,
yeah, exactly.
Expecting a celebration, and it's just a mourning session.
Now, in generally speaking, I think everyone will graduate at some point. You know, like, unless you plan on being a VTuber until that you hit the grave. It's like, if you plan on having a finite streaming career, then you're going to graduate at some point. It's kind of like a natural, like, it's life and death. It just happens. You know, it's kind of natural and that kind of thing. Now, hashtags. So, this is a core part of VTubing culture. I don't know. Pardon if I'm just ignorant. I don't understand Western streaming a whole lot, because I don't really watch many Western streamers aside from a small handful. I didn't know who Germa was. I thought Germa was a lesbian.
I have no idea who that is.
You don't know Germa either? Okay, so Germa, I saw a meme a while back of like, so Germa is like a popular streamer, and he's like a guy, but I saw a meme of him looking butch versus femme. And so someone sent me this meme of like Butch versus Femme Germa, and I'm like, oh, Butch Femme, so like a lesbian. And so he was so pretty in the photos, I just thought he's a random lesbian. And then it took me, I think my brother had to clarify, like, no, you fucking idiot, that's not a random lesbian, that's a famous streamer. I'm like, oh, I just thought he was a lesbian.
Oh,
okay.
I've seen a meme of this person once.
I went to a Hatsune Miku concert, and someone dressed up as Garfield had a Germa poster. It was wild.
It's so weird when you come up across things that are like it's like, oh, this is like super famous on the internet, but it's like, even if it's like millions of people, but that's such a drop in the bucket for like the world and the internet, where you'll be like, I have never heard of this once in my existence. What is this?
It's Germa, and he's not just a lesbian.
I literally, the only thing I've ever seen this man with is the meme of him with the smile that's way too big.
I have seen the troll face one. Yeah, I've seen that too.
That is the only thing I recognize about this person.
Yeah, let me send you the Butch versus Femme Germa meme. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. Butch versus Femme Germa. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Okay, copy image. Let me send it to you over Discord. It's this thing. I just thought he was a lesbian, bro. I didn't know he was an actual, just a regular ass streamer.
Honestly, I can see that.
Yeah, I was confused.
That wouldn't be my go-to, but I can understand your logic.
I was led to believe that. Dang it. Okay, anyways.
You know, some of us just want to see lesbians and everything, and that's fair. You do
Slay,
you. You live your truth.
Exactly, slay. Now hashtags. Every VTuber has this. Like indie, Japanese, English, whatever. Every VTuber has their hashtags. So if you go to my Twitter profile right now, on my schedule, you can see a host of hashtags. So one thing I think is lovely and wonderful about the streaming community in general is the connectivity we have to audiences. And so we use hashtags to connect our audiences and share content with each other on a kind of like curated area, right? And so a lot of commonly used hashtags are like a live stream tag. So mine's AiaAmareLIVE, hashtag AiaAmareLIVE. There's a general tag, there's an art tag, and an NSFW art tag. There's oftentimes clear distinctions so that, you know, if you're scrolling through your... Yeah, in case you want to scroll through your Oshi's art tag in public, there's a separate one for the NSFW, the spicy stuff.
Let me make sure I don't accidentally do that. I should check what those are to make sure I don't accidentally look at those when I'm doing stuff.
And so, I'll be honest, the NSFW tag is home of the best puns. There are so many puns. Like, because we can't just say certain terminologies. We have to wink wink allude to what they are. I think my favorite is Fulgur Ovid. Sai Bussy hits different. Sai Bussy is an excellent NSFW tag. It is so good.
What does that mean?
Wait, Sai Bussy? Okay,
I know I know what a bussy is.
Oh, he's a cyborg. So it's Sai Bussy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Mind. I'm all caught up now.
Okay, excellent. And so, yeah, I feel like you'd like Fulgur's content. He loves he's kind of like deep into like deep lore brainwash for other franchises as well. I think
Wait, is he the Cybussy or does he like Cybussy?
His NSFW tag is Cybussy, hashtag Cybussy.
That I like.
Yeah.
You know what? I have mad respect for that.
Yeah, it's very slay. It's kind of serving. It's kind of the moment, you know, slay. What you send me? Damn it, Loremaster.
One of my mods that will remain anonymous just sent me that.
Thank you. I'll treasure this forever. Thank you.
I'll post it on Twitter later.
bless her. Thank you. Now, yeah, the NSFW tag has some of the best puns in existence. I love it. There's also general tags, usually just the name of the streamer themselves. There's a fan name tag. Oh yeah, fans and fan mascots. So it's very common for VTubers to have a mascot for their fans. So for Aiadmirers, so my fans are called Aiadmirers because they admire me. Well, they fucking better. And their mascot creature is a little white bird called they're called Aiadmirers, but the little bird is actually modeled after a long-tailed tit, which is a kind of hilariously small spherical bird. And I think it's so funny they're called tits. That's is funny to me. Good. However,
the only tits they'll ever hold. Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. Oh, slut. Clock it. And so, funny enough, so I actually gave them that species because Ike Evelyn, a senpai at the agency, told me that apparently the Swedish equivalent of the Swedish name for a long-tailed tit actually translates to butt dork in English. And I thought that was hilarious. So they're my butt dorks.
Amazing.
And I also glued their cloacas shut because I believe they don't have rights. And so that's like, you know, the fan mascot, the fan kind of stuff. There's tags for clips.
Man, you are very Slanesh coded. I'm fair.
Exactly. I just don't think they have rights. Cloacas are a privilege, not a right, okay? There's also various other tags for like fanfics, cosplay, assets, merch, and more. So it just depends on what the VTuber wants. But generally speaking, these are kind of like fall under the general premise of what the hashtags are for most VTubers.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So how much of this do you like have ready to go before you start as a VTuber, or how much of it do you figure out like organically as you go?
So, excellent question. So, what a wonderful student. So, actually, pre-debut is the phase that all VTubers go through before they debut as VTubers. In that pre-debut phase, they can often be seen organizing assets, finishing their models if they're making their models or commissioning them, getting overlays, getting logos made. It's kind of like getting the package deal ready, and oftentimes making hashtags is a part of that. However, for certain hashtags like the fan name, you don't really know what your fans are going to be like until you meet them, right? So oftentimes, some hashtags get made after debut. So usually the base ones like live tags, general tags, clip tags, meme tags tend to be done beforehand, but kind of like fan-specific ones and interactive-specific ones tend to wait until after debut. Personally, I think we agreed on my fan name, I think about my second or third stream, and that's how we decided. So after my debut, but I think I was in debut prep for a certain amount of time before I actually debuted, and we prepped all of this beforehand. We got all of our overlays ready. If you have a lore video, oftentimes you'll work on that or commission it. I personally, I drew my own lore video. And fun fact, budgets. I love talking budgets. And so, infamously, me and my wave mate Scarla spent only $500 on our debuts, which is still a lot of money. But compared to how expensive they can get, we were pinching those pennies, pinching real hard. And even my Kohai, Vancer Crow Bringer, infamously did a debut video using a webcam and cutely and tastefully drawn images of his wave mates on popsicle sticks, like as a puppet show for his debut. And so
cool, though.
it's perfect. It's cinema. And so usually time is spent working on that as well. So pre-debut is where all that happens. However, there are some instances where perhaps mascot designs or mascot names are made afterwards. I think I finished my mascot design before I debuted, but not the name. Yeah.
You did so much of your own stuff. Isn't Aya just like the most talented person you've ever met? Like, how does she fucking do it? How does she fit so much into such a small frame?
Die. I cast power word. Kill.
Just take the compliment.
No! No! What the? No! You're just being facetious. You're just being goofy.
I only speak truths.
No, you don't. You called me short too. So, you know what? Fuck you. Hold on.
No, don't. I know what don't do it. Don't do it. Oh,
get shrunk, idiot. Get shrunk, forehead.
Fucking goddamn it.
Get shrunk, dingus. Okay.
This is worse than being rotated.
Now you're gonna be stuck there, okay? Okay. Oh, also rotated. Okay.
No, my arm!
Get rotated, idiot!
No!
Get rotated! Get rotated!
I have so many regrets.
Motion sickness. Get rotated, forehead! Okay, very well then. Continuing on. Second to last slide, we're almost there. Another term you need to know is a guerrilla stream. This has nothing to do with warfare or apes or warfare on apes, okay? I mean, it can, but it's kind of unfair to the apes. Now,
why is it called that?
So, it's guerrilla because, okay, maybe it has ties to guerrilla warfare. So, it means spontaneous, right? And so, most VTubers, now, not all, in fact, infamously, a lot of JP, lots of Japanese streamers don't really use schedules, but I personally like schedules because it lets my viewers know when I'm going to be streaming, what to expect, what to look forward to. If they can't make a stream, they only consolidate certain amounts of time for certain streams. They can consolidate it there. And so, a guerrilla stream is a stream that falls outside your schedule. So typically, let's say like you streamed once that day, like, fuck it, let's do another one. Let's do an unscheduled stream. That is called a guerrilla stream. Very similar to guerrilla warfare, but like no one dies. Unless you're in my chat, then a lot of people die because it's me. Yeah, but it's
like you're kind of like they are guerrilla streams for you because you're doing war crimes constantly.
Exactly. It's funny.
I've literally seen 3 people die in this stream.
Well, they had it coming. If they just behaved, it wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. And so, exactly, a lot of casual Twitch streamers tend to stream on the fly, so by default, they're guerrilla streamers.
I was gonna say, I would say by that definition, I'm 99% gorilla and 1% man.
No, you're a lizard.
Yes.
Actually,
Indeed.
Actually, looking at his size, he's more of an anole. He's so tiny. Look how little and marketable
Listen,
he
we
is.
all know you only had to make me this small, so your tiny hands could manage to rotate me.
No, listen, shut up. I have big yaoi hands, okay? Made for gripping maidens, okay? Shush.
Uh-huh.
Guys, I don't like the fact that Sotek matches my level of sass. I don't like that. I think literally upon our first call, getting to know each other, I was like, uh-oh, we're getting along. Uh-oh, he can keep up with my sass. That's not good. Every now and then I'll meet another content creator. I'm like, uh-oh, we're getting along. That's not good.
No, the vibes are being matched.
Oh no, my sass levels, my sass, no! I think the only other one who like matches my level of sass is maybe Fulgur. And And also, Scarlet catches me unawares a lot, actually. But Fulgur and Scarlet tend to match my level of sass, but damn it. Damn it!
It's good. It's good for you. It's good.
You
It's
know
good
what?
for your health.
Let me squish you. Let me flatten you. Guys, it is officially Flat Fuck Friday.
What? Ah! Oh my god.
Okay, get flattened, idiot. Welcome to VTubing. You're now flat.
This is not the way I wanted a woman to flatten me. This is not at all what it was described as. I feel like I have been misled.
Suffer. Excellent.
You know, honestly, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I know. You're aerodynamic. Look at you, so aerodynamic.
I've hit my goal weight. I'm actually quite happy now.
Skinny legend. Okay, meow. Now these are some miscellaneous notes and quirks I noticed about the VTuber community. Pregnancy. It's
what?
Everyone's pregnant. Pregnancy runs rampant in this community. Pregnancy is a joke. It is also pregnancy is it's its own meme. Pregnancy is simply a meme to us now. Okay? I don't believe pregnancy actually exists. It's just a joke within the VTuber community.
That's intriguing and alarming in equal measure.
Yeah, I don't think pregnancy is real. I think it's just a funny joke from VTubers.
That's just you, Aya.
Also, I firmly believe everyone is secretly a furry. Do you know how often I see VTubers go, I'm not a furry, but the butt implies something otherwise, you know? So
I mean, I feel like, to be fair, nowadays the term is not as easily defined as it used to be.
True,
Or
fair.
either that, or it's just I don't know. It's a lot more like you see all the stuff with like ZZZ, and it's like
Yeah, Liacon! I saw the
Yeah,
thirst.
like,
I saw
you
the third
can't-
posting.
you cannot tell me that the vast majority of people are not furries at this point.
I mean, low-key, I think I'm not really a fur. I think I'm a shoot-off. I'm a scaly, because I think dragons are cool as fuck.
Oh man, do I have a bridge to show you later?
Listen. I read. Have you read Aragon?
I was there when the when the text was written.
Oh, brother, Aragon shaped my childhood. The movie was a movie, I guess.
There is no movie. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's
That never happened.
It's so funny because I love Galbatorix ripping the curtain to reveal what was it, Shurikai, and then it's nothing, just nothing after that.
Yeah,
A big build to nothing.
Dude, when the fucking, what were they called? The Razik got
The
killed
Razak, yeah.
by like a random root spell. It's like, what is bullshit?
Yeah, it's great. Also, Durza, is it me or does he change actors halfway through the movie?
I deeply loved those books when I was young. I loved them so much.
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
to be
the
fair,
video game was surprisingly good.
I remember watching a gameplay video about it because I couldn't afford it at the time.
I think I rented it from Blockbuster back when that was a thing.
Oh man,
It
remember
was
Hollywood Video?
a shockingly good game.
Huh, interesting. Huh, duly noted. Well, I firmly believe everyone's either a furry or a scaly. I personally see myself as more of a scaly kind of gal, but like, mostly because I think dragons are cool. I own that red dragonology book that you can get this classic book fair.
Yeah, I had those when I was little, but I also collect Warhammer and played Lizardman since I was 10, so I feel like I don't have much of a defense that I can argue at this point.
That's why I appreciate your knowledge so much. I feel like Warhammer is so broad that even though I've been looking at it for like a year and a half, I feel like I don't know anything about it still, you know? But no, I appreciate people like you. Like, also, thank your mods, thank your Discord for pointing you in my direction.
I know just the guy to thank. It's okay, he was here earlier.
Oh, okay, mods kill him. Okay, anyways. Also, another quirk I noticed about VTubers, I'm of the firm belief that no one actually drinks water. I think every VTuber is fueled by caffeine, coffee, Red Bull, and like anime girl sweat. Because I don't see VTubers drinking a lot of water, to be honest. Everyone's dehydrated and raisin line. Unlike me, I have right here a 1 gallon water bottle that I regularly sip out of. I'm hydrated.
Totally
My skin's moisturized.
Get coffee before the stream. yeah.
Okay, okay, it's called dual wielding. I have a coffee and a water. I've been sipping both.
You know, you can't be like, I'm not like that because I also have water.
No, my chat knows from how often I get up to pee. I drink a lot of water, okay?
Yeah, I drink only water during streams, but It feels like a lot of people drink freaking what is it? Gamer Sups, the one that's
Oh
like
yeah, like the anime girl stuff on it.
yeah, it feels like, which to my understanding has like a ton of caffeine in it.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like my agency hydrates well, but I know for a fact there's a few members who rather drink Red Bull than actual water, and I'm convinced their heart's gonna give out in the next 2 weeks.
I was gonna say, how do they not like? Are they having like palpitations on this stream?
I'll tell you what, literally at my worst. So my sleep schedule's kind of fucked from streaming, honestly, because I work in the day. Then I mean, obviously by day and an angel by night, and so I sleep at the worst because I've acclimated to my stream schedule over time. But at the very worst, I was sleeping barely 2 to 3 hours a night, barely. I think
I would literally die.
Oh yeah, no, I fainted. I literally fainted. I fainted in the bathroom of my workplace, and I cracked my head on the counter, and so I got chewed out. It's like just like several senpais literally scolded me for days over it because they're like, "You idiot! What are you doing? Like, I thought we told you to slow down." I'm like, I am slowing down. Are you sleeping? I'm like, no, not really. And so like my brother chewed me out. My senpais chewed me out. Hell, even my kohais chewed me out.
Good.
And so,
I would, but clearly you got the message.
I learned my lesson, but during that phase, in order to stay awake off only 2 hours of sleep a night, I was slumming 5 Red Bulls a day. 5. That's most of the pack. It was bad. And like, it's like, mind you, I already have like high blood pressure and like heart issues. It runs in my family because, you know, bless our little angel hearts, they're not very strong. I will die of a heart attack one day. I just know it, Death Note style. And so I eventually weaned off of Red Bull, and now I have 1 coffee per day max. That's what I go off now.
That's good. That is very reasonable.
Yeah, I think like I do occasionally get a Red Bull, but it's like maybe once every other month.
You know what?
Honestly.
I've been there though. When I was growing up, I thought water tasted bad. Like I hated the taste of it, and so I only drank sodas. That's the only thing I drank for the longest time. Which like I was in marching band and like a really good competitive in the Texas summer heat on a blacktop out at 4 p.m. every day, and would like hide Cokes in my water jugs so that I only had to drink soda because I was that like addicted to it. And it wasn't until I was like a freshman in college that I finally like was like, oh, water doesn't taste terrible. So I was like perpetually dehydrated for like 15 years.
I'm going to ask you a critical question that defines whether or not I'll ever speak to you ever again. How do you feel about sparkling water?
I don't know because I have not tried it.
Really? You never had sparkling water?
No, I just have regular water.
Huh. Okay, I'll be honest. I hate sparkling water. It tastes like water that does not respect you.
I've been wanting to like try some different things because like I'd like to get away from soda. I still have like maybe like 1 or 2 cans of Coke like a day maybe, but I'd like to get away from it entirely. But I feel like I need something that is better than just a bottle of fucking Ozarka.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Water.
I mean, you can get flavored sparkling water from Costco.
That's true. I need to like try some other stuff. But sparkling water, I mean, I would never say I've been compelled to try it because every time I've seen it, it's like, oh yeah, that's a thing, I guess. Cool.
Yeah, but no, sparkling water by itself is kind of ass. Get flavored.
I hate this like carbonated water. That might be good.
That's what sparkling water is. It's carbonated. It's slightly bitter, and it tastes like water that does not respect you or your bloodline, and I don't like it.
Oh, well,
it tastes like disrespect.
I probably would not like that either.
No, try the flavored one because there's a lot of like 0 sugar, 0 calorie options like at Costco. You can buy like a big pack of them for pretty cheap.
I will do that because that would probably like do a lot for me.
yeah, give it a try. Oh yeah, right. Back to the slide. Yeah, you know what? I think everyone's also secretly scaly. Also, VTubing inherently is slightly cringe. But I think, okay, I'll be honest. I don't mind cringe culture though. I don't mind it.
Cringe. Everyone should embrace cringe.
Exactly.
Like, the only thing that is cringe is when you have hobbies you love and you're embarrassed of sharing them. That's cringe.
so based. It's like, I think as a child, I think growing up, anime was kind of like, ooh, you're a weirdo for liking anime. I remember as a child, I had like an anime, I think it was like a Death Note sticker on my pencil case. And someone in my class made fun of it. And I remember crying and running to the bathroom and peeling off the sticker with like a penny or something. Because I was so upset about it. But now, fuck you! I am an anime character! Haha! You failed! It's gotten worse! And so, I think life is way too short to not embrace the things that make you happy. And it's like, if watching VTubers or being a VTuber makes you happy, then so be it. Life is way too fucking short.
Man, you want to hear a story about a moment of confronting cringe?
Oh, tell me.
there was this girl I was sweet on in college, and this was like this would have been my sophomore year, I think. And she came over and was staying at my place, and so I have like my room with all my Warhammer stuff. And like I went in to get something, and she followed me in, and like I have like my big shelf with all my books and stuff, but then I had all my my minis and my painting desk and stuff out. This woman looks at all of my Warhammer minis and is like, oh, what's this? I'm like, oh, this is like my Warhammer stuff. Like, you play tabletop game with it. It's also like, blah, 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 blah. And she looks at it, she goes, oh, don't you think you should hide that when you bring a girl over? And I was like, what? You did not just come into my house and say that to my face.
Disrespect your home.
Funny enough, she's a very, very good friend of mine to this day, but there is a good reason we never dated.
You see, it's like, but the thing is, I think I've come full circle. It's like, even if people find me embarrassing now, I'm like, if the worst thing about you is that you're embarrassing, you're doing great. That's if that is your worst possible personality, is that you are a little embarrassing sometimes, I think you're doing better than most people. I'll be completely honest.
Yeah. Oh, you're not cruel, you're not mean, you're not like any of that. You're just a little odd sometimes. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good. That's not a bad thing. It's gonna be a little weird sometimes.
It's not even a vice at this point to me. I'm just like, well, you have your quirks. That's fine. You're allowed to have quirks. That's okay.
See,
you know?
I is so based.
You're so based.
No, you're
very,
based.
very short. Let me size you correctly. Sorry, I sized you up a little bit too much.
I don't. You know, you keep playing with my body, and I don't appreciate this.
Listen. I crafted you. I crafted this. Oh, I commissioned this crafted form for you. I may manipulate it as I please.
Women.
You know, I've done this thing a lot lately. I have this one guy friend. He's literally married. He's expecting a kid soon. And it's like, we went out to get lunch with all of our friends because I knew him from college. And so we all sat down for like a meal. And then like, I think I asked one of my girlfriends from across the table to hand me a menu. But because he's so tall, he went ahead and reached and got me the menu for it. And he's like, here you go. And he, you know, he passed it to me. And he's like, here you go, Aya. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, female. And it's like, he's not even a girl.
Female.
Silence, female. It's just, I love calling things female, even though they're obviously not women. It's the funniest thing for some. He was plucked. He was like, what?
I have a friend that will do that quite a bit, where she will throw around the term woman like it is the most derogatory slur you've ever heard in your life.
I think it's so. Silence, femoid. This is so fucking goofy. I love it. I love just using it for no reason. It has no correlation at all. I just think it's funny. This last two points. Okay, so I'm forklift certified. Unironically, I have a forklift certification, and I don't think enough YouTubers have it. This last point, let me.
Damn, I saved some bitches for the rest of us. Damn.
I know. I got my forklift so I can lift maidens on it, but so far the maidens they haven't been coming running lately. But it's like this isn't even a quirk, but I just need to confess this because it's been eating at me for months. So a long time ago, so I'll be honest, I don't drink. Especially now I'm on new medication that doesn't allow me to drink at night.
Me too. High five.
Hey! And so the thing is, the last time I got drunk on stream, I was kind of like, I was pretty fucked up. And after stream, I was like, I feel like just like doing some art. And so what initially started as me opening up Clip Studio, getting my tablet out and starting to draw, it devolved to me photoshopping every member of my agency pregnant.
I think you mean it ascended.
Based. So, do you ever get tired of being based? Brother, do you ever get tired of being based?
Nah, fam. You just gotta roll with what you gotta roll with.
You know, okay, no chat, I'll not post it anywhere because I don't wanna like, offend or anything like that. But if a liver's seeing this, hello livers, if another member's seeing this, if you want.
Well, you don't go up to your friends and be like, hey, can I make you pregnant?
Well,
Do you mind?
That implies things, brother. Hello. Well, I'm of the firm belief that when people copulate, it should be 50-50. One of them gets pregnant.
Listen, as long as you work out all of the kinks in that system, because you're gonna need to have an exit strategy for one of those individuals.
They'll find a way.
You don't get to like change the laws of nature, then
No,
go,
no, no,
"Our
yes, I do.
job done." They'll
Yes, I do.
find a way.
They'll seahorse it.
Seahorse
Yeah,
it.
seahorse it. Yeah.
Man,
find a
we're
way.
gonna have to have a talk about life wizards and how impreg works in Warhammer Fantasy, because that is a thing. It's a thing. It's in the lore.
Actually, so we're pushing our time limit here, so I'll wrap things up for now. But that was my VTuber presentation. Yay!
Yay! Oh,
Congratulations.
For a minute.
Sorry?
I didn't realize how much time passed.
It's fine. It's like I think it's funny because I was like, don't worry, Sotek. It will take like 2.5 hours. But then I forgot we're both yappers.
Yeah. So the first time she's like, yeah, like, do you think you could do it in an hour? And I was like, that gives me 2.06 minutes per slide.
And then I was like, it's okay if you go over time. It's fine. I don't give a shit. And I think I'm taking like 2.5 hours. I'm like, it's fine. I'll just force chat to sit.
Miserably.
It's okay. I think it's fun this way. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with me. Thank you.
This was super fun. I actually found a lot of VTuber stuff is so freaking fascinating about me. Wait, no. Hold on. There's not a thing on here. You missed a part. How many wives can a VTuber have?
Infinite. I'll have you know right now, in my bed is a 4-foot-long body pillow of Gabriel from Ultra Kill.
Woo, man, I wasn't sure where you were going with that for a second, but okay, cool.
I was gonna say your mom, but I chose to hold back a little bit.
My mother is a saint, so you know what? If you manage to rope her, then I bow to your incredible skill.
Listen, I saw an opening for a Yo Mama joke, and I was like, you know what? I'll be honest. When we were on the ogre slide, I was so close to making a Yo Mama joke to chat, and I was like, no, Aya, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Lady ogres are meat eaters. I mean, they're pretty wild.
Slay. You can have as many waifus as you want, honestly. I have immeasurable.
So
I
what
have
you're
so
saying
many
is,
maidens.
what you're saying is I should be a VTuber.
Yeah!
Because, I mean, I'm not hearing many downsides here.
You know, I think the only downside... Okay, the one downside to VTubing is, well, there's a few. There's give and takes for every medium. I think one of the biggest one for VTubing for me is mild paranoia. Because it's like, I once went to an anime convention where I was looking at my phone. I look back up, there's an Aya cosplayer 3 feet to my left. And I'm like, and she was right there, and I was
That's so cool.
I mean, it's really cool, but then I almost shat myself at the same time. It's like, they cannot know I live here, like that kind of thing. It was a local convention, right? And I thought the con was so small that there wouldn't be VTuber cosplayers. So I was fucking wrong. There are VTuber cosplayers. In fact, there was a whole ILUNA group. There's a whole group cosplaying my entire fucking wave, and I was like, ah.
And that's so hard. I would want to get up and just give them all like kisses.
That's the thing. It's like, it's really cool because I want to say hi, like, oh hey, thanks for supporting me and that kind of thing, but also like doxxing. And
yeah,
so,
but then they might eat you, which is, you know, that's a bummer.
Exactly. I saw my NDA flash before my eyes, and I was like, oh no. And so I literally just Homer Simpson walked backwards until they're out of view. I mean, it worked. They didn't find out, but it's like, it's one of the downsides. You get a little paranoid, a little bit. It's like, even like, I was being completely silent, but in that brief minute that I was standing next to them and trying to naturally walk away, it's like, I was even breathing. I was like, am I breathing in an Aya kind of way? Shit, should I hold my breath? Like, I don't know. And so I just fully just walked backwards until I lost sight of them. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, not everyone abides by this rule. Not every VTuber wants full anonymity. Some have done full-blown face reveals. Me personally, it's too dangerous. My true angel form is so dangerous that if you make the correlation that I am who I am, you will die. You know, so
Yeah,
it's for the safety of the world.
she only kills people that super chat. So you know we can't risk the normies.
Exact. Oi. Fair, true. Now, actually, if you don't mind me holding you here for a little bit longer, can you explain the chat nipplegate?
Oh, yeah, we can do that real fast. So I totally forgot. I was supposed to include that on the slide and I forgot. Yeah, so Nipplegate, that was an incident that happened in the Warhammer Fantasy community. It was like a year and a half ago. So basically, lizardmen, they don't have nipples, okay? Like the lizardmen don't have nipples. They're
reptiles. They don't have
they're
mammary
reptile
glands.
creatures. They're spawned out of like a crazy techno spawning pool thing that's got really cool sci-fi stuff, whatever. So they like emerge fully formed out of the water, all this stuff. But here's the thing. Is that Games Workshop likes to commission artists instead of having a dedicated art studio. They nowadays prefer to like commission people because it's probably cheaper and they don't have to pay benefits. But anyway, they commissioned an artist for the Direchasm Lizardman warband, and the artist for that just was like, I guess he just really likes drawing nipples. So he draws a saurus, a skink, and a chameleon skink, and he gives all of them nipples. So I take my job as a Loremaster very seriously. I try and make sure I keep a good pace on everything going on every aspect of the community, and people will message me with stuff. So I wake up one day and I have about 50 DMs asking about lizard milk, and I'm going, what is happening? What the fuck is going on? Has the femboy skink community gotten out of control? Nope, it's lactating reptiles because fucking nipples, and people being like, is this canon now? Do lizardmen do this now? And no, the answer is no. But it was a dark day. It was a dark day in the lizard world. We have moved on from it, but it will live on in infamy.
Imagine my surprise. We're just casually talking about the details for the collab because it's pretty unique to have a non-Vtuber join me for, because y'all know, like, I'm gonna be real with you, Sotek. I don't typically do collabs. It's like, and when I do collabs, typically it's a one-on-one thing, and it's usually for my series of hot takes or for D&D. But Aiadmirers can attest, I seldom collab unless I really think I want to do it. And so, yay! Thank you for being so cool to collab with, Sotek. However,
this was super fun.
Imagine my surprise, because mind you, this is also like I had to double check with management and that kind of thing, because, you know, as you can see, Sotek is not a fellow corporate streamer or a VTuber in general. And so, what? Well, you're a PNG tuber now. I have now blessed you. I've
been corrupted.
You've been
I'm mutating.
Oh yeah, you've been exposed to the warp and now you're mutating.
It's fine. I'll get better.
And so imagine like we hop into a call to arrange like the details of today's collaboration. Like, you know, like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna talk about? And then it's like, have you ever heard of Lizard Nipplegate? I'm like, what?
There was context. I don't remember what it was, but there was context.
I think it was because I handed you, because May finished this adorable Fugi for you, and I was like, here, I have a little gift for you. May keep it after the collab as a little olive branch and that kind of thing. And then I think we started talking about lizard men, and then it cascaded into Nipplegates.
It was important knowledge for business reasons.
Well, to be fair, it was, because you can add it. I think you were double checking because you weren't sure if it was too yabe for stream. I was like, that's okay. We're VTubers. We talk about nips all the time. It's pretty normal here. It was so fun. I just fucking lost my shit. Oh my gosh. But it's like, I'm honestly like, I hope you guys enjoyed this collab though, because I seldom ever collab. But I just thought that like, it's like I really want to learn more about Warhammer Fantasy, and I've been kind of like into my Warhammer kind of brain rot lately, and who better to invite than an actual lore master and an actual like professional in this field, an actual like expert who just knows his shit. And I was like, hell yeah, brother. And so I'm so happy that you contacted me and we can arrange a collab and that kind of thing. Thank you for appearing in my chat, because I'll be honest, even as a fellow streamer, I seldom talk in other people's chats. Like, am I being annoying? I'm just not gonna say anything.
No, I totally get that. I have to force myself because it's like I just want friends.
Yeah, no. Well, welcome to the world of VTubing and corporate VTubing. Handshake.
Shake.
Yeah, let me just shake you vigorously. Hold on.
This was. Oh no. Ah! I'm gonna throw up. But this was super duper fun. I had an absolute blast with this.
Aw, thank you for joining me. Oh, let's read a few super chats. I think there's a few super chat questions for you. So let's see if we can find them real fast. Let me see. And thank you all for the super chats. Make sure to give Sotek some love as well, because he also streams here on YouTube. He's also he's added in the description, so you can click on his ad and it'll take you to his channel. Please check him out. You stream basically every day, don't you? Like, you stream pretty often.
Not every day, but some days.
Well, I forgot, like...
Remember, 99% gorilla, remember?
Fair enough. Not everyone's a psychotic streamer. That's fair. Y'all, it's like, you're being healthy, though. You're managing your personal life and, like, streaming. That's good for you.
Yeah, I even like to lie and post a schedule most weeks that I don't follow.
You know what? I feel that,
I'm
bestie.
that gorilla.
It's like, no, I'm late to every damn stream. For the
No,
past,
not just late. I
month,
just won't show up sometimes.
Bro, just like, you know that guy, like give that guy throwing the peace sign and just disappearing.
Yes, yeah.
Let me see. I think you answered this one by BP, but BP, thank you for the super. I think this is about the Tomb Queen question, but thank you for the super, BP. BP's from Europe, and I don't think Europe is real. Let me see.
It's not. I've been there. It's definitely fake.
It's definitely real. Absolutely. Very cool. Thank you for the super. Love the good. Love you too. Thank you. Actually, let me just. I don't want to kidnap you here for too long. Let's be the ones that have you in it.
You can do whatever you like.
Sorry, we're gonna keep you for too long. Do you mind if I read super chats real fast?
Go ahead. I literally bricked off my whole evening for this.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Cujo, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry, I sold you to Cujo, so your soul's now sold to a bird.
Oh shit! Yeah, maybe I do have somewhere to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Selling you new friends. Typical VTuber activities.
I may need to use the escape hatch on the way out.
No, no, I already glued it shut. Me and my super glue.
Why do you even have it? Why is it there?
No, the super glue is because I glue the Aiadmirers of cloacas shut.
But what is with you and glue and orifices?
I just think that orifices are a privilege, not a right. Yeah. Anyways, Sign of the Emperor, thank you for the super. Thank you. I think this is one of your chatters, isn't it? Isn't it, Sotek?
I don't fucking know. Sure.
I feel caught up by that comment, Sotek. Read them. Clock them, Sotek. Read them to filth. Do it. Clock them. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Steve, thank you for the super. I gets one opportunity to make someone smaller than her, and she goes mad with power. Shut up. You actually know what? Fuck you. Hold on. I'm making him extra small now.
What? Why am I being... Okay, you know what? Whatever. Fuck it.
Suffer. Welcome to my channel.
Listen, it just makes every woman appear even larger, so it's fine. It's great.
I was born to be giant. Okay, I want to be tall. I am large and imposing, and I terrify people around me.
Yeah, and pigs fly. Yeah.
Yeah. Slay. Acceptable casualty. Thank you for the super. Australia is a realm of corn. Emus are demons. So true, bestie. How are emus real? How are emus not just corn demons? That is crazy. They are Zinch.
Fairly, they're. Yeah, I mean they're spooky birds.
Yeah, I mean I think so. I think so. They gave me Zinch just because birds. But Nate, thank you for the super. Please know I'm nearsighted. Suffer for it then. Fuck your eyeballs. Acceptable casualty. Thank you for the super. Quentin Tarantino #1. Nature magic advocate. Is this about the toes? Is this about the feet?
Oh yeah, probably. Well, like the
Fey
Enchantress and all that.
Yeah, that was crazy. I remember, like, being a VTuber has brain rotted me. Now I just notice feet more often than I usually do.
Oh, I'm sure it was the VTubing that did it. Yeah, sure.
No, I don't typically have a feet. I think feet are weird. I think they're kind of weird. I'm more of a hands person.
I know someone that's genuinely scared of feet.
You know,
like she like does not handle like bare toes well. Like she just doesn't.
Damn. You know, I feel so bad. It's like, so I got into Warhammer in general, and there are frogs present in both 40k and fantasy. I recommended a friend of mine to get into them because they also like grimdark shit. They also love that kind of genre of like fiction. I totally forgot they are frightfully just mortified of frogs. And so I got them into Warhammer. Then like they call me 3 weeks later, like, what do you mean there's frogs in here? I'm like, there's frogs. Oh, I forgot about the frogs. Sorry.
So do you want to know a fun secret about the Slan that is completely and utterly true, and I've yet to see it disproven?
Oh, what is it?
If you show artwork of the Slan to a woman and she's like, yeah, I'd fuck with that, it's a white woman.
It's a what?
It's a white woman.
Wait. Huh?
I don't know why. It just is.
Do they just like frogs more?
Apparently.
Slay. Not the one I was talking to. She's mortified of frogs. I think she might be an exception. Oh, that's crazy, huh? That is wild. I go lesbian. Just look. Oh, let me take a look at these. The self-report.
It doesn't make sense, but I've seen it so many times, and it's alarming and fascinating in equal measure.
Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. That is the most wild off-kilter thing, but okay. Zion, thank you for the Silpa. The Chaos Dwarves are basically fantasies equivalent to Ironward. Oh, true. Just equally full of haterade, too. Ricky Chapman, thank you for joining the Maidenship. Welcome on in. Thank you for the fresh blood. You're gonna die in 3 days. Vivicor, thank you for the Silpa. Chat Reflex Streamer, shut the fuck up, Vivicor.
Yeah, see, Bien back me up.
Eh?
Bien, in chat.
Oh, yeah! Thanks, lesbians. Thanks, lesbians. I know you got me. Thank you. Monster Envy, thank you for the Silpa. Slanesh also has the most potential as other gods of excess of concepts. Oh, but Slanesh is more like excess in general, correct?
Yeah, so, well, all the dark gods have overlap. Like, there are things about each other that they benefit from. So, like, all of them utilize violence and, you know, battle and sacrifice, all that. So, Form benefits for that. All of them utilize magic in some way, shape, or form. So, Tzeentch benefits off that. But Slanesh is excess in all things, which chaos in and of itself is almost like a metaphysical cancer. Chaos is concepts taken to an absurd extreme. And so, yeah, Slanesh benefits from all of that.
Huh, noted. Oh my god, it's so nice to have an encyclopedic knowledge of Warhammer lore just next to me at all times. It's great. It's okay if I poke you at random sometimes to clarify Warhammer lore. I get confused.
Literally, nothing would make me happier.
Yeah! Yippee! My own encyclopedia, excellent. Thank you for the super mod,
just poke holes in my jar lid, please.
No. Tzeentch, Envy, thank you for super. Tzeentch, god of hope. So he wants his followers to hope but not actually get what they want, because then you stop hoping for it, so he streams you along. Yeah, I think someone told me about that during my early learning streams about Warhammer. That's fucked up. I think someone in my chat once commented that Tzeentch is amongst the cruelest of the Chaos Gods just because of that constant stringing along, that kind of mindfuckery.
Oh yeah, they're all deeply horrible. Deeply fucked up, horrible entities.
Syntax Error, thank you for the super. The Dali, religiously mandated lawful stupid.
That goes in the book!
Alright, go in the book. It's funny, I literally got this book in ARM asset strictly for the purpose of writing chat down when they upset me. Because I'm so sick of their shit.
You've been dwarf pilled all along.
Listen, low key, yeah, a bit. I just like them. I think it's because even like before I got into Warhammer, I've always liked dwarves. I've always liked Gimli and that kind of thing from Lord of the Rings, and so it was bound to happen at some point.
I officially declare that Aya is a Rin.
Is a what?
A Rin. It's a female dwarf.
Ah, yeah. Can I have a beard?
You can. It would be very unusual, but you can.
I want a beard anyways. I deserve one.
I suppose anything could happen.
Yeah! Yippee! Let me see. Semi Qwerty, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you. Cot. Shut up. I'll eat you and your family. Unacceptable. Thank you for the super. Brothers of Clan Mod. Hammer this man's nuts. It's like, I've been casting Power Word Testicular Torsion for the past year, honestly. No one has untwisted gonads at this point.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. You might miscast at some point. Then who knows what's gonna happen?
No, that's why I'm a girl. I don't have them anymore.
You think that?
I got counterspelled.
But then it turns into like ovarian torsion.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. I sure hope not.
I think the closest thing would be Picos, honestly, but I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, Rysel. Thank you for the super. Let's get down to business. to defeat the... Get out of here. Get out of here. Rice Hill mods, kill this guy. Thank you. Vivicore, thank you for the super. We're still at the Costco. Oh, yeah. I keep threatening to reduce Aiadmirers to a marketable red meat sauce and selling them at the local Costco.
How much would it be?
I don't know, like probably like, I don't know, probably on sale because they're a little stinky. Maybe like $10.
Mm.
Sion, thank you
Yeah,
for
but
the
like
super.
people like stinky cheeses, so like stinky sauce.
I
could work.
hate cheese. I don't eat cheese.
At all?
Yeah, it's like my most like I'm a true blue American, but I do not like cheese.
Whoa. So like,
Like
oh,
mac and cheese
that's
is
so
fine.
sad.
Mac and cheese is fine, but like if you put like cheese on a charcuterie board, I'm not gonna eat it.
Oh, I mean but like if you're eating like Tex-Mex, like would you put like nacho cheese on it?
I don't like nachos. I don't like cheese.
Oh, the pain. Oh.
It's like, the only cheese I've been recently enjoying is so like I love pupusas and like the ham and cheese, the pork and cheese ones are really good. I tolerate mild cheeses. Any strong cheese is a no-go for me.
Are you like lactose intolerant? Or you just not like the taste of it?
I just like the taste of it.
That is the wildest fucking thing I've ever heard.
It's like I can tolerate cheese snacks. Like cheeses are good, goldfish are good, especially if they're extra toasty. Those are good, but actual like I can't eat brie. I can't no camembert. I can't do anything of the soft cheeses. I can't do like anything too sharp or too. Fuck blue cheese. I hate blue cheese. Feta is a sin against the universe and needs to be deleted off the face of the planet. It's a horrible, the worst cheese you can possibly think of. I just abhor any strong or smelly cheeses. Mozzarella, I'm fine with. Mozzarella's cool. Some cheddars are fine, but it's very specific. Very specific.
I mean, I don't care about a lot of those cheeses you said. It's just like, but like, oh man, I'm so sad for you.
No, listen. I have other favorite foods to compensate for it. Okay, I just don't like cheese. This is not my. The idea of eating soiled milk is not really for me.
That's such a bad way to put it.
Well, it is what it is. Is it not just curdled soiled milk?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that much.
I don't like it. It's not for me personally. I don't like cheese, but y'all can have
I am
it.
here to eat, not to think.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Sam, thank you for the super. Thank Hrothgar for Tigermen. I keep on thinking of Tony the Tiger for the Tigermen.
I mean, you can. I don't think they're going to be that dissimilar, to be frank.
They're just this really top-heavy Dorito-shaped tiger people.
That is what I'm kind of expecting. But, you know, Games Workshop might surprise me.
I mean, you know what I've been into lately? Like animal centaurs, like tiger centaurs. It's like
Oh man, we've got Centigores, we've got Zotes, which are a reptilian version. We got Dragon Ogres. We got all sorts of.
That's why. One thing that really pulled me into fantasy is the monster design. I love it. The creature design is really chef's kiss, really good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Pinkerton, thank you for the gifted. Vivicore, thank you for the gifted. Vivicore, thank you for the super. Why, Vtuber? Why are all these just saying Vtuber? Thank you for the super, Steve.
Because of your presentation.
Oh yeah, so just Vtuber. That's the entire damn presentation. That's it. That's literally it. Thank you for the super acceptable casualty. Slanesh gifting a skink with a blessing. Color? Oh, for your funny squares? Shut the fuck up. Aaron, thank you for the super. Loremaster, I've been given a vision from Belli? I mean Sotek. He has revealed that Aia is an agent of the horned rat. Ah! I mean, the great horned rat is cool looking though.
I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if because Skaven aren't real, so obviously you're lying.
True, of course, yes, they're not real, of course. Yeah,
yeah, that's a heretic. Someone needs to burn him at the pyre immediately.
It's just a weird looking cat. Ma, the cat is back. The weird looking cat's back. Jinx, thank you for the super. Get blood with money. I hope your butthole randomly hurts in public, Jinx. Thank you for the super. Vivika, thank you for the gifted. Pinkerton, thank you for the super. Vtuber, why super? Not if I twist your butthole. Kamendachi, thank you for the super. Are there Thictors in the old world? Huh? You mean lictors? Like lictors, like from 40k, like the invisible Tyranids?
Thictor? The Thictor from... Oh, okay, I know what they're talking about. Yes,
what is that?
Sure, why not? So it's like a lictor, but it's thick.
I kind of knew. I was hoping I was wrong.
Because, you know, everyone, some people got their, people see the xenomorph and they're like, I want that, but with tentacles and eating my brain.
No, that sounds like heresy, brother. That sounds an awful lot like heresy.
You do not get to say that.
Shut up! I'm loyal to the Imperium, always!
Sure. You know what? Sure.
Oh, but I'm a sister of battle! I'm a sister of battle, though!
She lies as easily as she breathes.
I'll be more honest. This one time I was in a call with other members, and I think I said I breathe as easily as I lies, or something. I fucked up the sentence so hard I got stun locked, and they were just laughing at me for a solid 5 minutes. I felt so embarrassed. Anyways, thank you, Kamendachi. Thank you for the super. Vivicor, thank you for the super. Like the Muppets. You call me a Muppet? At least make me Miss Piggy. At least she's slay. And thank you for the super. So, Loremaster, which old world god does this entity serve that you are communing with this day from your temple? Yeah, which old world god would I serve? And if I don't like the answer, it's going in the book.
I would probably an old world god. I would probably slot Aya with. Oh, that's tough. Maybe Katja.
Kesha?
Not Kesha. Katja.
Who that?
Katja is a. Don't worry about it.
Does she wake up in the morning? Tick tock on the clock.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Slay. Okay. And my old world goddess is Kesha.
That's not what I said, but sure.
Slay. Anyways, thank you for the super, Aaron. Thank you. Also, that's you in your profile picture. Very dapper suit. Very cool. Thank you for the super. Infinite yapping. Listen, I should have seen this coming from the collab. It's funny because before this, I was like, oh yeah, Loremaster, you're not too big of a yapper, are you? And I remember seeing your VODs 6+ hours long. I'm like, oh.
Well, don't make fun of me.
Don't worry, I'm
long-winded, okay?
No, same. She's gonna collab with Pitbull. Dale. Uno, dos, tres. Let me see. Pinkerton, thank you for the super. Sometimes we send her supers to react to Colin J. Pinkerton, BJ, Belden, all of you die.
I mean, they got your number.
No, they don't. No.
They got you on speed dial.
No. Thank you for the super, BJ. I hope you fart in public. Belden, thank you for the super. Ask him if Colin J is a real emote. Let's get an independent observer's opinion on it. Sotek. If you value your friendship with me, you will answer this properly. Is Colin J a real emote?
Ooh, you know what? My Discord's acting funny. I can't
Answer
seem
now,
to hear what you're saying.
Answer, Colin!
I mean, how do you define an emote? I mean, it looks like a face to me. That seems kind of like an emote.
But it's not an officially used emote. It's a fictive emote made by chat. It's never been used before aside from chat.
I mean, everything is made up by somebody, so like technically.
I hope your toenail gets ingrown, Sotek.
I take immaculate care of my nails, so that'll never happen.
Slay! No, my number one pet peeve with people in general is if they don't take care of their nails. And clean them. You know, I feel like I see so many grimy nails. I get so sick of seeing it. So thank you. Thank you. Doing the Lord's work. Thank you. Okay, I can forgive you. I can forgive you for that.
Okay. Good.
Okay. And then, Disaster Lesbian. Thank you. Thank you for the Aka Super. This is how he provided content. Listen, Aiadmirers harass me with poor financial habits 24/7. They wake up in the morning. I get Streamlabs donations at 4 in the morning. They'll spend $50 and go, oh boy, 4 in the morning. Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to sleep. If anything, send that to Loremaster. Give a tip to a bro. Just anyways. Gia Mummy, thank you for the super. Cancel a flight to watch a stream? What kind of insane dude would do such a thing? It's Gia Mummy. By the way, this guy's the one who canceled an actual business flight to attend a stream instead.
I mean, it sounds like to me he just has his priorities in the right place.
Don't condone that behavior. Mods, delete Jim Lummy, thank you. And thank you again for the Aka Super Disaster Lesbian. Mwah, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Michael Chevachet, thank you for the super. It's me, the goop. Thank you, thank you. Vivicor, thank you for the super. Right here, Loremaster. Vivicor, you're not allowed to speak to him, okay? I'm now barring you from speaking to my guest, okay? Mods, kill that person. Thank you.
There's so much death. This is a realm of shyish.
Belden, thank you for the Akasupa. Akasupas look like this, and they're responded to by Colin J, which is a really real emote that everyone uses. Belden is actively spreading misinformation. That seems like heresy. You smell that? That smells like heresy to me, brother. I smell some heresy.
Why are you sniffing them?
Okay. Oftentimes, if Aiadmirers are pregnant, I sniff them to check for their pregnancy. I also sniff them to check for heresy.
What happens if you get them mixed up?
They both die either way. No,
Wait,
no. The thing is, like, if they're pregnant, they're gonna give birth to an eagle, because we're all Americans here. So, like, they open their legs and like a bald eagle goes, and it flies out from between their legs.
That is so Mermidia coded. Good for you.
And then, if they smell of heresy, they get banned on the spot.
There seem to be a lot of ways to get hit with a ban around these parts.
Yeah, it's called curating your audience and killing and whittling out the weak. Yeah, it's good old population control, you know.
Really, I don't know if I could keep her on Team Catch It, guys. She's going a little she's going a little off the wall.
I know. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the Akasupa Pinkerton.
Do you want to know who Katja is?
Who that?
He is the goddess of disarming beauty in the Reichland.
I'm just a goober, okay?
She is actually surprisingly dangerous.
Okay, I kind of like her then. Okay, fair. Does she have a morning star by any chance?
I'll put it this way. She is a goddess that very much believes that women should be allowed to unveil and use their beauty at all times. So if anyone tries to impose on her priestesses or their favor that they should cover up and wear more clothing, she quite literally smites them or does horrifying god nightmare shit to them.
That is so me, bestie. Oh my gosh, thank you. That is so me, bestie. Thank you. If I am not devoting my life to a religious zealotry in the form of being an Adeptus Sororitas, then that works too. Thank you.
Her temples also operate as houses for good times.
Oh, slay. Party it up. Oh, she is like Kesha, the slay. Anyways, thank you for the Aka Silva Pinkerton. I'm helping with the presentation. Guys, keep your funny red squares in your pocket, or even now, leave funny red squares for Sotek as well, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Don't let her deceive you. She's trying to she's trying to misdirect you into me, and you shouldn't fall for these lies.
Did you know that super chats are free on Sotek's channel? They cost double here, but they're free on his channel. Don't question me. Anyways,
yeah, they cost double here because they're worth more here. Therefore, you should be investing.
No. Oh, sorry. We don't speak stonks. No. Wow. Talk about investing during tax season is kind of fucked up, dude. That's kind of fucked up.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
No. It's kind of fucked up to mention investing in tax season. That's kind of like dark side of
I
shit.
never did get to see a rainbow.
Mods kill this guy. Hold on. Anyways, thank you for the Akasuba Pinkerton. Thank you. Steve, thank you for the super. Thank you for the super, Steve.
I've been to the other side.
It was dark and cold. This is an example super chat, which means it's free. Shut the fuck up, Steve. It's Jinx, thank you for the super. A super is also free if you send it to awkward goops. I am awkward. But to be fair, it's like, I feel like Loremaster and I get along because I think we both share in our brain rots. I feel like once you embrace cringe, nothing really feels awkward anymore, to be honest. You know?
Yeah, I mean, finding someone that is also comfortable with being cringe is a relief because then you don't have to try anymore and it's nice.
Exactly. It's like, bro, I keep saying it. Life is too short to be embarrassed by your interests. Life is way too short. You're gonna end up bald and dead one day. It doesn't matter.
Why are those what?
Yeah, everyone's gonna end up bald and dead.
Things.
Yeah.
Wrong being bald.
It's what my religion teacher used to say.
That is hilarious and distressing.
Michael, thank you for the super. Yeah, super chat for the angel goober. Shush. Aaron, thank you for the super. I bring Aya a gift I bring Aya a gift from each of the great four: a large teethed ask, a rusted putrid scythe, a bubbling and flowing stave, and a barbed twin-tail whip. Don't listen to that wizard. thank you. So many presents. Thank you, Aaron Strever. Pardon if I butcher your name. Thank you.
I would return that to Cinder.
No, I want to keep it. They're funny souvenirs.
I don't say I didn't warn you.
I want to keep it. Because, okay, but a putrid scythe reminds me of Mortaria, and Mortarian's model goes hard, okay? I'm not even remotely a Nurgle gal, but that model goes insane.
Mortarian does have a fantasy counterpart.
Oh, who?
Valnir the Reaper.
Can you send me an image? I'm curious.
He's old, but yeah, I'll send an image over.
Thank you. James, thank you for the super. Should we give Colon J a nose? It's going to become Colon Carrot J. No. Vivika, thank you for the super. You like supers, don't you, Aya? I'm going to eat your family. Michael, thank you for the super shot. Yasaka, happy 20 months. Good to see you again. Thank you for dying. Pinkerton, thank you for the super. Reminder to Sotek, pantsless. Yeah, the prime benefit of VTubing is pantslessness. We're very aerodynamic, folks. Sarah, welcome back. Happy 16 months.
But what if you hear the clapping of my cheeks hitting my chair when I get up and down?
That is Taskaru. Yo, this goes hard.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen Tarmacon?
I have not. This sketch looks so sick. I want to sketch like this. I need to work on my art some more.
So this model is absolutely massive.
I'll tell.
It dwarfs most minis.
Ooh, that's
but Tarmacon
sick.
he's the big bad of Nurgle.
That's sick. That's sick. You see, I think I like Mortarion a bit more just because I think scythes are impractical but stylish weapons.
I respect that. I am also very... Oh, actually, so when I was at the Ren Fair this past year, they were selling like this beautiful, fucking gorgeous, like handmade big old scythe. And I was like, oh man, I want that because it looks sick. And because I've been buying a bunch of things because I was spending money like an idiot, but I'm an adult so I can do what I want. And I went in there and I was like, oh, like how much for that scythe? And the guy looks at me and he's like, oh, it's 15 grand. I was like, oh, okay.
Bro, I went to my local Ren Fair and I got I had a katana that had Damascus steel, Damascus pattern on it, beautiful. It cost 30 grand. 30 grand. I wielded it. I was like, I'm holding a car. I'm holding a really nice car right now. It's like, damn it. I want to buy swords. I love swords.
I bought my first one ever and I love it so much.
Ooh, do you LARP?
No, but I think a part of me always wanted to, but long story short, I had friends growing up that, and to be fair, I guess still do, find going outside to be allergic.
Ah, well, you just made a VTuber friend, so like, good luck finding anyone who actually goes outside. It's only downhill from here, bro.
No, they are a whole degree so much worse. I love them to death, but they're so much worse.
Bless them in their little socks. Let me see. Thank you, happy 16 months, sire. Noah, thank you for the super. Jesse, thank you for the gifted. Sion, thank you for the orange super. Luton09 is who to talk about. Yes, I've seen their videos. I've been watching their videos here and there. Thank you for the recommendation. It's like, I want to reach out to more content creators every now and then, but I'm a little picky, I'll be honest. Mostly because I'm a little bit shy and a little bit awkward, but luckily, Loremaster's been such a delight, hasn't he, y'all? Make sure to subscribe to his channel, too. Loremaster's super friendly and super sweet. And if you don't subscribe, I will find you.
I feel like I'm supposed to say something clever here, but I've honestly got nothing.
Get stun locked, idiot. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the orange super, Sion. Syntax, thank you for the super. One question. Nakari? Smash your pass.
Yeah, Nakari. Uh-huh.
Let me see. What does that look like, hon? Smash your pass.
Nakari is, Nakari
I know what they are. I've seen this before. I was on... Okay, it's from Total War.
Nakari is the, oh god, what's his he's the Arch Tempter.
Bro got one titty out.
Yeah, so he's half male, half female. But Nakari is one of the most ancient, powerful demons of Slaanesh and has a huge hate boner for the line of Anarian, which is like the first Phoenix King of the Elves. And Nakari is a very petty bitch who spends 10,000 years trying to get revenge against one guy's family for beating him up once.
I love how everything in Warhammer is so petty. everyone is perpetually in a state of petty anger, and I kind of love it.
But he is rocking those skin tight tights, so you know, good for him.
Yeah, okay, I'll be honest, I love legs with haunches like that. I love animalistic legs. But honestly, pass, it's the face.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a nose.
Yeah, I can't smell nothing. He can't smell my expensive perfumes. I spent money on this. So nah, pass. I'll pass. Fulgrim, easy smash. Easy. I also confirmed with Fulgrim he'd also smash Fulgrim. Let me see. Thank you for the super Syntaxon. Thank you for the super. Ovarian torsion is a thing. It is? How do you torsion your ovaries?
Wow, that's amazing and terrifying in equal measure.
Do you just turn too fast and it just twists? How does that even happen? That's crazy. Anyways,
little did we realize the get rotated idiot was far more dangerous than first assumed.
Get rotated. Your ovaries get caught up in the rotation, of course. Majestic, thank you for the super. It's a shame I didn't have a slide about Karlak. Listen, Sotek already knows.
Well, we'd have to unlist the VOD.
Yeah, we have to unlist the VOD, okay? The material I have on my computer is not safe for work. Nolan, thank you for the super. Harris is my favorite color. I'm going to put you on timeout, okay? Have fun, Nolan. Thank you for the super. I'm a stonker myself. No, you're not. Silence. I hope you explode. Aaron, thank you for the super. Thank you. I hate to tell you this, Aya, but this is not the same Sotek every time you kill them. The slan? The slan? S-L-A-N.
Yep.
Oh, this one merely spawned a new Sotek that is just very similar to the previous one. Apparently, that's an actual fear. Like, me and my coworker were talking about this. Apparently, there's not common, but a lot of people have it. It's a fear that everyone around you has been replaced by aliens, and like they are totally cool with that. It's like
total like body snatchers thing, yeah.
Yeah, no, but the aliens are cool with it, and they just kind of like want to be that person. Like nothing bad happens, they're just not them anymore. Apparently it's like an actual widespread phobia. I didn't know that.
I can get that. Well, that's like how a lot of people talk about like if teleportation was a thing, they wouldn't want to do it because theoretically it could be that it just kills the original you and builds a new you that has all of your memories and everything in the place that it would be going. So every time you teleport, you are dying, but there's another you that thinks it's you, that is you for all intents and purposes, but it's just not the original you that is now in the new place.
Would it like clean the body and that kind of thing? Can I avoid showering if let the new me? Will my new me be cleanly showered?
Well, I don't know. They'd be like built out of like particles that are rearranged in the shape of the version of you that just got vaporized.
But would they be clean?
I think so, unless you were very deliberately not clean when you went in.
Slay. The thing is, I hate traffic and commuting so bad. I'll take it. Kill the old me. It's fine.
I'll gladly die.
The commute is so bad, I would literally rather die. My commute, so my office, when I go to work, it's literally only around 8-9 miles away from my house. It takes me almost an hour to get there in rush hour. Almost an hour.
That is agony. I could not.
That's why I leave the house around 5:45, 6 a.m. now, so I can avoid all the traffic because it gets so bad. So now my commute time is barely 25 minutes, but at its worst, a full hour, if not more.
We need to get you your own personal Lothern Sky Cutter so you can just zip around.
No, like in Total War, like the the gobos that fly around on those little wings?
The Doom Divers?
Yeah, I want to be a Doom Diver, except I just crash into the parking lot of the cars of coworkers I don't like.
That's a one-way trip.
As long as I damage the cars of my boss, it's fine.
It's a Doom Diver because there's only Doom at the end of the flight.
No, Doom stands for dang. Overhead, overtly,
You got one more. Starts with them.
Fun. Yeah.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. A little did we realize Doom was apparently an abbreviation all along.
Yeah, exactly. I want one day for you to meet my dear Kohai Doppio Drop Scythe. because being in a room with him is akin to enduring a psychosis. Okay? I mean this in the most loving way possible. If I can get you and Doppio Dropscythe in a room together, I think he'd kill you.
You're putting an interesting spin on this proposal.
he's literally one of the sweetest people in the world, but he doesn't have voices in his head. He is the voice in the head. Okay, so like he's on a different level, and I think you'd love him.
Oh, good. I have some issues I need to deal with. The voice in my head. I have some things that me and him need to talk about.
Slay. Oh, Aaron, thank you for the super. Mazda? Like the car?
Mazda Mundi.
Like the car? Beep beep, vroom vroom?
That may or may not have been what inspired part of his name.
Huh. Mazda Mundi is scrawled on your location, Sotek. He is confused and said this one line. You should not be there. And the temple guard are coming.
Ah, shit.
No,
oh, shit, dude.
You're stuck in Vtuber school now.
Ah,
Good luck.
Shit, dude. The boss is sending the cops. The lizard cops. Shit.
Imagine it's like I can imagine these like lizards riding velociraptors with like fucking little blue and red lights. It's like beaming.
That would not be that much of a stretch, to be honest.
That's funny. Thank you for the super. Doom, Department of Outlandish Mechanization. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I kept you for 5 hours. Holy shit. You remember when I said this would only take 2.5 hours?
I mean, it was. I have no regrets.
Yay! Yay! Well, we should probably wrap things up. We've been here for way too long. Sorry for keeping you up. Sorry.
No, I'm fine. I don't really care about chat, but like I'm fine.
Oh my god, chat, hear that? He hates you. That's crazy.
I hate you.
Yeah,
so
chat, kill
much.
this guy.
God, I hate you. Why are you the way that you are?
Me. Honestly, I tell him that all the time. Why are you like this? Why are you the way that you are?
I'm sorry. I love you.
Illy. Yeah, oh, Toskaru. That's a Toskaru moment. Toskaru. Slay. Slay.
Really?
Slay, slay.
I thought that was just what do they call it? When you're too friendly with your chat, there's a word for it.
Parasocial?
Yeah. I thought that was a parasocial.
No, I'm openly parasocial.
Nice.
You see, I want to wear their skin on my skin. I am going to find where they live, peel off their flesh, and rub it all of my naked form so we can be together forever.
That's so good. Like that's literally as close as you could possibly be with your Oshi. Who wouldn't want
No,
that?
I take a step further. I vor them.
For them, interesting.
Yeah, or either that, or if they're squeamish about mouth things, I'm going to cut them open and put their organs inside of my organs. I want to collect all of their kidneys. I just want way too many kidneys.
Man, there are so many Warhammer creatures that are very relevant to what you're discussing these days. Right now.
Honey, that's a Space Marine. That's just the Space Marines, isn't it?
Space Marines, freakish mutant giants.
And they're multiple organs. Why not? As one does. As one does. Oh, and also, I got lots of, actually, no, I'll handle that after that. But thank you, Loremaster. I'm gonna say goodbye to my chat for a little bit, then I'll end the stream. Yeah, but thank you so much for joining me, guys. Make sure to check out Loremaster and his wonderful streams. He's a delightful, a cornucopia of knowledge when it comes to Warhammer. So please, check out his content. He's amazing and excellent streamer and all-around really chill guy. So make sure to check him out, okay?
Thank you, and y'all make sure you take good care of her. Make sure y'all support her very much. Yes, good, very much. Yes.
No, none of that Steven speak.
This is the best thing you've got going for you. Don't fuck this up, chat.
No, shut up.
Keep it going good. Keep it going good.
Shush. Thank you for joining me, Loremaster. Let's talk again soon, okay?
Yes. All right, you take care.
Bye. I killed him. He may not have realized it, but I have eviscerated him, and he is now dead. Yeah. Okay, chat, now that we're together alone. Why'd you fucking embarrass me? Huh? Would it kill y'all to be normal for 5 seconds? Why do you have the infinite urge to constantly bully me and make fun of me and make me look stupid? This is all your fault! Aiadmirers? How come you didn't make me look cooler? Guys, you had every opportunity to make me look super duper cool, and instead, you make fun of me! No! Shut up! Loremaster, get out of here! It's not about you! Thank you for the super chat! It's so dark, I can't see anything. What happened? Oh yeah, I killed him off screen. Breaking news, local VTuber fucking kills a guy. Thank you again for joining me, Loremaster. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So fun talking and yapping about Warhammer. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Loremaster. Guys, make sure to check him out. He's a wonderful streamer and content creator. Make sure to check him out and give him all the love and support you can, okay? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Okay, so Aiadmirers, I'm going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room, okay? I didn't want to mention this while he was in here so he doesn't feel awkward about it or nothing. Not that it has anything to do with him. But so, as you know, I just came back from a little miniature break and that kind of thing. And so, just to, like, in case it feels jarring for me to suddenly return to streaming after going through it, I want to stream just because it helps me cope. Helps me, you know, work past how I feel about certain things, especially death and that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, so sorry if it's kind of weird or off-putting, but I tend to like streaming and keeping myself busy because it keeps my mind off things, you know? And so thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm sorry I had to disappear for a little bit. I kind of knew what was coming, but it just kind of hit us randomly. Things took a turn for the worse, and it was more humane to let him go. And so, and that's what I ended up doing. I spent all day yesterday just kind of going through it, just kind of settling for it. And I'm still a little upset. Yeah, I'm definitely still hurting a little bit. But that's okay. That's what we have streaming for. That's what I have y'all for. I'll keep on streaming and I'll, you know, just keep myself busy. Luckily, the members have been nothing but pure saints to me. They've been keeping me company, calling me, checking in on me, and that kind of thing. And so I'm pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. A little sad, a little somber, but that's to be expected, you know? And I'm trying to handle this as healthily as I can. I'm trying not to self-isolate. I'm trying to stay connected to my support groups and everything. And I let my manager know so that they can parse out work for me and that kind of thing. So we're all good. We're handling it. So thank you very much for your patience and everything. Sorry to suddenly take a break and come back randomly like this. But I hope you didn't miss me too much. I am back on my schedule, and thank you for your flexibility. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, Aaron, thank you for the sopa. To be fair, I'm a Sotek fan that's come to see why our Loremaster got caught into this. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Love your VTuber class. Aw, thanks, Aaron. Thank you. I'll be honest. I lurk in a few of Sotek's streams, and I see you pretty often. Welcome on in. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for wandering on in. Yes, I've kidnapped your Oshi. Technically, he's a PNG tuber now, so he can be an Oshi. He's in the VTuber sphere, technically. Yeah, I went ahead and kidnapped him. Thank you. I'm glad you had fun. Thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day. You know, I'll be okay. I'll manage. I'm tougher than I look after all. I'm as tough as steel, tough as nails. BJ, shut the fuck up, bitch. Thank you for the super. Thank you. That's going in the book. Yeah, but thank you very much. Thank you for the super. Thank you. Let me readjust myself to be in the middle here. I'm a little off-center for some reason. Off-center for some reason. No, I need to stop. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this collab was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I'm really happy that it panned out as well as it did. Loremaster is so friendly and easy to get along with, so I appreciate it. And so, if y'all saw the but I was going somewhere with that. So, anyways, rough past few days. I'm back. I'm doing okay. I'm handling it the best I can. And so, a lot of y'all gave me some really, really sweet messages offline on Streamlabs. Y'all did not have to, but I cried a little bit earlier today reading some of these because they're so sweet, and I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Thank you for caring and that kind of thing. These sweet messages mean a lot to me, and so thank you very much. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate y'all. I'm not gonna read them out loud, but thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse. Let me click these. Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Sinister. Thank you, Chalby. And I'm sorry I had to cancel the Woomy stream. I went ahead and rescheduled it for Monday. So we're gonna have the stream still. It's just gonna be on Monday instead, okay? Because I feel bad for canceling. Yeah, okay? Yeah, so thank you, and also BJ, thank you for the offline, for the Streamlabs donations. Bro, shooting your shot, slay. I'll read it, during, I read it already, but I can read it again during the stream itself. Thank you, BJ, thank you. And thank you, Monster Ratio, for the, $50 donation. It is not my birthday. Shut up. Yeah, I hope you had fun in today's stream. Thank you. Yeah, I don't typically do collab streams, especially with not. I think Sotek's my very first non-VTuber guest on the channel. Yeah, I think they're my very first non-VTuber guest. But here I am. I've been trying to be more social, you know? I've been trying my darndest, you know? Yeah, it's not my birthday, shut up. But what if it was your birthday? Majestic, that's why I said it wasn't. Okay? Alright. Well, this piece of yes, Aaron, yes. The VOD will stay up. So my VODs, after I finish streaming, always stay as a video on my channel. So it's always gonna be available for you to watch. Okay? Yeah, I've been trying to be more social lately. It's like, I'm of the firm belief that you will not get better at something unless you work on it personally. And so I was like, well, I could stand to be more social. Let's get some Warhammer knowledge up in here since I've been liking Warhammer so much. So yay! Yippee! It's so funny. I was like, Sotek, don't even worry, man. Like, my collab streams are barely 2.5, 3.5 hours, absolute max. It's 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Bro, I knew that I was a yapper, but I forgot Sotek is also a giga yapper. I'm like, uh-oh. We enable each other. This is bad. This is really bad. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion, Aaron. Thank you. Exactly. So I'm like, so? That was a fucking lie. That was a fucking lie. Well, yeah, no, because Sotek's been around Warhammer content for so long, he just knows everything. Yeah, it's really impressive, isn't it? Yeah, I hope you had fun, though. I hope y'all had fun at the stream. Yeah. And make sure you give him lots of love on his channel as well. You said when you're a yapper and it's an infection? Listen, his VODs are 6+ hours. He's equally, if not more of a yapper than me. No worries, Aaron. No worries. No worries. But let me see. Do I have any other? Oh, yeah! In case y'all perhaps saw it. Perhaps you were on Twitter and you saw the news. Ah! It's me! Who dat? By golly gosh, that's little old me! Ah! My very first solo con appearance! Ugh. Oh my, who is this diva? Who is this diva? Wow! I'm going to Vietnam! Wow! Wow! Yay! Yeah, it's my very first time guesting alone. Let alone if I need to brush up my Vietnamese. I'll be honest, when I tweeted in Vietnamese, I had my parents grammar check it. Because I can speak it to some degree, but reading is, I'm illiterate. I'm really illiterate. I can read menu items though. But, em sẽ học nhiều lắm. Because em hiểu lúc mà em nói tiếng Việt with em lúc mà người nói tiếng Việt với em hiểu about 60-70%. But em không nói nhiều được. But em hiểu like 70%. Yeah. But good pronunciation của em nó incorrect. But không sao. Em sẽ study và em sẽ practice. So lúc mà em đi cái convention, em biết nói một tí thêm tiếng Việt. Okay? Yeah. Okay? And so I'm going to try to practice my Vietnamese a bit more. Okay? I'm going to brush up on my Vietnamese. Okay? Yeah. Whoa, really? That is the wildest timing. That is the wildest. Is your profile picture Zanny? Is your profile picture currently Xander Netherbrand? Welcome back, cheater. Okay. Nice to know that your profile picture's of a giga nerd, but okay. Yeah, that nerd, that absolute giga nerd. Interesting. Mods, kill that one. Thank you. Mods, kill this guy. Mods, kill the sniper. Okay? I mean, you could. So I'll be there. I'll be a little bit of a guest. And so I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited. I can't wait to meet my Vietnamese Aiadmirers, okay? I'll be there for a panel! Wow! I can't wait to meet you guys. Wow! I'm going to practice my Vietnamese. I have a few months. It's on April, so I have some time. Okay, I have time. I'm gonna keep practicing. I need to understand better because my conversational Vietnamese is not great, but I can understand it pretty well. Yeah. If we talk about food, I'm good. I'm a Viet food aficionado and expert. Okay? Shut up, Axe! I'm not a giga nerd. No. Okay, shush. Shut your butthole. Okay? Yeah, thank you. I'm super excited. I'm super happy. It's my very first time having a solo appearance for a con. Yeah. My very first time, so I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Yeah, it'll be super fun, I think. And so, but it's gonna be a challenge because I have to practice. It's like, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. My Vietnamese is rusty. It's pretty rusty, I'll be honest. It's not bad, but it's not as strong as it was perhaps when I was a child. Yeah. Vui vẻ. Oh, thank you. Cảm ơn Aaron. Cảm ơn nhiều lắm. Yeah. Yeah, I think Ren went last year. I taught him a few Vietnamese phrases. I told him các bạn rất thương quá. I tried to teach him a Taskaru phrase. I was like, I even recorded. I only recorded. I think I recorded a voice line of me explain the pronunciation for that. I taught him how to say cảm ơn, xin chào và các bạn rất thương quá. It means like everyone here is so cute. Or y'all are so cute, basically. I tried to teach him Taskaru lines. I tried. Oh, Pals and Pals, thank you for the super. Thank you. If you're doing a panel, please remember the rooms are allotted in time slots, so cannot take 5 hours. Also, looks like you're encased in salt. Oh my god! Oh my god! I look like an artifact. That is crazy. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. The teaser of like my little snowflake pin. That was so cute. I was so happy seeing that. That was so cool. It was so cute. Yeah, Red went last year. Listen, I need to practice my Vietnamese more though. I need to get back into it. Exactly. Every Aia Amare panel results in me beating you over the head with a comically oversized mallet. As God intended. Okay? Yeah. Now, so I should probably wrap up stream now. I have to do some offline work. I'm also, perhaps this is TMI, but yesterday... So, I've been told by my therapist that I hold my emotions back a lot. Like, I'm emotionally constipated, basically. And so, I allowed myself to engage in full guttural, like, funeral wailing yesterday. And as a result, my body for the past 2 days have been so tense and so, like, clenched up and, like my brow's been furrowed in like sorrow for the past 48 hours. My entire face kind of hurts a little bit, not gonna lie. And so I'm fine, by the way. So I'm being very overdramatic in the way I describe it. Sorry, I'm just being blunt here. But I'm kind of sore. Earlier I said I might gorilla stream after this. chop the Gorilla stream for today because this collab went on for a lot longer than expected anyways. So we're just gonna call it quits for today. I'll see you tomorrow for my Warhammer stream. Also, I picked up. I went to my Warhammer store. And I found it. I found the shade paint y'all told me about. I got. So I looked up online. I also asked the clerk at the store because I didn't know what shade paint to use for Liberator Gold, which is what most of Celestine's armor is. And so they recommended 2 paints. They recommended Reikland Flesh Shade, which is also what y'all recommended. The Reikland Flesh Shade, as well as Seraphim Sepia. Yeah, I also got more white paint. I got the Dripper Bot, the Vallejo ones too. And so I got these 2 ones for tomorrow's set. And so actually, I'm all restocked on paint now. So yay! Supporting my local store too. You go, guys! I'm supporting you guys. And so yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow for the Saint Celestine Warhammer painting stream. Okay? You know, I was told both were good. I was told that the Seraphim Sepia was good for like if you want like a very light, subtle shade to it. But then I think Reikland is used more for like true pigment and more for like more contrast. Yeah. Yeah. But they recommend testing it and seeing which one I liked, and I was like, okay, I'll just get both then. Yeah. I love you too, I guess. Oh no, I tolerate y'all or something. Yeah, so sorry, I don't think I'm gonna Gorilla stream after this. I need to do some offline work. I'm a little behind. I've been working for the past 2 days. And I also need to make some dinner and relax and finish cleaning the house and that kind of thing. So quite a few chores for me. So my apologies. I know I said at the start of pre-chat that I might Gorilla stream, but sorry, not this time. Okay, I need a rest. I need to give my body a break. Okay? But thank you for tuning in, everyone! Thank you! I hope y'all had fun. Thank you for giving Loremaster Sotek a wonderful welcome. Make sure to check out his channel and all of his content. Thank you for tuning in today. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Yeah. Bye, everyone! Bye. See you tomorrow. Of course, Brookie. Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow. You behave well, or else it goes in the book. Night. Mwah. Bing. believe these are my stinky burbs. My most stinkiest of burbs, I believe. Hello, stinkies. Hello, stinky burbs. I shall reward you with smoochies. Now make sure you stand in a single file line. No cuts, no chicken butts. Okay? Form an orderly line and bare your forehead for smoochie, okay? Alright? One-worlded subdued Kitclear Nova Majestic Mama Angel Cat Noah Emerald Zaga Jesse Lichivi Aaron Charlie Steve Jimmy Decibel One-worlded Arisa Nobos Ashley Rico Subdued Alex Disaster Lesbian Jimmy Weepin Kilu Noah Edosh Flores Blinken Jimmy. Weren't you just in line? Suspicious. Infernal Unicorn, Sully, Lichivi, Sioni, Akan, Relief Character, Arisa, Lesbian, no. Hey, who's cutting? People are getting back in line. Edoch, Joseph, hey, some of y'all are getting back in line. Bad burbs. Very bad birds. Cookie Angel, Mr. J, Sotek, thank you for the 5 gifted! Thank you! Welcome, new maidens! If y'all got a gifted membership from Sotek, make sure to drop an Akasupa in his chat. Thank you! God, let me see, what is... Where is Sotek's most recent waiting room? Let me see. Okay. He must have a waiting room somewhere. He does. You know, there's a waiting room right here. If you want to do a silly. There's a waiting room right there. Okay. There might be a silly in there. You have my approval. Thank you! Oh my god, y'all getting back in line. Suffer, Sotek! Alright, Aiadmirers. See you around. Rest well. Bye. Neck cramp! Fuck me sideways! Fuck! What the hell? Ouch! My neck! Oh god, it's happening! I'm dying! Shit! If I die, you smell really bad! Good night, everyone. Good night. Okay. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Ouch. I'm just dying. Okay, good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Let me gracefully walk away from stream.